on this side. Like, I just don't even give a damn about calling out my own party.
I'm sorry, that's crazy.
I'm so confused.
Why should we? Why should you?
Wait, do you think that Donald Trump is a
This is confusing. You're not saying, like, because you're literally calling out right now on your panel the prompts that you have. You are calling out some people in the left. So, but no, what do you mean by you're not going to call out your own party? What does that mean?
When I say that, I'm talking about like people who are in position to like spread messages, like arguing with like randos who have like 0 following and they're like in their mom's basements or something. Not saying that's to you guys. That's not necessarily taking away someone's voice to build electoral power. So like no one in this panel is doing anything. Okay, hold on. No, I want to keep you.
I have another account. I'll come back. It's another account. You'll know it's me. I'll be back.
Okay, come back. Hold up. Wait, I almost hold on. Yeah, I almost finished. Like, when I say, like, okay, but you disagreeing with Destiny isn't you saying, let's dox Destiny and take away his platform. So I'm okay, with disagreeing with people on my side, but I'm never going to take the energy to make, like, a TikTok video telling everyone to unfollow them, and then being like, here's their address, and then they're the worst person on the planet. If someone asks me... I mean, I would definitely. Would I do it to conservatives? I have done it to conservatives. Yeah.
I don't.
I personally know to anyone.
Yeah.
If a conservative, like when you said, like, I've called out conservatives and been like, hey, this person's like crap. Like, I've definitely done that.
Yeah, but like trying to get them fired, like trying to get them.
No, I'm talking about. I'm not saying that I would like dox conservatives, but what I'm saying is, like, I'm not going to take the position of, like, the only focus that I have is making sure, like, left-wing voices proliferate. I don't mind arguing with people who don't have platforms, or I don't even mind arguing with people, like, say, like Tashika or like Dean, but what I'm never going to do is, like, make a video telling people to, like, unfollow Dean, right? But when it comes to conservatives, I'll call out conservatives in ways, like, for example, if I'm not going to make a video being like, oh my gosh, this left-wing creator said this and I hate that, but if someone asks me about their position, I'm going to denounce their position. I'm like, I don't agree with that. But, like, with if a conservative says something that I fundamentally don't agree with, I'm okay calling them out in that way. I wouldn't do that to the left. I would do that to the right, but I'm not saying to dox them or be like, everyone has to report their account and take it down. No.
Sure, but I think that's what they're asking about, is a distinction. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I apologize. I think Gato's back in her request, but I think she's under called Kato. I think is what they were saying in the comments.
Oh, Tashika wants to come up. Okay, we're gonna take Tashika. Hold up. We're gonna grab Tashika, and then I do want Kato up here.
Can I say something to Tashika really quickly? It's positive.
Mantis, what?
Positive, baby. It's positive. I want to say thank you for being, like, consistent as hell the other night on that panel. I respect someone who stands on their principles, who stands on their business, and who is consistent across the board. I don't even care if I disagree with you. I just respect the hell out of that. So
Tashika's a base queen, and if everyone in here can spend the next like 5 minutes gifting Tashika, Tashika, the base queen.
But yeah, no, I wanted to actually come up here and talk to you about that. I just wanted to ask you what you thought about that night, because I still
you're base.
I still think about it a lot, and I think. I still hate your guts.
That's fine. I love you.
But it's
I'm a big Tashika stan.
But it's really that I thought that now was particularly really bad. So I wanted to know what your thoughts. I saw Tom in the comments too. I wanted to know what exactly your thoughts on it was, and how it extends to, like, your overall worldview, and how you are going to continue in this space. Because I know you guys aren't going to shut up, right? Despite how many of us would want you to. So I've actually been waiting for you to go live again. So I can see.
Well, I mean, if I can say real quick, Tashika, I've said for a long time, like, since the first time that we met, I actually tuned into some of your conversations with people and some of the panels that you were on, and I don't know if you saw me in the comments. People kept thinking I was being ironic, but I wasn't. I was in the chat saying, like, Tashika's based as fuck, like, she's the only one who's consistent here, she's actually got principles. Like, there were so many times where every time I heard you, you were the only one who was actually, like, willing to stand up to your own side. And disagree with them, even if I didn't agree with what it was you were saying, you were always, you definitely came off as somebody that actually cared about what you believed in. And so that has been my position. Like, since we first met, I've said this very consistently and fought with my own community about the fact that, yes, like, I do actually have like a lot of respect for you. So
yeah, I think you're the most logical ever, and I have definitely like fought people who are Mercedes stands on that, because they're like, no, we don't like Tashika, and I'm like, no, wait, that's a base queen who actually stands on what they believe in.
Well, cut the glaze, y'all. Anyway, so
Tashika's like, I came up here for the glaze party.
Jesus. Well, I was just thinking, like, I don't know, like, I was just really wondering, because I feel like obviously you guys aren't going to like stop. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
What would be the actual messaging that, you know, that you guys could actually use? Like I feel like philosophically, what I witnessed in that live, I still think about a lot, and I think there still needs to be a lot more conversations with people on the left regarding things like that. I think a lot of the time people use particular worldviews to just seem as though they are the morally superior party, or, you know, not in like a political way, but like in just like a group way.
Mm-hmm.
So do you guys think in the future you're going to talk more about that? Because if you do, I think that would be a little bit more effective.
I mean, that was the thing that I was talking about from the beginning.
Just, like
the first time that you ever came up and talked to me, that was like the whole fight that I was having with them, is that the arguments that they were making about like racism and the way that they use the terms or the semantics of it, that like they were being very inconsistent on the morals of it. And then I kept saying, like, I don't care what like semantics you use. If you want to say this is racist, that's not racist, I can like totally understand the logic there, but it's the moral philosophy that's totally inconsistent here. And that has been kind of my fight the entire time. It's not like, I know a lot of people, like especially conservatives, get really upset over whether or not you use the word racism and how you use it. I don't care so much about that part. I care about like how you employ your morals and like what you call morally wrong or how you prescribe things. And that just kind of has been my strategy from the beginning, is trying to understand or point out moral inconsistencies.
I think that's fine. Someone asked me to ask you guys why you're okay with saying slurs. Personally, I'm not okay with saying slurs. I don't think anyone should be okay with it, but I think the person that you guys are referring to actually can say the slur. So I think we need to keep that in mind. I don't think any of you guys are going to like you guys are not going to attack me for saying like the N-word. You know what I mean? Just like
am I allowed to half say the word?
What do you mean?
Because I'm half black.
I'm done.
I don't know. I personally, I still wouldn't care.
Okay, per.
I mean, one of the people that I got into it was Covey, because she was calling somebody a sand N-word, but she was making a really big deal about other people using slurs.
Someone. Wait, what happened?
There was
there's a video of Covey like saying, "You filthy sand N-word, you filthy,"
to an Afghani
like,
man
over and over and over again.
Yeah, screaming at an Afghani man, calling him a filthy sand N-word with the hard R over and over.
And she said it's because he apparently called her the N-word first, but I said, well, that still doesn't really justify.
He didn't, though. He didn't.
Well,
yeah,
I don't. Just like I would prefer for a white person not to say the N-word. If a person is not, you know, able to say the R slur, I don't think they should say the R slur. I still hate Tom's, you know, lacking of the follicle ass head. But
wait, I apologize as soon as I said the R word and said that I shouldn't say it, and I've argued with my own community about that as well.
I don't know what they want me to do. I can't. What am I gonna do? Take it to God? Anyway, so yeah, so that's if Athena really did call someone a sand N-word, that's still not okay. Like that's like I don't know if that actually happened, but that's not okay.
I can pull it up.
Just because it includes the N-word doesn't mean it's not a slur for another group of people.
Right.
So that's not okay. I wouldn't agree with that. But
Tom,
like also,
do you have it? Are you able to like
I mean, it's on
play
my
it.
channel.
Hey, no, this is
But I
all a
don't-
little
I don't- I
weird.
just don't-
This
I
is
just
exactly
don't-
what they did.
I just don't. I don't
You
know
just-
why
you
would
get that.
Athena? Why would Athena say like I don't? That just sounds so out of character in my
Yeah,
opinion. Like,
it's
I've known Athena for like 2 years. I don't. That's just I've never heard her speak
You
like
can
that.
go watch it later. We're not going to do the whole like accountability thing here. But
Yeah,
like,
I'm not
that happened.
expecting
can
you
watch the
to
video
answer for her or
later.
anything like that.
oh yeah, no. Yeah, we don't do that. We don't
Whoa,
expect you to.
where? Wait, where's that clip at?
It's on my
Tom's channel. It's on it. It's also on a channel called Moist Bread 27.
What?
That it's just
Really?
yeah, Moist
Okay,
Bread
yeah.
27.
Okay.
But I mean, you can go if you want. You could listen to it really quick. We'll save your spot.
You said moist bread 27.
Moist Bread 27.
Don't whisper it into the mic like that. Moist bread.
I'm sorry, Queen. I'm sorry. You're the only person on the
How can you
left.
say that with a straight face?
Only person on the left that I'm actually like, oh, I care about her opinion, kind of, because she earned
play it.
so much of my respect that night. That night, when I saw like her moral consistency just shine through, I was like, the whole house was screaming. The whole entire house was screaming.
Wait, Tom, can you play it on a second device?
Well, probably
Wait,
not. if she says
wait.
the word.
This feels
no,
so
I
weird.
can't.
It
It's on
feels
my.
like what they were doing to.
It's a, yeah,
like
that's
Mercedes
why I
did.
said I don't feel so. Just real quick, as we said, we don't expect her to answer for Kobe, but she said that she doesn't know of this, and
I mean, I think
obviously it just makes
I
sense to
think they
play
just
it
wanna see
real
it.
quick. Yeah, so
Wait, which video is it?
it's so on my channel, it's the one that like
On your
it,
channel.
Are you?
Yeah.
Are you at Moist Bread?
it has
I'm on Tom's
2,000.
channel, 'cause I
It
couldn't
has
find the
2,000.
motion.
It has 2,642 views. It's like it has a like the thumbnail has a panel with just Kobe up in the right corner.
How long ago was this?
The person. What did they say? It was like it was a couple weeks before you posted it.
What? This was weeks ago?
This was a couple weeks before Tom posted it.
No,
That's the-
So
this
it's
happened.
yeah,
this
it's
happened-
about 2 months ago.
No. What I'm saying
Okay.
from when Tom posted it, it was from a couple weeks ago from when Tom posted. So like if you take the date that Tom posted it and then you put a couple weeks.
No,
Wait,
it's
let
it's
me-
about
let me-
16 videos down from the top. So if I think
16
that's
video, okay.
yeah, I think that's not including the pinned videos.
I thought you guys don't care though if people say slurs. So what's...
What no, our issue
I
is
don't.
our issue is people's consistency. When so like Covey spent like a whole entire week trying to take down every single last one of us, yet for saying things that she doesn't like, yet she says things like this. Our goal is not to stop people from like necessarily saying these slurs or whatever, policing language. Our goal is to at least hold people to like a moral consistent standard.
Oh, okay. Well, like, so how, like, so if someone, like, if a liberal tells me, I hope you get raped violently, is, like,
Yeah,
that
that's
just like, okay, how?
no, that's
Well,
I
not
will
that,
police language to an extent. Like I do think that like it's wrong to say some things. I think that there's
Okay, so
obviously
N-word,
like
N-word fine, grape no.
wait, what?
I mean, I don't agree with
Where
any
did-
of those.
No.
Wait, hold on. I didn't say that. I don't know if somebody else said this. I didn't say
We all
anything.
we all have differing like views on how we handle this. Like for example, if like Tom is willing to police some language over other
I'm
language.
sorry, I cannot find this video, bro. I can't find it.
Okay.
It's wait. So have you gone to Moist Bread 27?
Let me just
I tried to
I'll
look
just
up, look up that name and nothing popped up.
I can just play it on my side, but you guys just have to be quiet for a second.
Oh, be careful.
And I'll play it through my speakers.
It's
Yeah,
bleeped
it's
out.
it's
Oh,
edited,
this-
so yeah, give me just a second.
That's so bad.
Okay, here we go.
This is what
I
Wait,
literally
wait, can I, before we do this, can I, just in case?
yeah you can.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Mojo, my biggest problem is these people
I don't-
they tried like morally high grounding us for so long, and I do not mind if Tashika's going to be the arbiter
I
of
get it.
accountability for these people. I don't care.
That's fine. Then let her go watch the video. But to play it here seems weird.
Oh,
I don't know.
no, yeah, I get what you're
Oh, wait.
saying on that.
Well, it's wait, hold on. Wait, it's
who's
on my.
lacking hair follicles?
Hold on,
Hold
it's
on.
on my channel, and so if it's on my channel, and it didn't get taken down, it was bleeped out. Like there's not like an issue that we have to worry about as far as like getting in trouble for it.
I'm not even talking about that, Tom. I'm talking about how we're doing the exact same
really not
thing.
eating it.
We're not, though. As I said, we're not asking her to answer for this. She just said, "I haven't heard this. Where is this?" She's asking for it so that she can hear it. So we're just playing it for her.
I don't know why you would walk in here and bring it up.
Because I brought it up because we were talking about the fact that me fighting with these people was over the moral consistency in the way that they were doing things, and I gave Covey as an example.
And so you thought you
This is
checked
what
their
happens.
So you thought you checked their moral consistency? That seems terrible.
Wait, no, that is what I'm
You're being a
saying.
hypocrite.
No, that's what I'm saying is I'm
wanna hear
fighting
my
them
friend
on
make
moral
a bad
consistency.
Yeah, hold on,
That's
guys,
what I'm
guys,
saying.
Guys, everyone be quiet. I don't think no one is trying to purity test anyone here. I think Tashika literally just wants to hear the video. So if Tashika, if you want to hear the video, that's fine. You mean to like if you look up Moist Spread 27, it's the second video. Hey, hon, can you come here real quick? I'm gonna have you do is I'm just gonna have Dom send it to you over our. Dom, come here. I'm gonna have you send Tashika the video so she can listen to her.
Yeah, but Mojo, I'm
gonna send. Hold on one second. I'm gonna send. Give me. I'm gonna log into your account really quick, and I'm gonna send Tashika the Moist Bread 27 video.
I just want to hear if my friend did this bad thing and hear the full context. I just want to know.
You think there's context to saying the N-word?
Well, to the N-word, yes.
She's a black
There's always
woman.
context.
I want to know if.
No,
I want to know if.
I don't think that's what was claimed. I think it was sand.
I know. That's what I'm saying. But I would like to hear because it's wrong for black people to call like Middle Eastern brown people that. It's still wrong and it's still a slur, even if it's a word, even if like one half of the phrase is a word that is typically used for black people, right?
Okay,
it's still a slur.
Which account do you want it on? Tashika baby with 3 eyes or 1 eye?
You do the one with 3 eyes so I can see.
Okay, I just followed you on that account, and I'll send.
Wait, is she Middle Eastern?
No.
Covey, she's Eritrean, I believe.
I'm not gonna lie, I was one of the kids George Bush left behind. What is that?
It's people from Eritrea.
You gotta tell me where that is in the world.
In Africa?
Okay.
You just
I
said
have no
one of the
fucking
kids
clue.
left.
I don't know. I'm not good with geography either. I'm gonna be real with you. That's like one of my like least. I don't study that at all. Like when it like numbers and geography are my.
The message request is sent.
All right, let me see. So I gotta do it on my PC. Let me see. What account is this? Hold on. Why is it logged into the other account? I swear to God, I can
send it to your other one if you want to.
Okay.
With 3 eyes?
Yeah, there's
2
the
eyes.
one with 2 eyes.
Perfect.
Okay.
With 3 eyes?
Let's see. Oh, screw off TikTok. Hold on, I'll be right back. Hold on. It's so shitty on my PC. Hold on.
Okay, but I want to reply to what Mojo was saying. Where I was saying that is what I was doing. Not that I was fighting them on me being morally consistent. I was saying that the whole thing was me fighting them on them not being morally consistent. So I'm not being hypocritical. My whole issue was with them never being morally consistent. That's why I attacked her on the fucking sand N-word thing. And that's why I was fighting with them from beginning to end, was because they were all being insanely inconsistent.
So you don't care if they come in and do whatever they want to Z or Mercedes or anybody else. You don't care if they come into a room and just start chastising them.
No, I do. I think if you're doing something wrong,
but then you're being a hypocrite by doing this.
I'm sorry. I'm saying that if Z is wrong, they should attack her. And that was the first time that I ever met Mercedes. Is her and Z were sitting up here talking about things, and I jumped up here to say, you guys are saying that we shouldn't cancel people, when really it should be Z did nothing wrong, because if she did something wrong, everybody should be attacking her for that. That was my whole fucking thing.
Even if she did something wrong, that's something you deal with behind the scenes. That's not something you put up on a live, because the only reason you put it up on a live is to try and cancel somebody. That's it. So the
Yeah,
only
I
reason that
don't
this
have
is
an.
showing up on this live right now is because you're trying to cancel Covey.
I get first off,
Wait,
I don't have an
I
issue
don't
with
think-
it.
I don't think. Wait. I don't think it needs to be like. I think we can all agree that she did something wrong and not have it necessarily. I don't know why you guys
Correct.
keep using such an inflammatory word like cancel.
Correct.
I agree.
But
Wait, hold on.
it's-
You came in here and you said, I'm not going to be able to stop you from saying what you want to say. Those were the first
Exactly.
words you said when you got on the panel. So you
Exactly.
were trying to stop them from saying what they were saying.
No.
Mojo, I
think
think
it's
I don't know
wrong when
what's going on
people-
I'm
here
so
with you,
confused.
Mojo, but
How does
Wait,
how did
I
those
can-
two
I can
things
just
make
answer.
sense?
I'm absolutely against cancel
Was that
culture
supposed to be
in
like
any
a
way, shape, or
contradiction?
form, and it seems like it's
But-
coming from both sides in this room right now.
Wait. Can I just say something real quick? Like I can't stop. It is true that I don't want people to say slurs. I also can't stop people from saying slurs.
Correct.
How are those two things a
I'm
contradiction?
not asking you to.
No, you just said that those two
what?
things
Matter
were
of fact,
contradictory,
I'm saying the
Mojo.
exact opposite.
You just said that those were contradictory, though. You just brought up those two things
are you
as though she
talking
was.
about?
Okay, I'm
Wait,
so
why
lost.
why did you bring up those two things as parallels?
What things?
okay, so Mojo,
You hold on, wait. Hold on, wait.
guys,
No,
Stop,
he's
Tom, stop, please.
Okay.
Give me 1 second, please.
Okay.
Mojo doesn't believe in any form of any kind of calling out, any kind of like cancellation, anything, which I think, I'm sorry to say, Mojo, is a little bit silly. Like, there's such a thing in society as, like, I think it is fine actually to call out bad behavior. I think it is actually fine to, like, say that somebody did a bad thing.
That's the whole point of
problem
debate
that we've
panels.
always had has, yeah, the whole point of debate is to disagree and to call out things you think are wrong. But my whole problem with this cancel culture thing, and I don't call just holding people to account or disagreeing or getting up and saying things as necessarily cancel culture. My problem is when people take it to such an extreme and it's disproportionate to the actual thing, or that it's incorrect. Like with Z, I think that was just an incorrect assessment of what happened.
Correct.
Or they're just disproportionate. Like calling for Mercedes, for example, to be, or rather doxing Mercedes for what, saying hi on a 2-second video to old millennial. That's a ridiculous response to like the actual behavior or the actual situation
Old
that
millennial.
happened. We've always been consistent that is our position. But I understand, Mojo, if your position is all of it is bad, I just think it's impractical and it's not very pragmatic.
I think the issue here is exactly what Hella L said in the chat, coming from Mantis is rich, because again, like, I agree. Is a middle-aged old-ass woman with the substance-induced intellectual ability of a 15-year-old child. And so I think that when certain things come out of certain people's mouths, that the optics, even if they are
what
correct,
I said, or are you just
it's
going to be a
people
bitch?
are less likely. 1 second.
Do you
I
disagree with
just
the
think
substance
that,
of what I
like,
said, bitch, or are you just going to be a fucking bitch?
Mantis.
I'm
Mantis, calm down.
Because I can go there. I'm not
I-
opposed to saying
I'm
slurs,
literally
bitch.
about to agree with you.
Hold on.
I'm literally
Mantis,
about to agree with
hold
you. I
on.
just don't like it.
Mantis,
Anyway,
calm down.
so like I was saying before, despite the fact that I still think all of these things of Mantis, what she said was still fundamentally correct. I just think the
Good
reason
job.
that you were
You know you
rejecting
can compliment
the,
people without being a fucking bitch, right, Tashika?
Mantis, we stand
was a part of
Tashika.
the-
That's our queen.
No,
It
I'm
was
allowed
a-
to
it
tell
was-
her she's
it was-
being a
it-
bitch.
it was a part of. It was a part of the point. It was a part of the point. Is that whether I think the main thing is whether or not we like the person. I think what makes a particular like argument,
People who can do things that's very wrong.
whatever makes
should be
people listen to a
accountable for that,
particular
but the
argument
person
is
isn't
depending on
deserving of
who the
shaming
argument
for
is
it.
coming
Treat
from.
people
So when it's
nicely.
coming from someone like Mantis, I don't think you're inclined to listen to them, right? But like, if it was something that you
Why?
liked, if it was something that you liked, then you would.
Is
more
it
likely
because
to
I'm white,
listen to
Tashika?
it. Like,
Let's see if you're morally consistent. Is it because I'm white?
precisely. Precisely. Anyway.
Now,
so,
see, look, this is crazy.
like,
First,
what
we
is
have a
this?
racist on the panel. We have someone who has substance abuse disorders, and they're saying like that they have substance abuse, whatever. We have a bald man cammed up. Why is a bald his camera? What's going on?
All right.
But yeah,
all I'm saying is that just because you don't like the person doesn't mean what they're saying isn't correct, which is what I experienced that night with like Kylie. Is it Kylie or Kyla?
Kyla.
but
Kyla.
Whatever.
Kyla. Right. So
it right.
it's not girl.
Fucking chill.
I'm gonna spit out. Mantis, calm down.
Anyway,
Oh, fuck
Mantis, so,
I was just making a point. Shit, calm down.
But yeah, I do believe in calling people out. I do believe in, like, I understand that that's essentially what cancel culture is, which is why I pretty consistently said I'm not against cancel culture. I think that anybody who says they are always going to be inconsistent on that, because even on debate panels, the whole idea is that you're kind of disagreeing with people on bad ideas. And I think that that is what I'm doing whenever I call somebody out, is I'm saying you have bad ideas.
You're talking about ideas, though, not actions.
Yes, but if they don't defend the actions
and get them canceled, as a matter of fact, you are platforming them and allowing them to say what they have to say, and just arguing with them, and you can walk away shaking their hand. A debate is not the same thing as coming on a panel and saying that you're trying to stop somebody from speaking.
No, hold on. First off, wait.
This is truly the free market of ideas.
Yes, but I actually did invite Covey on to talk about it. She was in my chat the whole time saying I can say it because I'm black and I'm not talking to you. So I did try to talk to her about it. This isn't. She did give her defense of it.
Do what you want. You can do what you want on your panel.
Wait.
Can I say another panel right now calling her out, which I think is disgusting.
Okay, I just don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Let me say it as a black person. What she said was racist. It is racist. Just because that particular phrase contained the N-word does not mean that Athena has the right to call a person of another race the modified version of her slur. That is still a slur because it's a different slur now, because now it's an entirely different phrase. That's wrong. True. What she said to that person was wrong. That's wrong.
Well, and
it's super wrong.
And on top of that, she's been running around telling people that both me and Mantis called black people the N-word with the hard R, which never happened. And she's been posting it all over the place. And so when she's constantly calling me out for this thing, I think it totally makes sense that I would come out and call her out for the hypocrisy.
She might be honest. She might be telling the truth about that.
Yeah, cool story.
Haru, if you have nothing interesting to contribute, fuck off.
I'm just saying. Wait, Mantis, why are you saying that to me?
That's what I said. She's probably right, but still, I think she can be right about this and still be wrong about that.
Wait. Also, I thought you guys were cool with slurs. Why does it matter if you said it?
I've not said this. I don't know why you keep saying that. I have never said I'm okay with slurs.
Our position is actually not. I'm only kidding.
They're just pushing. They're just pushing for moral consistency, I think is that.
Yeah, well, I don't actually. I personally don't care about some slurs, and I care about others because I don't consider some things slurs. That's the only difference. I think majority of the words that you guys think are offensive, I also think are offensive too. We all agree that there are slurs and that slurs are probably bad and you shouldn't tell people that it's an okay thing to do, to say them. Like, there's one slur that I think you guys silly because I think it is like, I'm sorry, it's just not as much of a slur as you act. It's the R slur. But other than that, for the most part, we agree that nobody should be running around saying these things. If we have, like, the way that you guys portray it is like everyone is out there like being the worst version of like the racist that you can think of as a cartoon in your mind, and that is like them to their core.
Well, Mantis,
and hang on, I'm not done, Tashika. Pipe down.
Oh my god, calm down, Popper. Chill out.
And then I think that like, so we don't have to be like cartoonish in the way that we like characterize people and label people. People fuck up. People say things. People are online, and in different online communities, things are more acceptable in some than others. We can all say it's wrong, and we can all say that we've done bad things. We like the problem as like we've all talked about is like the disproportionate like characterization and like the silencing and censoring and shit like that, like hunting people down, trying to find their addresses, trying to stop them from talking to anybody because guilt by association. All of this is cringe and soy and R-worded. So yeah, that's what I think.
Anyway, so let me just say this real quick. Yeah, I don't think a person who says like a slur one time, if that would be like indicative of them being like a terrible person. But I think the reason people put so much pressure on it in not saying slurs is because the normalization of these words is what causes some bad attitudes towards the people that these slurs would typically apply to. That's why these things are wrong, and that's why people say like don't say happen. I think there still can be like huge dehumanization of people, even without the use of slurs. But like this is how we know what one of the most obvious ways in which we witness dehumanization, just socially. But yeah, like
I would say what you just did before and in calling out people's substance abuse problems is dehumanizing. I think it's actually revolting, and you should maybe watch your fucking mouth in the future.
Damn.
You're mad. Anyway, I'm not against I'm not against all types of like dehumanization as what I just did to you. I think people like you are quite literally a joke.
and don't actually stand for much. I think you talk like you hang out with like 16-year-olds, which is why you speak the way that you do. My stance
because I'm calling you out.
Okay, now what?
Yeah, well, you can keep acting like I'm not. My point isn't just and real and like has substance. You can keep pretending.
I would have deleted the app.
Welcome to the substance abuse club. Anyway, so
yeah, so maybe don't shame people. Be careful. Be careful who you shame.
That's how I know. The reason I know that you sound like a 16-year-old is because I also struggle from substance abuse. Anyway, so yikes. Anyway, so like I was saying before. Mantis being a 12-year-old, she's regressing. Everyone.
No, I'm just calling you out for something. I'm calling you out for something because you're doing the thing that if there was a disabled person on this panel and I said to their face that they've like haha and I mocked them and I called them the R word, you would have a huge problem with that. But what you're doing is you are taking someone with a substance abuse problem and you're mocking them.
Admit that you began when you were 15.
No, everybody knows in the community that I hang out in that I have had substance abuse issues. I'm an addict, a recovering addict.
I don't even know who you are, and I didn't know that about you. I just clocked T because
you should be careful about how you say that shit too. And also, don't. Tom is also a recovered heroin addict, so be careful.
Welcome to the club.
Just be careful with saying certain words.
And yeah, don't say that word.
Sorry, my bad. Sorry.
Wait, oh my god, wait, Tom. Someone in the comments said that there was a fuller version of the incident than the one you posted.
Yeah, there was. I played it on my stream.
What?
I went over the whole thing on my stream.
Oh, so it's
in my video
not just on your page.
Yes, in my video it shows what she says, and then I say I can't play the full thing on TikTok, so it'll be on YouTube. I'm going live right now, and then the whole thing was on my YouTube channel.
Yeah, are you talking about the one with Athena?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what we're talking about? Oh yeah. So yeah, I did watch that clip. I don't okay, I'm gonna be real. You kind of can't say that you care about slurs and be okay that she said that. Like you just can't. Like you like it's not, there's no justifiable reason. Like if Latino people come up and call me the N-word all the time, I don't think that gives me the right to call them like their own slur back. That's not okay. I think like as people on the like and I find it kind of weird though because Athena runs like, why do you think it's okay to say slurs? So I do find that to be a bit hypocritical, but like as she's my friend, I would probably talk to her about it. Obviously she's an adult and I don't care. But I do think there's a level of hypocrisy that we can call out there in good faith. I just think people don't like it when you guys do it.
Well, when people say you guys do it, they like, I one time said the R word on a panel. Somebody right after was like, you shouldn't say that. And I was like, you're right. I shouldn't say that. That's my bad. And moved on. But ever since then, everybody says Tom defends saying the R word. Tom defends saying slurs. And it just hasn't happened. It's never took place. So it's, yeah.
Layla, yes, out there because there is so much context. I don't know what context would justify the clip that I saw, but I'll be sure to do my due diligence if I find that I care enough. But yeah, like it's I don't know, like I that video did make me uncomfortable. Cannot lie.
Uncomfortable?
Everyone in this chat, go follow Tashika.
One time. So okay, I might have said it more than one time. I'm not saying I've only ever said it once. I've said it.
You said it more than one time.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I don't mean like I don't mean I said. Yeah. I don't mean I've only ever said it one time. But yes, somebody on the panel was calling me out for.
Did you double down?
As soon as somebody said like you shouldn't say something like that or something, I said you're right. But I think I said it to. I forget his name, but some guy. I said it to him maybe twice on there, and then
maybe it's a Mandela effect. I could have swore you doubled down. Sorry. Anyway,
Mandela effect.
I are these the followers you want? You know what? If they follow me, they follow me. I can't really control that. Obviously, I want people who have like a fucking brain. But I also I don't know. I also want I don't know why I said that. I also want people who are able to like notice when there are like particular issues. But oh yeah, so Mercedes, you didn't answer my question. Why like what how are you guys going to move forward with stuff like that? Because I doubt that the conversation like we had previously is going to be the last of its kind. So how in the future are you planning on navigating those types of conversations?
Well, let me turn you guys down. Sorry, I turned you guys way up because I was taking my headphones off. I'd say
feel
that
like people would be more receptive to you if you did that.
If here, you give me a suggestion. What do you think? How do you think I should move about the world? Because obviously, I'm going to be taking these like anti-soy level ultra takes, but I also think like you're not soy. I think you're like a based queen, to be honest. But if you have opinions on like how I should operate, I am open to hearing them simply because I do think you exhibit logical consistency.
Well, first and foremost, I don't think we should, if your whole thing is like recruiting people, and like even at the end of the day, I think what should be your main goal is even recruiting people that you do think as soy, and maybe changing some of their stances so that whatever. I think first and foremost, you probably shouldn't use words to describe people like soy, because immediately it's gonna be like,
well, the soy is to attract. Yeah, the soy is to attract the conservatives. I don't think, like, for example, like, I don't care about what leftists think about me, or like, I don't care about how the left perceives my platform. I only want the right to be like, hey, this person speaks in a language that I like. For example, every conservative who have come into the channel have been like, yeah, fuck soy, while the rest of the leftists are like, what does soy even mean? Because it's just not the language that the left, I guess, tends to deploy. It's a conservative dog whistle.
Yeah. Well, that's my point, though. I think leftists know that it's like a negative, and automatically wouldn't want to be called it. And I just think there could be better ways to have that conversation. Like, I've heard you guys speak a lot about like the hypocrisy on the left, and with that whole like unfuck America situation. I feel like if you use words that are constantly like attracting like conservatives, you are only going to be attracting conservatives. You're going to push away the left, and at that point,
that's what I want to do.
You're just going to be you want to be reabsorbed into conservatism?
No, I don't. It's not that
you're not
my
be
goal.
A spark in the darkness.
Hold on. It's not that my goal is to necessarily push away the left, but if the byproduct of what I'm doing does, then I just don't care. So like my only focus is I'm laser focused on getting the people who, for example, I voted for Kamala. Would never have done that if there wasn't like a anti-soy creator that I looked at and I was like, wow. Like, for example, I came across Destiny's channel. The only reason why I knew who Destiny was because conservatives talk about him because they call him like the only cool liberal. And so I listened to what he had to say. I was like, damn, left-wing policy I never heard of this stuff before. So as a result, I was okay with listening to him simply because conservatives said that he was based. And what I'm hoping to do is create the same kind of effect. So there's a lot of people who have switched from conservative to liberal because of Destiny, or like left-leaning moderate. Then I just want to replicate the same thing.
Yeah, but liberals do that too, though. Like whenever I say like I think that trans women are men, they're like,
wait 1 second. I wanted Tashika's response to that.
Can I? Yeah, I would say like. I would personally say that there's like a difference between like social left and actual political left, and I would describe Destiny as like a political left. Like when you listen to his actual like policy agreements, he's a pretty left-wing person. I don't even know if I would call him a moderate. Like I think he's very left-wing. I just don't think he optically fits socially into what we consider left. You know what I mean? Like on the internet,
Yeah.
But I feel like from people who have spoken to Destiny, they never say that he's like an asshole. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or actually gives off conservative or even moderate vibes. I don't know what he would call himself, though. He might still call himself a moderate or whatever. I don't care.
The liberal.
But again, like, I think that if you... What you say?
Just liberal.
He's a liberal, I think.
It is what it is. So, yeah. Sorry, I missed my spot. But, like, I think, again, like... I think it's fine to create like a nexus of bringing conservatives together, but I think it is going to hurt you in the long run when you attract a bunch of conservatives, but then people on the left have an aversion to you. I think that that's a huge issue. But I think the rhetoric that we use in these spaces is very, very, very relevant. I think that I don't think we need to use words like soy, but we can still call out the left for its hypocrisy. I don't think we need to use emasculating terms terms. And instead, I think you guys would do a good job in representing the left as something that can be seen as not just some, I'm going to use the word, a soy boy. You don't have to do that. I think, for example, like the left has a really bad marketing issue because the men on the left, especially like even if they're buff, like even like, and I hate using him as an example, and it's really sad, but like Good Trouble, right? Good Trouble is like a leftist, buff, conventionally attractive guy. I don't feel like it works the way that it needs to work. One, because his audience is mainly women. Clearly, it's not reaching the actual audience that it needs to be, but it doesn't represent masculinity on the left as it should, in my opinion, because it's constantly as if they are trying to prove something. I don't think conservatives have to prove that they are men because it's kind of just assumed that it is so. But I think men on the left are constantly having to call into question their own manlyhood, which is why conservatives are so easily able to rewrite the entire thing and be like, oh, you guys are clearly not actual men.
Yeah, it becomes almost like overly performative from progressives
exactly,
a lot of times.
That's what I'm saying. And I've been noticing that a lot. I think like when we have things like gym and like they have completely taken over things like podcast gym, things that men typically gravitate towards. And even still, we're not getting that. I think we should change the narrative, not so much as appeal to conservative men, but create the space where you can be a fully masculine, you can even be a traditional masculine man and still be on the left. I think we need to change the rhetoric that we are using and also try to stray away from these super incel-based emasculating terms.
But I
don't think we need to do that.
I think the problem
is normalize manliness.
I think the problem, I totally agree with the masculinity part, but I also think that a lot of times if you go and have a beer with, Good Trouble or go to the gym with him and you say something like soy, bitch made, the R word, any of these things, right. That's something that a lot of times like progressives almost have like a disgust reaction to, where they'll automatically have like this issue with you saying it and it becomes a whole issue right then and there. Whereas I do think lots of times instead of people doing like this immediate call out and making a big deal of it, it is more about like being somebody who's likable, being somebody who they like can relate with, being somebody that they think like, oh, I like that guy, so if he thinks something, I can trust that. And then over time, you're able to kind of talk about these things. That's generally how people move positions. And I think the whole strategy of just getting into masculine spaces is a good thing. And I think it's definitely something that I support, but it's not enough. It's only like a small part of the puzzle.
I think the biggest issue, this is so important. I think the biggest issue that we are having is that we don't understand why people on the left or progressives are having visceral reactions to this type of representation. Why does the left have these visceral reactions to these like hyper-masculine men? Why do they have visceral reactions to like traditional men? You know what I mean? Because these things, I don't believe
it's association.
Like inherently bad.
Yeah, but it's association.
Exactly. It's typically co-opted. And I think, again, we need to create the version. Because again, okay, I'm just going to say this. I think we just need to create the version where like these things can still be true and you can also be a leftist or a liberal. I think you can still, like, for some reason, like in the entire zeitgeist, for some reason, those two things are like two positive, like two positive magnets. Like they're constantly repelling each other. And I don't think it has to be like that. There are a plethora of manly men on the left. They're just constantly talking about their fucking manliness and not having it speak for itself. I think that's an issue.
I agree with that. One time I called Dean by TWINK and he sent like a whole paragraph about, he was like, "You're just mad. I'm a attractive white man. And then
that's weird. That's weird. But you see what I mean? That's weird.
Wait, I'm not done. This was because he had said that he would be with a trans woman and I was like, okay, so you're a bi TWINK. And then he sent the photo of his car and he's like, I'm actually going to see my girlfriend right now. You're mad.
Oh my God. Please stop.
I have the screenshots. People are like, no, this never happened. You literally just have to give me 10 minutes if you want it.
Please stop. I'm dying. Please. I can't breathe. I'm going to absorb. That is exactly the behavior that I'm talking about, though. It's like this constantly like, you don't know what you're talking. Like that's It doesn't
But
need.
see,
like, I
Tashika,
think we can use
that
it, like,
is
someone-
soy.
I'm gonna dox your
That is
family,
what
get your
we
kids
don't- I
taken
don't know
away
how
from
else-
you.
Yeah, I don't know how else to like call what another word is. We can move and just call it performative outrage, because that's really what it is. It's just like performativity that is unnecessary for the actual like thing that's happened. But we call it soy. Liberals call it soy. You guys think it's conservative coded to call it soy?
Well, she's not just talking about the performative outrage. She's also talking about the aesthetic. So even just something like having an American flag behind you is something that's seen as like very nationalistic and fascistic, whereas a lot of people who are liberals or what they want to have pride in, like where they come from, their culture, like American culture, without it being tied to like being a slave owner or whiteness or something like that. And I think that a lot of people on the left see those things as like inherently associated with one another. So therefore, if you wave the American flag, you are therefore taking pride in a history of slavery and colonialism.
Exactly.
Yeah, I see that. I think that's a problem with like, I think that people, instead of kowtowing to this, oh shoot, therefore I cannot have a flag, and therefore I cannot do this thing, or therefore I cannot like appear in a certain way. I think actually like you almost need to do that. You just need to start adopting, you just need to start appropriating this stuff, and you just need to start like being like, no, this is fine, this is okay, this is what it means, like, and stop and try and stop people from doing the shame ritual thing where they've like made this caricature and characterize people incorrectly.
Well, as someone who's worked on like the Kamala Harris campaign, people were flying American flags all over the place. When you give people something to be proud of in a particular party, they will fly the flag, right? I think the issue is that like in times like this, when people are still flying the flag, even if in their minds are like they still have the hope that America is going to come out greater on the other side, and that they do not support the fascistic ideals of the current GOP. Okay, like that's that like people aren't going to perceive that, but like if a person had like. During Kamala Harris's campaign, which I thought was very powerful, despite the fact that she lost, was that you saw Democrats and leftists and progressives with USA flags. At every rally, people were screaming USA, USA. That is unheard of. That's unheard of. But again, it is because people were able to get behind something, and it wasn't like weird. You know what I mean? Like it didn't come off as like they're trying to prove something. Literally all that happened was that she gave them something that they liked. She gave them something to hope for. She gave them an aesthetic that they liked. And that's when they started to tout the flag.
Well, I think it's a very online thing, though.
I just feel like it's not hard.
To
just like lock in. I just wish that leftist men would stop talking about their masculinity, and I wish that leftist women would stop talking about our femininity. I don't think that right-wing men and women need to do. They never need to do that. They just are.
Yeah, I think it's a very online thing that we're talking about, though, because when this was a thing that I got into a fight with a bunch of conservatives about with the LA protests and the California protests, is that they kept saying that it was all Palestine and Mexico flags. So we kept pulling up the protests and counting the flags, and every time there was like 75% of the flags there were American flags. Some of them were upside down, but it was still by far the majority of them there were American flags. And I do think that it is like a very online aesthetic, whereas the majority of, I think, liberal men, I don't know about when you're saying leftists, and I do, it's probably very different for leftists, but I do think liberal men are fairly fine, like being just masculine and doing normal everyday bro sort of things, but I do think online masculinity is different.
I should have asked you what you meant by liberal, because I just assumed that you were using like the colloquial term, like liberal and leftist are pretty much synonymous. But if you mean like actual like basically capitalist with progressive ideals, is that what you mean? Like, is that
I would say progressive and farther off. So like we'll say like the on the spectrum until you get to like more progressive. And farther when, like Marxist and everything else past that, I would say that, yes, from there, especially on the internet, you start to have issues with those things. Whereas if you watch somebody like Pisco, Destiny... go ahead.
What do you mean from there to there? What is that? Liberal or leftist?
I'm saying
like,
liberals...
Is like, far left is like communism, and then
right.
and then like... you know.
Right. So I'm saying progressive.
Yeah.
So I'm saying like you have liberals, and we're talking about just like, yeah, regular like Democrat, DNC sort of like moderate like liberals,
Okay.
and then progressive and farther left on the spectrum. I think especially online, those people there's a lot of association with things that that they see as like inherently bad based on the history that's attached to it, which isn't wrong. It's just that this is we are able to appropriate things and change them and give them like more meaning than what they had before.
Right. Someone said that like right-wing women do talk about their femininity. The way that I would typically perceive, again, it's about like optics. When we know that like right-wing ideals, femininity is kind of like baked into it.
They perform
like their
it.
behavior in and of itself. Exactly, right? Like it's just baked into the ideal. But I feel like as someone who would like consume the typical like left-wing media, I feel like a lot of the time it's a lot of women trying to prove that their femininity is still femininity. I don't think we need to do that, right? I think we should allow for these things to exist on both sides, and I think it still makes sense. I think a lot of people. Okay. Oh, this is what I was going to say. I totally forgot. I'm so sorry. I think why people would have an aversion to it, and I think this is important for us to know, is because how do I explain this? How do I explain this? They kind of, because a lot of views are co-opted by the right, a lot of the time people, like, I feel like everyone on the internet or everyone in like any kind of social settings understands how the flow of thinking is in a group, and that it's not like a spectrum, it's like an oily slide. And what people perceive to happen when we allow for like more like the choice of traditional ideals or like even gender roles, people immediately are afraid that it will slide back into conservatism, and now we have like Trump, you know what I mean? And I think that's the aversion. The aversion isn't necessarily what you're describing in and of itself. The aversion is what it could become.
Mm-hmm.
And I think people just don't want that to happen in the first place. And I hate talking about it, but like Destiny, for example, I think a lot of Destiny's ideals, even though they may be logically consistent, people are afraid to co-opt it because on the farther end of this slippery slide is alt-right conservatism, and people don't want that. People don't want to build a road to that. But I feel with any ideal, you can build a road to, you know, just like straight alt-right fascism. You know what I mean? But you know, it's.
Well, I was going to say as well, like the whole being afraid of moving towards the alt-right with Destiny ideals. There's a lot of people who are afraid to embrace it on the right because they think by embracing him, they're moving to the left too far.
Exactly.
And they get, so like it, like you say, it goes all ways. This is just the reality of like the spectrum being a spectrum.
It's a fear of a slippery
Yeah,
slope.
I feel like people are just afraid of that.
Yeah.
I feel like people are afraid of that, but once you give them like confidence that that's not going to happen, then they'll be like, okay. I feel like people will be, you know, more likely to be able to co-opt a movement. I feel like
well, and it's not just
be
that.
more likely to co-opt whatever you guys are doing.
It's not just that.
Well, yeah.
It is also that like
course
there's
not.
a lot of people who also believe that you know, gender roles are patriarchal. There's people who want to dissect gender and abolish gender, and that there's especially lots of gender roles that they see as inherently oppressive, especially like we've seen a lot of women who come up who are doing their like very, you know, what do you call it, like housewife chores, and they put them up as like TikToks and YouTube shorts and crap like that.
Right.
And a lot of people will see those and say they are doing conservative propaganda just by doing this, where there's nothing political about it whatsoever, but just by them doing this and saying, I enjoy being a housewife, I enjoy cleaning up, I enjoy doing dishes, this is what I like my life, that a lot of people will say, oh, this is conservative propaganda, they're trying to push a certain lifestyle and trying to get people to buy into this, and that this is therefore this like you know, fascistic ideal that they're trying to brainwash people with. And that's just not always the case. There are tons of people on the left, and especially liberals, who are still doing the very like normal gender roles, and they're not. The problem becomes when it is this like hardcore expectation of everybody else. It's gender expectations that can cause problems, but gender roles can exist without the gender expectations. I understand that norms come as an expectation, but that is the thing that we should be against, is the enforcing of the gender roles on everybody else, but not the like people wanting to live those out in their own lives.
Well, let me say this, right? Like, there are studies about like how there are men who are stay-at-home husbands, and they are typically happier than stay-at-home mothers. It's not because it's bad for women to be stay-at-home mothers. It's because a lot of the time it's not their choice. A lot of the time it is a position of which is chosen for them by society. But we see people make the active choice to take on these roles. They are leagues happier than people who aren't. Who would have thought? When you choose something you want, you're happier with it. Who would have thought? You know what I mean? So like, I think if we can just represent these things in a way that makes people confident that it doesn't lead into like this alt-right propaganda, I think that's fine. Like, hell, if the person has like a fucking Kamala Harris painting in the background somewhere, you know, like, it's like, so, you know what I mean? Like some form of like representation, because again, the right has taken over everything traditional. They've taken over everything homemaking. They've taken over everything that is just like normal American living. We shouldn't let them, like, if we care about these things and we want people to come to our side, we need to like reappropriate our rhetoric to include traditional American living. I think it's fine for us to embrace these things as long as they are a choice.
I don't know about that,
because the person is choosing this.
No, I don't know about that, because anytime
obviously there's obvious harm.
Holy shit! Again, I'm going to direct the entire chat to like the live, share it out, and follow motherfucking Tashika, because Tashika, I didn't even know it was like that live. I discovered you were like this, and then you just keep talking. I'm like, this is like one of the smartest people I've ever met. Holy shit! Like Tashika is like, you're extremely intelligent. Holy shit!
I'm so
but
confused.
anyways, continue.
I'm so confused. I had one argument with Z, and now anyway. So
I'm just
just to be clear, you also had the like I want all white people to die thing that was like definitely a little bit more.
She could tell me whatever she wanted. Yeah, she could say at this point she could say whatever the fuck she wants, as long as she's just, at least she's fucking consistent, and that is like
you can say I'm pretty inflammatory. I think it's funny. Anyway.
Yeah, no, I do too. It's just we had to hear that part later. We didn't. When we first hear the first part, we don't know that it's like just like, you know, edgy, like short sort of shit. Yeah, so it's, but once I heard you arguing with other people about whether or not they should have voted for Kamala, and you're like, I want black people to be better right now, I was like, holy shit, we finally she's actually fucking smart. What the fuck? So yeah,
but you guys are saying this like liberals don't do this too. If you don't adhere to like every view like that, like progressives, well, I think there's difference between progressives and liberals.
I think it's a matter of just like first impressions. Like if I come off as super radical, they're gonna assume I'm radical. It's fine, whatever. Okay, so like
I think she's talking about Kato's talking about the aesthetics.
No, sorry. I was talking about you. Sorry. I was saying that like sometimes if you don't hold their views, they'll be like, oh well, you're not that. You should vote. Like you're a right. You're MAGA. You're this. You're that. Like I've had like I'm trying to think. I barely go on Twitter, but the little time that I've been on there, I've had more than I think a dozen people be like, yeah, you're MAGA. Go with MAGA. You're MAGA. You're MAGA. Just because I think a dozen people be like, yeah, you're MAGA. Go with MAGA. You're MAGA. You're MAGA. Just because a dozen people be like,
you're going
MAGA. Go with MAGA. You're MAGA. You're MAGA.
What? No.
Yeah, Logix, you were echoing.
That's not my bad. Yeah,
really bad.
I was just saying that I've had them say like, you're MAGA, so that's your people, blah blah blah, all because I said that trans women are men. I never said that I ever.
All right.
I'm pretty sure that there's no.
All right. That's enough. Anyway, so
well, like I was saying, yeah. And see, this is what I mean, Mercedes. This is what I mean.
I feel that. I understand what you mean by like you can not. I don't agree with that, but I understand.
Okay.
No. They're talking about what I was saying earlier, where they call people out for things. No. They're talking about people calling each other out.
Wait, Tom, let me prove my point.
No. They're talking about people calling each other out.
Wait, Tom, let me prove my point. They're talking about people calling each other out. Wait, Tom, let me prove my point. They're talking about people calling each other out. Wait, Tom, let me prove my point. They're talking about people calling each other out. Wait, Tom, let me prove my point. They're talking about people calling each other out. Wait, Tom, let me prove my point. They're talking about people calling each other out. Wait, Tom, let me prove my point. They're talking about people calling each other out. Wait, Tom, let me prove my point. They're talking about people calling each other out. Wait, Tom, let me prove my point. They're talking about people calling each other out. Wait, Tom, let me prove my point. They're talking about people calling each other out. Wait, Tom, let me prove my point. They're talking about people calling each other out. Wait, Tom, let me prove my point. They're tal wait a minute, but this is such a good learning moment. Why did she feel comfortable saying that?
that they're men?
This is exactly what I was just talking about.
Do you want to have the conversation, or I'm not
having a conversation.
I'm not going to overreact to that. Wait, I'm not going to overreact to the things she said. Like, we're not going to overreact.
Wait. No. I'm not like going crazy.
Lock in. Come on, lock in.
This is exactly.
Lock in, baby.
Wait, hold on. Is Kato? I just want to clarify your position. Are you right or are you left?
I'm left.
Okay. I just wanted to
like it would be like a hard day in hell for me to vote right. Like it would be like if the left is like pushing.
Are
some
you a
egregious
feminist?
Shit, like Yes. Is there a problem with that, Tom?
Well, no, because you're called like a TERF. Then you're like somebody that others would call a TERF. Obviously, you don't like the term, but
I don't understand the label of. I don't understand the label of TERF because trans people are included in feminism. They're still men or women.
Okay.
They're weird. Anyway, so we can have the conversation. We can have that conversation later, but this is literally what I was just talking about with Tom, in which when you begin to have these conversations, it can very quickly like slide into people like Kato coming in and saying that fuck ass shit. And I think the fact
the truth. Do you want to talk about it, or do you just want to like cry about it?
Oh my God, Mantis, are you? Please don't cheapen the conversation.
Well, I was saying that like one of the problems is the reaction to it. I think a lot of times is that like when they think they're saying something that is normal, that if we have this like overreaction to it, to where like, oh my gosh, you can't say that. Like that is kind of.
No. I'm not freaking out.
I don't think that. No, yeah. I think we're freaking out not because she said it, but because like she came in here with a bunch of leftist ideologies and then dropped that. It's not because of what she said, but it's because like
she said it like 4 times now. So
yeah, no, I haven't heard it. That was the first time.
I've been up here.
Yeah, that was the first time I heard it. But
that's not even what I was crashing at. That's not even what I was like. That's not even what I was surprised at. I think everyone that's like pretty much what Mercedes said. No one in this live who hasn't heard this person speak before assumed that they would say that. And the fact that this conversation made them feel comfortable enough and prompt them to say that is why people don't want to repeat or say what I have just said.
Right.
The fact that opening up this conversation would actually end up inviting people like Kato here is what people don't want. Because again, for some reason...
But why? No, but here's my question: is like I understand that is happening, right? Yeah, but I just want to. Yeah, okay. So why? Because I don't have a problem with having more people in the room having like disagreement of views for the like what you might consider the character.
From a most basic perspective, yes, having differing opinions in a room is always a good thing. Right? From the most basic, bare bones perspective. But this is what a lot of leftists are afraid of, right? Is because, and I have to critique my own side here, a lot of us are dumb. A lot of us don't know anything beyond our own moral superiority in comparison to MAGA. A lot of us don't do the research. A lot of us don't know. Like, these people will say that, like, trans women are women and then that's it, as I would agree with. But people like Kato are going to exist, and it's either you're going to need to be able to shame them or disprove them. And I feel like a lot of time you're going to need both, and leftists only have one. And that's a problem. Shame doesn't work on people who don't give a fuck. And I don't think people who have a steadfast idea are going to give a fuck. I think we need to up the education of leftists. I keep constantly saying in my live streams, right? A lot of leftists come in my live and say, oh my God, these MAGAs, like, they're so dumb, like, they need to go back to school. And it's like, wow, it's like you don't even realize that you were raised under the exact same educational system and that they can't read and you also can't read. Right? I guess you just happen to care more about people or listen to others more. That's something that's like intuitive to you. But again, I think both sides have a huge education problem. Right? And I feel like a lot of leftists would not be able to conversation with actual, like, using actual data and logic. They would just like scream.
Every time they they fail.
Well, Kato, and I have a question because I recognize your username. I'm pretty sure you've been in my live, like, calling me, like, I you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure you've been in my live, like, leaving, like, mean comments in the past during, like, is that you?
No. What the hell?
Are you sure?
You can literally hold on. The only time I've ever watched you was like on YouTube replays when Destiny was on your panel. Let's relax.
Okay, then wrong person. I was about to push. No, wrong person. It's fine.
I would say
I
if I
read
did.
it.
I mean, I have no issue.
Wait, can I respond to what this person said? Ali said, "Should we try to understand them first?"
Well,
You
so-
should want to, like,
I
in
think
order to
that's-
have these conversations with people, you need to understand what they're saying and why they're saying
That's part of what
That is,
Tashika's
like, the
saying.
first thing.
That's part of what Tashika's saying.
Go
So
ahead,
she
yeah.
was saying two things. Is one, that like being overly open and saying that you want to appeal to right wingers will make it to where they're open. They feel so open to say things that don't really fit with like what you would expect to be said on a panel full of left-leaning liberal or progressive people. And so but also she was saying that, yeah, like we have to be capable of having those conversations as well. And so a lot of people, they would rather have a safe space, because as soon as somebody says that, the immediate response is to just shame them for saying the thing, instead of actually having a conversation and educating them about it, because they're not capable of educating them on it. They were shamed into the position as well, and now they just want to virtue signal that they're better than the person than actually being able to educate that person, because they're not capable. They don't understand it well enough themselves.
Yeah, this has been
I
my
think another-
issue from the beginning. It's just exactly this. This is kind of where I think it's fine to like disagree, and it's fine to like find a viewpoint abhorrent or wrong or morally inferior, because that is what we're all doing. Like, we think our morals are superior. That's why we want people to adopt them. But yeah, like, it's just the way we interact with people just needs to change. So it all comes down to the way. And yeah, I feel like
I think another
hopefully
big thing. Okay,
more
sorry.
examples are set. I just feel like hopefully more examples of like leftists in this space, or people who are progressive or further to the left at least in this space, like adopt that and start actually having those conversations, and don't, because like I've noticed, and I understand that like Tom and I in particular got pretty severely like slandered all around the place and clipped and whatever. But I've noticed, like, say when Tom streams and he jumps on a panel, within literally like 3 minutes, there's somebody who jumps on, makes sure everyone on the panel knows that this person is a Yahtzee, gives them all the screenshots they've managed to like clip out of context and find that make them paint someone in the worst light, and then get them kicked off every single panel they go onto. And I think that I don't understand this behavior. Like, you call me a 16-year-old, like, I just think that's childish as hell. Like, why not just have the conversation about the topics at hand? If you have a problem with what's being said, then you can tackle it then.
Because I'm pro picking my battles, and I don't, so I think I'm not the person to have the conversation with you. So if you came on my live, I would kick you. I don't. You're still not entitled to me speaking.
So
to
you're
you.
preaching
Another
how we
person-
should be better at communicating with people with different ideas, but then in reality, you would do the
Mantis.
same thing.
Mantis, it's
I'm
not the
asking a
same.
question. I'm just asking.
I'm answering it. It's not the same thing. I think I can pick my battles. I have a right to still pick my battles. If I don't feel like I'm going to be able to have a substantive conversation with you, I'm not going to speak to you, and it's
See, this
just
is the
that
bad
simple.
quality, but I think it's the only way I'm gonna be able to.
Yeah, Logix, your mic
Sorry.
is fucked.
Um,
Also, Jaden asked what's going on, and I just wanted to let you know Tashika is cooking.
Oh,
I'm gonna glaze you forever now. You can absolutely hate me. I will.
So I don't
stand
have-
Tashika.
So I don't have a
Tashika
problem with.
stan.
I don't have a problem, Tashika, with like you, for example, saying, yeah, I don't really want that conversation right now, or I'm not willing to have that conversation, or I'm not prepared for that conversation, whatever. And you're like, I'm a liberal. Like, you're allowed to not have people on your panel. You're allowed to like say, I don't want to talk to people. That's not
Right.
the part I have an issue with. It's the shaming and the like the bullshit around it.
If you're
exactly what
only
I'm talking
shaming
about.
people, I think that's a problem. I think people need to know why they're being shamed, and if you don't tell them why they're being shamed, or give them time to understand that, and I tell you every single time I see you're a little ugly ass. So, like, it's like I think that shame just builds resentment.
No, you've never
And
actually
obviously
said
you're
anything.
not gonna
You've
be-
just insulted
And
my
obviously-
appearance,
and
which is really
obviously
weird
you're
and
not-
childish. Okay.
And obviously people are not going to like realize all the time what you're explaining, and that's fine too. But again, it's a matter of picking your battles. Maybe somewhere else in the future, they'll meet another person that is willing to have a conversation with them. For you, not me. But again, someone else said that like whether or not it is their responsibility or whatever
Can y'all
party's
hear?
responsibility.
I know it sounds shitty, but can y'all hear?
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
hear you.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah.
I'm so sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, so like someone commented before about like whether or not it's our responsibility. I am of the belief that it is indeed our responsibility. People do not know what they do not know. And we can say that this is like the connected part of, you know, of our history as human beings. Yet again, we see that this is the loneliest people have ever been, right? People are the most isolated that they've ever been. Algorithms isolate us even more, right? We get to choose who we want to be around. We don't have to build certain skills anymore because the internet literally hands it to us on a silver platter. Our brains are literally eroding at the seams because the internet is literally performing basic processes for us, right? I think it is our responsibility. You cannot require betterment from people and then do no work for them to be better, right? I think a lot of time we always say like, oh, like, give a man a fish, he eats for... I keep saying this. You guys hear me say this all the time. You watch my life. Give a man a fish, he eats for a day. Teach a man to fish, he eats for life. But I need you guys to understand that sometimes the man in which you want to teach to fish for life needs the fucking fish now, right? He is starving right now. You need to feed him that moment, and then maybe when his stomach is full, he'll listen to you. So I think if you want to teach the man to fish, you need to give him the fucking fish. You know what I mean? Does that make sense, guys? Does that make sense? Like, I think it is our responsibility.
Very
Huh?
random.
No,
Random
wait.
comments.
I think I understand what
Yeah.
she's saying. She's saying that she wants to
I mean,
pick
I
her
thought I
battles,
was- I
but
understood
what I don't understand is if you feel as though you understand the topic well enough to have the conversation and you feel as though there is a responsibility, what are you choosing and picking your battles based on?
Hold on. Whether or not I think that person is receptive, because even though I would say that I'm like a fairly intelligent person, I still may not have all of the aesthetics
Fair
or
enough. That makes sense.
rhetoric or things that would appeal to the correct people, right? I think
Yeah.
we all have different skills. I think Mercedes does a good job at attracting people who are moderate to right wing. I think you have the same skill. I don't have that skill. As you guys can see, that like I speak much better to people who are on my side.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
just
think-
real
I think we
quick.
can-
I
think we can
I
do
just
that.
I just
My
need
life's
that
complete.
there's like 20 people saying this in chat, guys. I never said that I didn't call Jaden the R word. I said I thought I called Irish that, but if people are saying that I said it to Jaden, then I believe you. But now Jaden's like, there's no if you did. No, it's if they are saying I did. I believe them. That is the if, not if.
Proceeding with no
There's,
proof.
I know
Why are
I
you doing
called somebody that, but that has nothing to do with whether or not I said it. I know I said it. It's just a matter of who I said it to. If they say I said it to you, then I believe them. But I never denied it. I never denied saying this. So it's you guys are like TT in chat is just straight up lying.
Don't take the bait so often. These people are just stupid. Like, they're just being dumb. They're obviously trying
Sure,
to
I'm
be bad
just-
faith in the chat. They're clearly purposely misunderstanding
Sure,
everything that's happened.
I'm telling
just to be,
Jaden
like,
because
triggering
Jaden
because
just
they're
got
dumb.
here. I get it. Jaden just got here. They're lying to him to try to get him to take the bait. So I'm letting him know that is not what was said. I did not deny ever saying that.
Yeah, but knowing
Well,
Jaden, he probably would rather just believe what everyone else says anyway, because that's just how Jaden
I
is.
feel like we're having a good conversation. I don't think it needs to be derailed.
Yeah, sorry. My bad. I'm
I'd
typing
really like
way
to
too
talk
much.
about the
So.
prompts. Because like one thing I'm noticing whenever I get into like there's really cool prompts, there's really good like interesting like specific, well, you know what I mean, just like topics. But every time I see these panels, I get on these panels, they always devolve into like how we should be having the conversation instead of just fucking having it.
I think how we have the conversation this is important. Like I think
Why
we
not
should
just
have the
you know how it's like show like demonstrate, or the
Because
best
you
example is to just by doing it.
because you don't ram it in without putting in lube first. It's not like if you need to find out
Hey,
who
some
you're
people like
talking to. But then what do they end up with? HPV. We don't need that, right? So
Not necessarily,
it's
just
not-
hemorrhoids.
But who wants hemorrhoids? Okay, who wants vaginal tears? No one wants that. Okay, so what I'm saying is, again, I think how we have the conversation is just as, it's like a 50-50. I think how we have the conversation is even more important than the conversation itself. I think we should spend more time figuring out how to appeal to certain
I think there was a really good opportunity just before where somebody said something that was a little out of line, and there are people on this panel who would happily have that conversation.
I think there's too many people.
Totally
I would be happy to have that conversation, but I think there's too many people to do that. I think it's a hard conversation to have.
Wait, well, for who?
To talk to Kato about like saying like trans women are men or something.
And I just want to clarify my reaction to that was completely because I never thought I would hear a leftist take that position. It's not that I was just like, oh, let's shame her. It was more like.
I get
that. That's crazy.
I used to think that trans women were women, and then I looked in like history and the history of gender, and I actually like read feminist theory, and I was like, oh, okay, never mind.
It depends on what feminist theory, but again, I just feel like
I agree.
It does depend. I just feel like it's this. I don't think this is the space to have this conversation, and I think there was an overarching theme that we should be focusing on and not derailing the entire conversation.
I'm not saying we have to have that specific conversation about that specific thing. I'm just pointing out that this does happen, and that like we end up just talking about how. You know, it's like it just keeps happening.
Right. Here's my thing. Again, I don't think it is necessary yet to shame Kato. I don't think that it's necessary yet. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's wrong to shame people for these things either. I think that like a lot of things happen because of social stigmas that like that is something that is important as well. But when you first meet somebody, you don't always like jump to the conclusion that there's somebody who's bad faith or unwilling to have a conversation or unwilling to listen, or that like you don't want to be the bad faith person either who's jumping straight into shaming somebody and being unwilling to have a conversation or unwilling to listen. And so it's but I do think that is like a big part of with TikTok is that is what we see pretty much across the board is even the people who are willing to let right-wingers come on, they'll start with like 6 leftists. And then as they bring on one right-winger, they let them say one thing and then immediately just shout at them, mute them over and over, mute. Don't ever let them get a word out. Oh my goodness, It is so hard to watch. I don't know how anybody watches this crap.
Well, on here,
Jesus. Something... Tom, on TikTok, there are very few roaming righties out there. There are not very many. So we get a lot of leftists that come in, and it's very few righties.
Well, and it's the same for right-wingers. Right-wingers do the same thing. Right-wingers definitely do the same thing, for sure. Right-wing panels are the same exact way. If I go on a right-wing panel, they just mute me the whole time.
They don't even let me on right-wing panels. But either way, they come very few and far in between. So I keep a few around that I know and like, and they like me. But other than that, you don't see a lot of.
But I think the way you conduct yourself.
I think the majority of my feed is right-wing panels.
I understand the ratio is going to be off, Mojo.
They'll go away.
But like your panels are all the way you conduct your panels are not like what Tom described at all.
Left wing live tend to be 1-to-1. The bigger ones tend to be 1 versus 1. The smaller ones typically have like a full ass panel, which I don't really like those ones.
But the lack of roaming right-wingers would make it less likely that they would do that. When you actually get somebody who's willing to come on and have a conversation, I would think that it would be like less likely that you would just immediately chase that person off and make it to where they wouldn't ever want to do that again.
I start my day by doing 1v1s with any conservative I can get until there are no conservatives left, and then I open up a panel after that.
Yeah, that's great.
That's how I start every day.
You got a flag? Yikes. Damn, they took you out.
Who did?
Is it me?
Oh, Kato.
Where'd you go? No, Kato left. Because they got a.
They got flagged on their last account too.
Damn, you gotta stop saying that. You gotta stop talking about trans people. I feel like these are the types of conversations that we should be having, and instead of like constantly like infighting with each other, I think that we should discuss marketing and rhetoric, right? I think you can attract the right and then also attract the left, and I think we can get these things to intermingle. And I just think that again, we should advertise these regular ass lifestyles and American-based and traditional-based lifestyles, while also incentivizing that these things are non-abusive, while also incentivizing that these things are not expected of people, while also incentivizing that these things are choices. I just don't think it's that big of a deal. And obviously in every single space, you're going to come into contact with people who are like, no, I know, you know what I mean? But again,
Yeah, of course.
At that point, I feel like it's just going to be like you're going to need to show them a positive outcome before they do anything, right? There's people who are going to take you at your word and follow you into hell, and there are people who are going to be like, I'm going to need to see some like actual social changes before before we have this conversation. But yeah, like I feel like the left is a lot more right wing than it likes to
In what way?
What's the word?
What does that mean?
I believe, how do I explain this? I think just like with just like the behaviors of left-wing people, and what they typically devolve into. Not even that they actively like do things all the time, but that when a left-winger gets mad, immediately they are
like
divulging
tactics?
into things that are positive. Exactly. You know what I mean? Like I'm not even gonna lie. Like for example, Z's fucking commercial with the guy in the fucking bathroom or whatever, right? That's homophobic. That commercial is homophobic, but it was supposed to appeal to like leftist ideals. That's come on. Like you know what I mean? Like I feel like we are all growing up in this same like
I don't know what we're talking about.
Queerphobic.
Yeah, I don't know.
You've never seen that commercial?
I've never seen it either.
Hold on, Z wants up.
Wait.
don't know what this
We
is about.
can have a discussion on alludes to homophobia.
I just what was the commercial? Can somebody explain this? Because nobody here knows what we're talking about.
Was it Z's commercial or was it someone else's commercial?
Can someone describe the commercial or play it before so we know what's happening?
Yeah, unfortunately, you're not going to be able to play it. It's going to take down the live.
Yeah, that's how graphic it is.
Wow. It was a great commercial. It went super viral. It wasn't. I can't take credit for it, but we partnered with another PAC, and they produced the commercial. And we signed off on it.
Can you give me a general description without getting the live taken down? Or
yeah, I can describe it, but
describe it. Go ahead.
Well, I can't deny it is a good commercial. It does what it needed to do. It 100%. When we're talking about good commercial, I'm not talking about morals. I'm talking about like commercials are supposed to draw attention for a period of time. And it did exactly that. So like, if I remember correctly, there's like, is it like two politicians or something? Or like, no. It's like a politician and then like a personified representation of like,
he's meant to be like Elon, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like some kind of like personified representation of like lobbyists, or is that correct, or something like that? Like some kind of body that controls our politicians today. And essentially they go into like this little room and the politician starts to like provide fellatio. And you see it in the commercial, you know, so
not fully, but
you see like the front,
like a head bobbing or something.
Yeah. So and I'm pretty sure that's like all I remember. I don't know if there was more to that, but when I saw it, I think the reason I would say that it alludes to like
two janitors like walk in on them basically.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and like one of the janitors are like, what are you doing? And the other, like the dude he's like, well, this is my real daddy. Like I'm, you know.
Oh my God.
It went really viral. Like MSNBC, CNN like picked it up. I thought it was funny. The guy that made it, Joe, is fucking hilarious.
That's
like
funny.
he comes to me with the most insane ideas.
It is funny as hell.
No, it is funny. It is comedic. I don't deny that. But I think it's funny because it alludes to homophobia. Like I think that like the reason that it's weird or like jarring is because it is represented as two men, right? I feel like it wouldn't be as funny if it was like a man and a woman. I think it'd be funny for different reasons. I think the reason that it is funny is because it is two males engaging in like intercourse. And I think that can allude to some kind of like, homophobic attitudes, and that's why we find it funny.
That's probably, I don't know if it's homophobic attitude.
I just want to say something. It doesn't necessarily like mean that you or I who laughed, I'm a lesbian woman, laughed at it are like homophobic. It doesn't make any fucking sense. But like, it's funny because it's homophobic. It's funny, it's provocative because it's homophobic.
I don't know if it's because it's homophobic as much as it's just shock jockey. It's like it's not
shocking because it's two men.
Well, yes, but she is correct that like it is probably true. Well, it's probably true that man and woman, you probably couldn't get away with it in the same way. I think it is probably because it's more progressive sexual engagement that it's like woke and therefore it's very different. Whereas if it was a man and a woman, it would be considered like overly lewd. But because it's two men, now it's kind of like funny and provocative and yeah.
But like in saying
not
that,
even overly...
like I want to point out that this ad came from a series called The Republican in Your Bedroom, and there was other ads that
that's right.
were with
I saw that.
people that went just as viral. Yeah, there was one during like that this group did during the Ohio when they were doing the abortion ballot or the AB ballot, right? And it went super viral. It was just two straight people about to like
that's
came
right
home from a bar and they're like about to do it. Yeah, and then the Republican is just sitting there, like they turn on the light to grab the condom.
There's an old man just sitting.
He's like, "Wait, what are you doing?"
Seen that one? I didn't know.
Yeah,
okay, that's cool.
Yeah, so that's the same group. So like, yeah, I don't.
And
think
it
it's
is
just,
like
a bunch
it is
of people
very
commented.
like steamy, like it's very it's very close to being like pornographic.
On the line.
But I feel like within that commercial, the intercourse itself wasn't the joke, right? That there's another dude here.
Sure.
That's the joke, you know what I mean? That's But with the other one, the joke was the intercourse. And I think that's why it can allude to like homophobic like ideas, right? Not to say that the people who made it were bad or that it wasn't funny or viral or good. I'm just saying that like I feel like we have to acknowledge where the comedy is coming from. The comedy in that second one is not coming from these two hetero people having a relationship. The comedy is coming from the cuckold that is a Republican.
I get what you're saying.
Is it
right?
is it the Republicans that are gay in that scenario?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you're right then. Okay, yes, it is somewhat homophobia because I remember talking about the fact that everybody would call Steven Crowder. Sorry, because I remember everybody would call Steven Crowder gay or Nick Fuentes gay, but they would do it just because they knew that they were homophobic and therefore they would be very offended by people calling them gay, and so they're using their own homophobia against them. I got you now. Okay.
Right. It's still a good commercial though. It was crazy as fuck, but that's why it's good. So.
This is crazy. This is cool.
I don't think any of us disagree. Like it's it's whatever.
Crazy plot twist. Tashika joins the UFA tour.
Yeah.
Come on, Tashika.
Wow.
Her and 4 black women to take it down.
$7,000.
Tashika's the only one who wouldn't take it down. I think Tashika would also bring a crowd. I don't know, and I think Tashika would slam down in debate.
Wait, and you know what?
Slam the table in debate.
That would be the ultimate FU to Dean too. So if you really hate Dean, if you really fucking hate Dean, you really want to see him go down, he will crash the fuck out. Like,
Tashika becomes the headliner. Oh my god.
I feel like I thought about it the other day where I was like, what if this were the case? Because I actually have had people contact me to do something similar to what Z did. And my whole thing is like, I just don't think I would structure it the same way. Like if we want for people to like actually listen to these ideals and make it so that like Republicans are more likely to lose their next election, I think a better way for, Z and their cohort to, actually, get people to listen and not just have it be like a, this like separated black and white thing. I think it will be better for us to establish connections with these people first. Like, for example, right? I keep saying this, like with the first UFA tour, right? I think Parker and Dean by themselves bring the crowd. And I think that's a guarantee when they step onto that campus. I think that was a good thing. But I think what would have actually made it so that this would have been a success and for it to continue would be to like have a seminar first where people talk about these connections, pair up with like Planned Parenthood, you know, like especially on a college campus, like sex ed care, things like that. You know what I mean? I think to establish these connections and show people that the side that you're on does care about them, I think you should do that and then have the debates. I think then people are more likely to listen to you on both sides.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Turning Point started with the institute that was, I mean, essentially did exactly that. That was like the very beginning of Turning Point, and then they like expanded. But it's a different time now because, I mean, that was back in like 2012, 2013. Like social media didn't red pill kids back then, so it's
right.
It's different. It's just it sucks, honestly, because and we could pair up with organizations that do community work and that go on these college campuses, because there definitely are some that do. Like I used to intern for the African Refugee Center in Staten Island, and they did sex ed on college campuses. That's
I'm
all
from
they
Staten
did.
Island.
Hey, but
you are? Shut up. That's crazy.
I think that is so much more powerful, because I feel like when you just come straight off with debates or like debating Charlie Kirk, no one cares. But I think like on the left, the biggest issue that we have is we don't offer people on the other side anything. At the very least, they feel like they have community. At the very least, with these traditional values, a part of these traditional values is looking out for each other. And I feel like the left does not have that as a good representation in terms of like rhetoric and behavior.
What about the ham and cheese sandwiches?
Jesus.
Well, yeah, a lot of it
What do you
comes
mean?
from like religion, though. Is like the fact that like they
Just
have
gonna say, religion plays
like
a massive part.
they have a very like consistent moral system that makes them all like where they're all literally brothers and sisters in Christ, and they all like have this very like defining community where even they meet up once a week at churches, and they have like it's very, very different, and the left really doesn't ever have
I'm gonna be real with
anything
you.
to come close to that.
The second, I'm gonna be real with you, as an atheist, I believe the second the left started stepping away from churches, I thought we made a big mistake, right? Because it's not about the religion. It's not about the religion.
It's about the
the
community.
community.
Yep.
Right? The civil rights movement began in a fucking Baptist church, right? All of these big movements that we talk about to this day began in churches, and they began in colleges, right? These are the places that we should be targeting with our rhetoric. Even if these people are like, I still don't fuck with gay people, we can talk about them with the policies. We can, because I don't think people understand, the social change is before the voter change, right? A lot of time we keep trying to change people's votes, but not how they're actually living or how they feel about a particular set of circumstances. We need to change how they feel, and then they vote accordingly.
I mean,
That
it's a
is
mix.
why, like, Republicans but that is why Republicans are so fucking confident in their voter base, because they feel like these set of circumstances are they believe a certain thing reflect that, and whenever that changes, their votes change. I think, again, when we establish these connections within the church, when we talk about these progressive policies, we can bring all this back to, like, especially like Christians. I feel like they're like the easiest demographic, which is like most of this country. When we look at the Bible, and the Bible's like super like damn near socialist, like fully pro-immigration.
Basically,
We can talk about these things. Like we can walk into the fucking church and discuss these policies and how it is going to benefit them. Yes, again, this is what I mean by establishing connections with these different groups, and I think everything else would be a lot easier to manage and for people to follow on with the appropriate votes. I don't think, like, I think it's gonna take a long time, and I think Democrats are really fucking bad at that, because all they offer is like, oh, well, like, where are you gonna be in the future when your children ask you where you are? What do you think a conservative is gonna say? They're gonna say they did what they thought was right. Yep. They're not gonna be ashamed and hold their head down in front of their children. They're gonna say, hey kid, I did what I thought was right. I did what I thought was right. And you are also going to say, as a leftist, as a liberal, as a progressive, I did what I thought was right. Okay? But if that is all, I keep saying this to people on my side. Do you think a poor farmer, like, would give a fuck about, like, black people being poor. Do you think a poor farmer, when you discuss the context of like black oppression, oh, like black people don't get a lot of jobs. They don't get a lot of jobs. Black people stereotype.
Well, I also
black people.
Hold on. Let her finish.
Okay.
What I'm saying that these, even though these things are disproportionate, the people who experience it don't see it that way, and that's what I'm saying. We need to establish these connections because, again, if they don't see an actual fundamental difference between themselves and the people that we are telling them to give a shit about, they're not gonna give a shit. Like, to them, you look like you're speaking gibberish. You're not making sense. So I think, again, when we establish these connections, we are able to get these people to understand. When we provide them something, not just kind words, food, water, food, like all these things. These people don't have these basic ass things, and it's like only Republicans, not only Republicans, but like, but because Democrats have like such shit media presence, they're only hearing Republicans talk about these things. And maybe not even like, oh, we're going to give you these things, but that this other party is taking this away from you. But again,
why aren't you the leader? Why aren't you the leader of, like, you need to be the representative of the left? I don't know, like, they just like trashed the name of the left. I don't know. You should just be representing the whole entire leftist community or something, because this is what I've been saying. But leftists will argue these points against me. They'll be like, this isn't true. What you're saying, you and I come from the exact same place, and they'll be like, no, Mercedes, you're wrong. And then you're out here just like, no, like, we should be doing this. And I'm over here losing my shit because you're the first person, I mean, one of your left. I think you're like a true leftist, or
well, that's not good.
Really spelling this out.
You've heard say that. Saying is not like profound. It's like bare minimum.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who say this, but the problem is that when we're talking about like these sorts of communities, a lot of it comes from identity. And there's a big problem for liberals, especially because liberals are seen, especially now, as the norm. They are the mainstream media. They are the establishment. And there's a lot of identity that comes from feeling as though you're a minority, which is why Christians and white people and like Republicans do a lot of like oppression Olympic stuff now, because there's a lot of identity that comes with that, and a lot of like sticking up for each other and holding on to each other. And that there isn't like an identity for liberals and the left really that we're able to like grab onto and say like, this is a thing for all of us. Like, even a lot of people would say that even like white, this isn't to say the liberals, but just as an example, a lot of people would say white people don't have a culture because they are the norm. They are the status quo. They are just like the thing, and identities are, and like cultures and anything is anything other than just like white American norms. And so that is kind of a problem that I see with liberalism right now, is that it is kind of just the status quo and it is the norm, and there isn't a thing for us to like attach to and build community off of or identity off of.
To the person who said Tashika should be invited to the tour,
Democrats are doing this,
yeah,
though. Tim Walz,
the door is open
Walz,
whenever.
Tim Walz.
Jesus. Depends on how much I'm getting paid. But
You're saying
like,
Tashika's invited to the cookout?
Oh, what?
Can I hear what Mojo said?
Based.
Yeah, Mojo, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying Democrats do this kind of stuff. Tim Walz, all right. Tim Walz did go do a farmer tour. He talked to a bunch of farmers and asked what they needed, and guaranteed that he would put it in the platform. They did go to churches as well. I mean, these are things.
Did they? Wait. Did he give them it though?
As much as you would like them to, but they have been doing it.
But wait, Mojo, did he give them that?
Yeah, they added it to their platform. Yeah. Yes, he added it. He added it to their platform.
What do you mean he added it to their platform? Did he give them the damn
He started talking
fish?
to farm. You guys, I'm talking about Tim Walz as when he was running for vice president.
I understand, but like, I think there's a
doing the farmer
difference.
tour.
I understand what you're saying.
If we say Tim Walz, do we have anyone other than Tim Walz that we can bring to the forefront as an example?
Well, even farmer is a small subgroup of people too, as well.
But also, if our only
example is Tashika was talking about, she was talking about
if our only example is Tim Walz, that is not even going to make it. We need more people than just Tim Walz doing that.
Well, wait. So you're telling me like
That's
if farmers
fine.
came
I
up
don't
and was like,
disagree, but
What
wait.
Tashika
So if
clarify?
you're saying that, like,
Mojo,
okay,
there's
like,
a bit of a lag. There's a bit of a lag, Mojo. I think you're like,
Yeah.
there's a huge
Sorry.
lag happening. So every time you hear us, like, we're not interrupting. You're just coming in like maybe 3 seconds after.
Yep.
oh,
wow, that's crazy.
I was just
All
gonna
right,
say
I'll swipe out and come back.
okay. Well, what I was just asking Mojo was like, okay, so if Tim Walz went to these farmers and was like, they're like, okay, we don't have enough grain to be able to support the animals that we're feeding here. Did Tim Walz like send them a bunch of grain? Is he like a good king in that aspect? Like, is that what he was doing? Because just talking about these things or campaigning off of it, again, I don't feel like is enough, because that's how you end up with people who don't feel like they're actually being represented and only being used as a talking point. Right?
Yes.
So this is what I'm saying. When you establish a connection and them actually having physical evidence that you are willing and able to give out the resources they need, then they are more likely to listen to you. Then
I
because
agree.
you've established that trust.
And you can't just do it during a campaign. Like, you can't just
Exactly.
pop up and be like, okay, during this campaign, I swear I love farmers, when there's no previous history or like a rapport built with those people. It looks very performative when you do it that way.
Exactly.
The problem that I see though is whenever I see like Democrats make progress in these areas, I'm also seeing people shut them down and say that that's stupid and that's like dumb, and from the same side. So as much as I agree with you, we all need to, like, the Dems, or you need to really unite and hold on and all agree and like stick to it. And that is a problem on the left, that it just doesn't seem to work out that way a lot of the time. There's factions that are very loud that kind of try and disrupt the identity. Like, even think about Kamala when she first started running. She came out like with a massive bang. It was awesome. I thought that she rallying around like this, we are actually standing for American values and the Constitution. It was such a good thing to run on. It was such a uniting thing where American flags could be flown because you're in opposition to someone who's essentially anti-constitutional. It was perfect. It was all she needed to do, and she just needed to rally around that. But then she was shouted down for being like this right-winger, and by the same side, and the same 100%. Side said, you're too far right. You're joining on along with people, Liz Cheney's and stuff. Oh my God, you may as well just be right-wing. It was like, no, that was the perfect thing, and it fucked it up because then she pivoted, and like it was this awkward, like no one knew where she stood, when it was the perfect thing to run on. It was the perfect thing everyone should have rallied around, the values of America and the Constitution. But for some reason, it wasn't good enough.
It was simply because it was only appealing to like people like us who are like already like essentially progressives or liberals in that sense, right? When her actual audience was supposed to be like conservatives and moderates, and they don't want to hear that shit. They don't care about that, right? That's why she's at the DNC talking about the most lethal fighting force. I watched that shit live. I could not believe what came out of her mouth.
But I think her policy was very progressive, but her aesthetics were right wing, and I think that's
why. No, I'm just saying, like, as someone who worked on her campaign, I have never seen someone come out the woodwork. Mind you, nobody knew who she was still, right? People never care about vice really presidents.
Well, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But, and yet still, she came out as essentially, like, the black woman version of Bernie Sanders. You know what I mean? Like, she was polling on that level. And I have never seen a candidate before, the more they began to speak, the lower they poll. Like, the more people, like, you were asking, oh, where the hell is Kamala Harris? Every time she shows her fucking face, she polls lower. That's not normal, okay? But she was
a terrible communicator.
Well, there's two reasons because of that. Because her campaign team was Biden's campaign team, and Biden didn't run on the same things that she ran on, right? Like he is like a white moderate. He appeals to white moderates, right, who still are like Democrats, but Kamala Harris is not that. She, like, when she first hit the ground running because she ran on these like exuberantly progressive policies, and that's why people fucked with her so heavy.
Yeah.
And we've seen how that can work. We see like Zohran Mamdani like rivaling like career people in his state. He just got here. That's crazy. You know what I mean? So clearly we see that these progressive values work and people love them. But for some reason, again, and I keep saying this, Democrats hate their constituents. I'm sorry. Democrats hate their voters, and they don't want us. They don't want the average Democratic voter with their blue hair and polyamorous relationship. They don't want that. they want the steadfast, consistent voting, moderate to Republican voter. And that is why she did what she did. That is why, right? When she first hit the ground running, her behavior, her laugh, you guys notice how she stopped fucking laughing? It's because they told her to. That's insane, right? This is why she began to keep polling lower and lower, because she kept abandoning her own voter base.
Well, she didn't even know what she was allowed to say. She was never, every time she did an interview, she wasn't actually standing up for anything. Yeah, she wouldn't answer a question because she didn't know what she was afraid of being too far left or too far right. And so every time she would just not give an answer and give the most bland nothingness every single time, to where nobody knew what she was anymore. Yes.
It was incomplete. It was incomplete.
But I think a lot of it, I think Mantis is totally correct as well. I agree with everything you're saying, but I also think Mantis is correct as well, that when she came out, her message was, I was a prosecutor, I'm somebody who's actually sent people to jail, and I'm fighting against a felon. Right. And it was just the best fucking framing you could possibly imagine.
That's what I'm saying as well. That's when she hit the ground right. But this is the representation of progressive values.
When she claimed
they don't need to be anti-enforcement.
But when she claimed her W's and the Biden W's on like immigration, on inflation, on the economy, like when she started claiming all these W's, the progressives again were like, what, are you a Republican? Like, you think we care about inflation or the border? And it's like, well, liberals do, moderates do. That's who we need to pull from. Like, we do need some of that as well. But her policies were very progressive, and she still got so much shit to where I understand why she was terrified and didn't know what she could or couldn't say.
Yeah, like in reality, like I think Tom's gone over it a number of times, but in reality, and it's sad, but there are the people in the middle, the moderates, are bigger than the progressives. They are the ones you do want to grab in an election. They are more important in terms of like actually fucking winning the damn thing. But like that doesn't mean you can't run also on progressive policies. It's just in order to like run a campaign and appeal,
she had them even when she did.
Try and grab the numbers, and the numbers unfortunately are in the middle there. So if progressives would understand that this is a tactic to get some people in there, like Kamala, who are more progressive, like I think AOC came in like super progressive, and maybe aesthetically is not pleasing to a large majority of people, but over time her aesthetic and the way she presents is moderating. But if you ask me, I don't think if AOC like became president, I think she still stands on progressive shit. I think she would still like actually run for that. I just think she's like tampered down the lefty aesthetic a bit, which is what you just have to do. So it's a bit of a like tug of war and a give and take. As long as we're willing to give and take, like you have to like allow Kamala to like reach over there and grab the moderates, and don't shun that. Like this is the shit that just needs to get done. The stuff that Republicans
who can think farther. Well, people who can see beyond the lines, like, can think of that, right? Just like how you did, right? And that's how I was thinking. Like, she's trying to be strategic right now by bringing in these people, that, right? Just like how the election, you did, right? I feel like straight lined it. You know what I mean? I feel like it's not. But I feel like again, I think her rhetoric. I feel like it got her in the foot. I feel like she took an arrow to the knee. I feel like it's not.
And your hotel and your
I think her rhetoric
and like gave you an if we covered the cost and your hotel and your food, would you go to our next stop?
What?
Our next tour stop.
Are you asking me to join you?
Yes.
And headline with Destiny.
Tashika, if you headlined with Destiny, you would break the internet.
Yeah, the whole internet would be Tashika coded.
And you could do it too. You're totally capable.
Tashika might care too much about what her community would think about this. You know, she might care too much about that and get in trouble for it.
Chat. Would you Would you like to see a Tashika UFA crossover? Say yes.
Put a poll.
Oh. Well, okay.
Yes. Oh, that's what the people want.
I think there's a lot to think about because I do care about my community, but also, if I were to do something like this, I feel like there would need to be some big changes. I think present people like me more. Like, as long as there's a time where we can, like, as long as there's a time where we can actually bring people in and talk to people like individually or even as like a crowd, I feel like I would be more accepting to it. I feel like there just needs to be a difference in like optics.
Think about it.
Yeah, well, I'll I don't know. Like, I don't know the best way to contact you. Yeah, I don't know the best way to contact you, but I want to figure whatever that is so that I could I could talk to you about it.
Like, I have to be like, okay, so I'm not a bitch. Okay, I'm a bitch, but I'm not an unreasonable bitch. I think that like we see people like Z, and like given her record, she clearly has like connections to politicians and to policy and things like that. That's why, like, when people would join my live and be like, "You think her career should be ruined?" I was like, "No." But I think if we can make this shift, right? If we can make this shift and actually do things that help people and make people feel comfortable and make people listen to us more, I think I would. I think I would obviously need to like think it over, but I would.
Would you
have you seen? Wait, have you seen all of the TikToks that came out about this from conservatives?
Tom, hold up. Like, wait, Tashika, would you totally like pass out food with me to the conservatives?
Yeah, like I think if they needed it, if they needed the food and we're establishing these connections, I go out and randomly feed the homeless sometimes. Like I think
me too.
That's good. I think that's what we should do.
Yeah.
So there's been a bunch of TikToks from conservatives coming out with videos talking about the Unfuck America tour. I've been reposting so many of them where they're saying, like, I walked in there thinking it was going to be an ambush. I thought that I was going to go in and they were all going to attack me, and they were all so friendly. They were so kind. They ended up offering me food and like sat me down and were offering me things, and everybody was great. And it was so the exact opposite of what I expected. Like they were saying, I'm excited to go to another one. Like it was the response from conservatives has been crazy.
Right. I think a lot of conservatives aren't conservative because they actually hold like conservative values. I think the reality is that they hold traditional values and they actually hold a lot of like more liberal values, but they feel pushed out. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I think some of that is valid. I think chill out. I think some of that is
I can't. You have like
valid.
You're gonna have me smiling for the next 2 weeks.
Oh dear. I think I don't think this is crazy to say though. Like, is it really this surprising?
It's not crazy to say at all. It's just crazy to say on TikTok because normally you get like murdered for this. I mean, schmurdered or whatever for this stuff.
I just wouldn't see why. I think again, if we can, like, I don't think conservatives are like evil. I think a lot of people are just conservatives because people make them feel like shit, and I don't think there are some that deserve.
I'm just like, you're like healing all of my left-wing trauma right now.
I think a significant part of like Destiny's audience were people who would have been conservatives if it wasn't for Destiny.
Oh yeah,
like,
that's right. Yeah,
like I think
I'm only liberal because of Destiny.
Yeah, but I think that makes sense, right? Because again, if your intentions are changing people's votes, then that makes the most sense.
Wow.
And I think people just like most people are just raised a certain way, and they just are in a community, and that's how they're raised, and that's why they have those ideas and values, and that's the media they consume, and that's just why people are the way they are. It's not like they're going out of their way to try and hurt people. It's not like they want to. Yeah, it's once you realize that, and everyone is coming just from wherever they come from, then you just remove the malice away from people, and people aren't these evil things running around trying purposely to make your life difficult and hurt you. You just this is just how people are raised.
But they also believe you're evil. They've already been trained to believe that you're evil. This is something.
That's the thing, unfortunately. Yeah.
Sorry, I was going to say, this is something I talk a lot about on my channel. It's like going through the process of being like growing up in, with a pastor as a father, thought I was going to be a pastor. My brothers are pastors, going through the process of like learning how much I was wrong on and actually educating myself on those things. It wasn't like, oh, I see that I'm wrong now. Okay, well, my mind has changed. It's actually... and I don't know if you guys haven't been through this, like you may not understand it, but it is a hardcore cognitive dissonance where your entire identity is now in question. Everything that you have ever believed is now in question. It is painful. It is painful. And what the most terrifying thing isn't even the first most terrifying part is admitting to yourself that this is true, because you're now believing, oh, the people who have always been evil devil worshippers, I'm now one of them. And then the second part is, okay, so now I have to go tell my friends and family that I'm an evil devil worshiper and I'm one of the people that we all hate and want to disappear. Like,
Yeah,
this
it's
is yes, breaking this to your community and all the other people that you know hate those people, knowing that you will now be one of the people that they fucking hate. It is a terrifying prospect, and that actually having a community for them to fall back on is the most important part of that.
You're beaming Lex Luthor beams into my head right now. Get out of my head. So I was literally about to say that exact same sentence, that I think a lot of it is optics as well. And that's why I was talking so much about like how we like frame things on the left, and how we frame certain lifestyles and things like that on the left. Because again, what people on the right have is a very deep sense of community. Okay, a lot of people on the right, because these people just didn't make them feel like shit 24/7, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't. How do I say this? I don't think people always intentionally want to be terrible. I don't think that's always the case, but I do think that sometimes on the left, that there is pressure that people can find exhausting. And not even that it's not necessary, but if you were tiring the person, then you're pushing them to the other side. I think there should be a lot more grace. But again, it goes back to the previous conversation that we were having, that if we do allow people grace to grow here, then how long are they still going to be like a transphobe? Or how long are they still going to be a homophobe? And how long are we going to allow these... like, I don't want to call it a cancer, but that's like similar, but like, how long are we going to allow for these cancerous cells to go through our communities without metastasizing? You know what I mean?
Well, that's the thing, though, is that that's the problem that I keep talking to people about. It's you don't. I think that everybody should be doing their own thing. So like, this isn't something that I will ever expect from Dean, right? Dean should never attempt to be pulling people over. His thing is getting people in his echo chamber, firing them up, being as condescending as fuck, making them feel good about being the righteous, good, woke people. Like, that is what he does, and he does it well, and that's what he should continue doing. But there are people, as long as there are some people who are out there doing the proselytizing, reaching out to the other side, making it so that if there are people who are questioning things or who are open to listening, there's somebody that they can find. There's somebody that they can find who will not just shame them, who won't just talk down to them, who will actually have a conversation with them. Those people need to be out there. And the problem that I have is, a lot of times, as soon as somebody sees someone who is willing to be a bit more rhetorically effective in talking to those people, they're a bit more open in allowing them into their communities, they're a bit more lax in like what they say in their discords and shit like that, other people will immediately say, oh, they're an undercover fascist. That person's just trying to flood a bunch of conservatives into our communities to make us all. And it's like, no, you don't have to be a part of it. If you don't want to be a part of that, and it's like, because like, I could totally understand a trans person being in a fucking Discord where everybody's misgendering them and not wanting to be there. Holy shit. Yes, of course, that makes sense. But that just don't go there then. Like, that doesn't mean that you have to turn around and say like, fuck those people, cancel that content creator, get rid of them. Like, it doesn't have to be all or nothing. Like, you can allow different people to do different jobs within this space.
I agree. I think that's fine. And I don't know, I just think we have to strengthen our rhetorical value. Like, I've seen a lot of like leftist debates, and it's not up to par. It's not. Like, it's not. I really feel like there's more. I feel like when we're talking about something, like, do you know how many of these people? Like, I feel like, I don't know. I just feel like there are better ways for us to come after it. I feel like I don't know if we need to do like a fucking crash course about philosophy, fallacies, all that jazz. You know what I mean? I look at like freshman year of high school, but like, I'm thinking like there needs to be a bit of a goosebumps. I'm sorry. My show just dropped. Sorry.
You're great.
I got a notification, but yeah, like I was thinking, like, but yeah, I totally agree. I think I just feel like we could do so much better. I don't feel like it needs to be this hard. The second we give people something to listen to, I just don't find, okay, I just don't find a reality in which, like, even if a person is conservative, you're talking about like leftist policies or these progressive or democratic policies, and you have just given them like a full tub of baby food, why they wouldn't listen to you. Like, I don't, that's the whole thing that's been going through my mind. I don't know why we are so, actually no, I do know why. I just describe why we are afraid, but like, I feel like I think that should always be the first intention that we have if we want to posture ourselves as people who, you know, can reach across, right? And I don't always think it's bad to reach across the aisle. Just don't fucking isolate the people that you're coming from in the first place. I think when I first saw you guys, I just didn't like how you guys were isolating the people who were already on the left, right? Because then I just don't think that does anything. Because if you want to bring conservatives over here and then you're isolating yourself from the group that they're just going like a fucking progressive conservative.
I think it definitely does, though. I think that lots of times if you're able to give them, like, you're able to reaffirm a lot of the concerns that they have, a lot of the problems that they have, a lot of the things that they see, they're able to see you as like, oh, this is somebody who's rational. This is somebody who understands me. This is somebody who I could actually talk to, because they're not one of those crazies who are going to deny reality, but they're actually going to acknowledge these things. And my thing is, like, I have a ton of leftists in my community. I have a ton of leftists in my community, and they're, even if some of them might engage with those things, but a lot of them are just leftists who agree with those problems and are also like willing to call those things out, while we disagree like on, you know, some social issues, definitely disagree on like economic issues. They're still like around a lot because they have a lot of the same issues with leftists that I do. But I tried to clarify as much as possible. I don't think this is all leftist. I'm not calling out like leftist as an entirety or as an ideology. It's more so just some of the hypocrisies that I see. I call those things out, and I do think that that appeals to people a lot.
What I'll do, see, this is why I think like co-collaborating is like so powerful, because what I would do is I would get these people and then I'd be like, hey, Tashika has some really great points, and then I would pass them off to Tashika, and then Tashika would fix them, and I'd get them to vote blue, and then Tashika would get them to care about minorities.
Wait, why is that? I don't know if I would get them to care about minorities as a whole, but I think I could probably. I would say that I'm pretty confident in my ability to just get them to care in general. Like,
me too. I'm confident in your ability.
The thing is, a crack in the door.
I'll tell you, you're just.
I think intuitively people do care. I think they just don't feel like they're allowed to.
Yeah.
Like,
usually. Yeah.
And if a person's like a sociopath, I'm like, then that's just like illogical. I don't know how to have a conversation with you. Pass them off to like Destiny.
Like, okay, this person definitely needs to go to Mercedes, this person needs to go to Tashika, okay, this one's like really rogue, send them to Destiny. But like having communication of like what we're doing together and our goal, I think that's like so important, because I think we just, for example, if you told me like a month ago, I'd be like, I love Tashika, I would have been like, what are you talking about, Mercedes? And now I'm just like, Tashika. So this communication is
well, this is what I mean when we say like established connections, because I don't think there's any reality in which people are just going to like face off, just hate each other completely. Like I just don't think, like, as humans, I just don't think that's like we have literal, like, it's so not normal for humans to care about each other that it's literally a diagnosis to not care about other humans. You know what I mean? So I think as long as that person does not have said diagnoses and they don't have this thing going on in their brain, then I think it would be intuitively true that like there is humanity under there. And I also don't think that, I think a big thing is just like regarding humanity is not something that is only, excuse me, I just had like 3 margaritas. I'm sorry. Okay. I don't think we need to regard humanity as something that is for saints. I think we need to regard humanity as something that is within all of us, right? Like, there are like we all jump back when we touch a flame. You know what I mean? We all don't want to see people get unalived in front of us. We have these like to, you know, the same things and the positive reactions to the same things, right? And so again, I think when we approach a conversation with the fact that we are more alike than we are different, then I think that's fine. I've been trying to have a conversation. I posted on my last account, but I got banned. Like, I posted on my last account where I essentially said that, and this sounds like very bad, like optically when I first say it, but it does make sense. I said that we need to humanize these like alt-right conservatives and like hell, even the neo-Nazis. And I think people, when they hear humanize, they mean that we need to accept them. That's not what humanize means. What humanize means is to acknowledge that the things that made them the way that they are the things that we may also fall privy to, and that they are humans and rational beings just the same as we are humans and rational beings. And we became this way because we were privy to things, and they became that way because they were privy to things. They're not another species. Like, that our brains are not different, right? Again, if you're talking to a person with a diagnosis, that runs off of straight illogical behavior. There's not much at that point given to a doctor. But if you're talking to a normal person, right? Obviously keep your protection in mind. But like, if you're talking to a normal person, I think the second you understand that you're talking to another human being, I think that's when you can get through to people. That is, I just said that.
She's so based. She's so based.
It's muted. Okay, sorry. I was going to say, I've had a bunch of people jump on my TikToks, like arguing with me saying, I heard you say that you have conversations with neo-Yazis and humanize them. You should never humanize them. They aren't human. They're just despicable animals. We should murder them and all this stuff. And I'm thinking, you realize you are just like lucky that you ended up in your circumstance and not their circumstance, and that like you could have been them just as likely. And I'll, yes, sure. But and lots of times they totally deny that, and then I'll say something like, you know, I was almost them. Like, I got pulled out right on like my way down what we call the pipeline. I was pulled out, like, you know, just stopped short of like being radicalized. And then they say, oh, okay, so that's who you are. Oh, so you're that guy. You're actually a Yahtzee. Like, it's always so you're not human.
You need to be nice.
Of course.
It's not even saying
correct.
That you need to be nice to Schnazis.
Exactly.
I think that's what people hear when we say this. But no, it is just a basic acknowledgement that this is a human.
Yep.
That's all it is. That's genuinely all it is. And I think at that point you'll be able to counter their arguments so much easier, because again, you're going to be talking to other human beings. But again, I feel like neo-Nazis are like super far, right? And I feel like most of them for sure you're not going to be able to save.
Well, and it doesn't even just mean, we're not even just talking about just being nice to them. You can still, we're not even saying be mean to them. You can stigmatize the hell out of them. There's a reason we call them neo-Yazis, is because we want that stigma on these people. There should be a stigma on their beliefs, and people should see this as like a red flag, a warning sign. This person has a dangerous ideology that can be harmful.
Think it could be strange-fruited. I'm sorry. I just want to make this clear before people start getting weird in the chat. There is literally a chat in my Discord called Schnazi Hunting, in which we literally dox Nazis, okay? It's not... I believe that those people should be strange-fruited. Mm-hmm. But if it is the case that someone with some of these ideals are coming to you, right? If you find that you want to have a conversation with them, you are going to need to humanize them. And you are not going to be able to stop more people from becoming like them if you don't humanize people. Like, it is... I don't think people really understand how easy it is to become a Schnazi. Oh my god, it's so easy. Like,
I mean, if you look at what's happening in America right now, you're watching the people on... I am going to be general, and I am going to say right and left and stuff, okay? But the people on the right who have been so against the tyrannical government and wanting the Second Amendment so that this tyrannical government won't take over and blah, 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 now they're kind of basically agreeing with a tyrannical government, like the power going in the executive. They're essentially disagreeing with the Constitution. Like, this is how it happens. It's insidious. It is not like these people know what they're doing. It's not like
a lot of times they're victims.
Yeah, exactly. And they're victims of
And they're
propaganda
younger.
victims of their parents or whatever's happening. This is how it happens. Is it's slow, insidious, and you don't really realize. And then all of a sudden you're the fascist or you're the Schnazi, and it's like, okay, well, that's how
we
it
keep
happens.
saying
It's not like they mean
sometimes,
it.
but I don't believe, like, I believe that the people who are actually malicious are like 1% or less. I believe that they are like so rare that it's totally pointless in even trying to call them out or find them. Same with no, I mean the ones who actually like who don't believe what they're saying is true, but they just believe there's like an ends to it that's beneficial. I believe that's such a small percentage of people. I think the majority of people actually need to believe that they're doing something righteous. They need to believe that they're doing something right. And so when we talk about grifters a lot, we talk about people who are just malicious and want to hurt people. Like, we're talking about a minority of a minority of a minority to where it's just not even worth talking about. It is, all of these people are people who believe in what they're saying. They believe it's true. They believe they are the right ones. They believe they are the righteous ones, and that they, like, you have to understand that they are not these people who are like, I just want to hurt everybody like this cartoon character, but instead it is like somebody who actually is convinced into these ideas.
But it is literally because we have this caricature of what a Schnazi is, or neo-Schnazi, not an actual Schnazi, a neo-Schnazi in America. I think it's because we have this caricature that is the problem as to why our rhetoric is so shit. Like, because we're not talking to them like they're rational human beings, and they like are. they are. And when I say rational, chat, I mean like of a sentient mind.
Yes.
They're not animals. I'm not saying they're smart.
Yeah, that's a good.
I'm saying that they are sentient people. Okay. But that's what I mean. We don't like. It's like a debate. Okay. Like, again, you're not going to be able to have a good debate if you don't know your opponent's stance or why they have that stance. The best and quickest way to like completely take down your opponent is to know what they are saying, why they are saying. Like one of the first things I learned in middle school. Okay, I took this like AP class, right? And the first thing my teacher ever taught us was like, you need to form the opponent's argument before you even form your own. Like, and so like, again, if you don't understand what ideologies people who fall into that pipeline have, you are not going to be able to combat it. They don't care about shame, and the more you shame them, the farther they get pushed into that. And if we give a shit about people becoming neo-Nazis, we need to know why they hold these beliefs. And knowing why your opponent holds these beliefs does not mean that you are more likely to agree with it. It is okay to understand someone's stance, even if you disagree.
Which is why I keep saying don't.
Allows for you to combat it.
Yes, this is why I keep saying I'm not saying that people should do these things. I'm not saying that people should try to convince people out of these positions, especially when it comes to the more radical right-wing positions. Somebody like Dean, I think, like his conversation with Nick Fuentes was obviously just horrible, like top to bottom, just horrific. And this is not something that I would recommend for normal everyday people to do, or even normal everyday debaters or streamers to do. These are things that, like, yes, if you have studied this very well, especially if you were one of those people at one time, like, it makes sense that you would go debate those people or talk to them. But it is, when I say a lot of this stuff like about reaching across the island shit, please trust me, I am not saying that a lot of people should be going and reaching out to fucking far right people or anything like that, because that
One
is
second. I got a message in the UFA Discord stating that Allison is live right now calling out Tashika.
Oh,
I just got a message.
She's butt mad about the last time that you guys talked.
Why, Tashika?
She's mad about the last time you guys had a conversation.
I just got a message stating that, so I don't. Can anyone
What?
confirm that in the chat? Well, okay, the person who sent this actually could confirm this. I trust them.
Yeah, I don't know
They're
if
one of
you
our
saw
fans.
Tashika, but after you got off with her the last time, she ended the live and then immediately went live again and was like crying for a while and she was really upset about the conversation.
Oh, I saw that. I left that live. But I'm not. We don't have. If we have beef, it's one sided. I had a conversation with them in Discord.
She's saying
Oh, nice.
she's coddling the UFA members.
Huh?
But you're
No,
obviously
no.
gonna
Tashica's a base queen. I would protect. I would lay my life down for Tashika.
I'm crashing. I'm gonna crash out. I'm
It's
crashing
okay.
out.
You can crash here. You
I'm
can
gonna crash out.
here.
I don't even fucking like you people. I'm
It's
just.
okay,
We
I
can't
love
agree
you.
on 2%. We on 2% of all of our stances. Is that?
Wait, Tashika. Wait. Hold on. Wait. Tashika.
I am your
Wait.
number one fan. I am your biggest fan.
Tashika, do you
Is
think
this not like a good substantive conversation that
It
we're
is
having
so
right
good.
now?
Hold on.
It is so good.
Tashika, wait, hold on, guys. Seriously. Tashika, do you think it's okay
Just
to
let me
drink
glaze
water?
our queen.
What?
Do you think it's okay to drink water?
Yes.
We also think it's okay to drink water.
I'm never drinking water again.
You're on our
How
side.
could you?
You're on our side. You're pretty much a liberal now.
I-
You're on our side. We also think it's good to drink water.
I mentioned her in the yes because Mercedes is here and Mercedes was also there and Tom is here and Tom was also there and we were just talking about it. I didn't say anything bad. Why am I freaking out? I didn't say anything bad about Allison. I think these things are really triggering for me because I find every conversation to be so cheap. It is so.
I agree.
cheap.
Yeah,
It's
you
so
had that. You're
frustrating.
like when I tell
Guys,
you, like,
stop
I am just
agreeing
sitting
with
here
her.
just, like,
You're giving
hold
her a
on.
bad name.
I'm just sitting here just like because you're the first, like, I can talk to you and you're totally just you're so fucking intelligent, and I know, cancel me, Allison.
Why
for
are
that.
you
I'm sorry,
surprised
but
by that though?
it's not that I'm surprised by that. It's okay. So a lot of the people on the left, like, because I've just been so like. They throw their brains out of the window and they don't want to build any kind of electoral power.
It's
They
just
don't want to do
berating.
anything productive. Yeah, and you come up here and you just are like, no, I know exactly what to do, and this is what we should have been doing this whole time. And I'm just like, why have we not talked sooner? I'm so sorry.
I mean.
Donna, the glazing is crazy. I will glaze Tashika till I die. I don't care.
I'm just
so much respect.
I'm just a tad bit confused. I did. I'm not gonna tell you guys about anything else that we talked about, but I did text Allison, that like, cause I did see that one, the live for a second where she was crying, and I remember being quite annoyed, that because I essentially just told them, I was like, hey, I don't have the privilege to go on live and fucking cry and have everyone baby me, essentially, when something that like that happens to me. I don't have that privilege to have the positive response to my tears. I don't think there's ever been a time on this app where I've cried in which there's been like a super positive response to my tears, unless it was like because someone sent me a huge gift or something, you know what I mean? And so I said, I found that to be kind of, I just personally, with my own identity in check, like I thought that was, I thought that was an issue. I thought I did feel like, oh my God, like this just feels very charged in a way that I didn't appreciate. Because it doesn't make any sense for you to agree with me, and then behave the way that you did, and then you're crying. I don't get to cry, like you had all these issues that I'm constantly having to call out and try to correct in the conversation. I should be the one crying, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But I wasn't crying because I don't feel like I ever can cry. But other than that, like I don't know what she would not agree with. I didn't say anything that I thought was insane. Like,
Well,
nor
Tashika,
have
you have
I
to
been
understand, even
coddling.
when we're saying people
Someone
should be
invite
consistent.
Allison. Someone invite Allison in the chat. Someone invite Allison to panel up.
Well, even when we're
nor
saying
have
that
I been,
people
like,
should be
I haven't even
consistent,
been
they get
coddling.
mad at that idea. Even the principle of consistency, they like a lot of times they'll shit on even just the principle. Not that they won't say we're not being inconsistent. They'll say fuck consistency, like that's just a social construct, or that's like white supremacy, or that's like it's always something like even the idea of consistency is bullshit
They'll
a lot of
always
times in these
excuse-
conversations.
I'm just so confused. Like, I'm over here making fun of Lex Luthor down here. I made fun of Mantis's drug addiction. I made fun of fucking.
Yeah, she went off, guys.
I told
Give her a
fucking
break.
Mercedes that she should be strange fruit. Like, I don't see.
whatever you like. It's fine.
I don't see. Jesus. I don't see where in this conversation I have been coddling any of you. I just don't think any of you are completely unreasonable. Like, I don't. Am I? What was I? Huh?
Tashika has said she hates me an infinite amount of times. It's not my fault that my glazing is coming off as her coddling. You cannot blame Tashika
Non-consensual chat.
for Mercedes's non-consensual glazing of Tashika.
Like, I have said nothing but terrible things. Like, when we're talking about like personal beliefs, I've said horrible things to you guys this entire time. We agree.
All
on
it
my
takes, though,
basic
sadly,
principles.
yeah, like sadly, it's sad that you even. I have to be honest. It's sad that you even feel the need to do that in order to agree. Like, I do feel like there is this like
I'm not doing it
air
in order
of,
to agree. No.
I have to be kind of mean. I know you probably want to as well, but I'm just saying there is this thing around where people kind of feel like they have to. Oh, if I'm going to agree with them on this, then I have to separate myself somehow in this way, and so this is how I'm going to do it. It's like just be honest, dude. Just say the shit you feel. You either align or you don't align. That's it. Just be honest. Like, and everyone should just be doing that at all times, being as honest as they can about the shit that they believe, and then find the people you agree with, and then like big it up, and yeah, that's it. It's not complicated.
Said, this is someone from my Discord. Unreasonable, no, but have any of them taken accountability for their actions while you're humanizing? I don't know, and that wasn't the intention of my conversation today. I can't force any of these people to take accountability, but that doesn't mean that I can't still that doesn't mean I can't still help them improve. Like, I think like if we want for them to be more likely to take accountability, if I can come in and then give my extra 2 cents so they have a broader picture, I think over time they'd be more likely to be receptive to whatever we're saying.
I am 10 times more likely to take accountability or listen to the things that you guys are telling me simply because the way that Tashika has been in this live, like, this is exactly what I'm talking about. It doesn't work when you go on like these lambasting tours, but the way that Tashika is just coming up here and being extremely productive, it just makes it so much more like I want to hear you out. I want to hear your positions, and I want to actually comprehend them instead
all
of just
that
being
while
like
I'm saying that I hate your guts. Isn't that
yeah,
so crazy?
exactly. Like you can hate me. It's free range. It's okay.
Like, this isn't even me turning the other cheek. I'm literally telling them I hate their guts. I just think that there is a level of I do. I do think that there is a level. I want to let you guys know that I'm not thinking about this from a level of I like these people now. I'm thinking of it as a level of these people have large platforms. Z is a businesswoman. Z has connections to politics. If I can get my worldview out even through Z, I think that still works.
Strategic.
I think it
Do you
still
have
works.
Instagram?
Wait,
yeah. Do you have Instagram?
It's not.
I do. I think
okay,
if Z,
you can send me a collab anytime.
Feeding homeless people.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a negative.
No, you can send me. You can send me. Instagram collab anytime. I would accept it and use my platform to grow yours just infinitely. Any collab you want to send over there, I got 500,000 people on Instagram. I would love to just use it to give you as big as a platform as possible because everyone needs to hear Tashika's message.
I mean, that would be cool.
No, straight up, 100%. This is 100%. Like, you can send me a collab right now and I'll accept it. Yeah, we are obsessed with Tashika. We're like the biggest Tashika stans on the planet.
It's the end of the season 2 finale for UFA.
Isn't that so funny? No, but like, no, I just like, I don't know. It's just so odd. I don't think I don't know. I just don't think it's that serious. I don't think we've said anything that any rational person would disagree with here, right? Like I'm even surprised, like within the conversation.
We've been
about,
unhinged,
like,
apparently.
commercial,
We're unhinged.
right? Like the commercial about like whether or not it can actually allude to homophobia. I was surprised when you guys understood what I was saying.
Yeah.
So clearly the way that I'm talking is working here, and clearly something is getting through to you. And I think if that's the case, then obviously we can build something better, and I think we can all become better people in the process.
I think that's
I don't think we need to stay terrible.
Sorry, I was gonna say, I think that's been kind of the thing that's been fought on from the beginning, especially with Mercedes and Z, is that they're trying to say that this isn't like where Cenk Uygur is saying, hey guys, we can come together with the fascists on all of the things that we agree on because we're all populists. Like, it's not that. It's kind of the opposite, saying the leftists and liberals and like moderates at least have enough things that we agree on to get somebody like Kamala or a Democrat elected, and those agreements are enough for us to come together just for electoralism, not for like all of a time and eternity and that we'll never disagree on anything. But yes, but the ultimate goal right now is to stop somebody like Donald Trump or JD Vance or whoever is next on down the line. That is the ultimate goal, is to get our people in, because the easiest time to make change is when you own, like when you're running the country. The most social change happened under Obama, right?
Someone just said something very serious. I'm sorry to cut you off, Tom. Someone just said something very serious in the chat. I don't bend my morals to get someone elected. Not a single person is asking you to do that. I have not bended a single one of my morals. Like, not a I have to remind you guys, I've been telling these people to unalive. I haven't.
Yes, ma'am.
There's not a single part of this conversation in which I have bent my morals in any regard. I don't think that you should bend your morals to appeal to conservatives. I think that's wrong. I don't think you should do that. But I don't. That doesn't mean that it's impossible for you guys to agree on anything.
And Mercedes is gonna unalive because Tashika told her to.
Anything that Tashika tells me to do at this point, I mean, yes, ma'am.
It's like, I don't know. It's
this all or nothing mentality, Tashika. Like, the problem is there's baby steps.
But I haven't even asked them to change. That's the thing.
No, I know, but that's the problem. It's not what. Yeah, it's not what you're saying. It's the mentality that they have is like there's steps in a process to get to like an end, or to get to a place that you'd rather be, or whatever, and the steps are avoided, and everyone thinks it's this huge leap, and it's always this all or nothing mentality with, well, if I can't have it all, then I just want nothing, and we don't want you, and it's like, this isn't life. This isn't how life works. Like, you got to grow up and realize that everything, you don't get everything all the time, all at once. That's just not how it works. It's a good movie, but that's about it.
We can revolt again. What does that even look like?
I was about to say, we literally have CJ running around saying not to vote for Mondani because that gives people hope in electoralism again, and that what we need is we need to speed towards revolution. No, did you? You talked to them?
I actually talked to them. I think CJ and I had a pretty good conversation, but over time, I just felt like it started getting a little bit tone deaf.
Was that before or after he said that?
Someone said Zoran Mamdani is a perfect example of.
I would love to see that. I would love to see that.
I don't even know. But I don't know if it's recorded. But essentially, we were having a good conversation, just trying to find out what each other's stances were. But then over time, I kept trying to reiterate that look, rhetoric matters, right? And you guys can talk about dismantling the system, but I said, okay, you dismantle the system. What are disabled people gonna do? What are people with HIV gonna do? What are, you know what I mean? Like, when we talk about the fact that we're gonna be losing some people in this so-called revolution, it's going to be the blackest of us. It's going to be the disabled of us. You know what I mean? Those are gonna be the people to die. Not like able-bodied, like normative people. It's gonna be those people to go first. So the rhetoric you use cannot just be one of morals, right? You have to the rhetoric you use has to be relevant. You can't
be
just
pragmatic.
Say, well, we're going to lose some people to bad. Well, some bad. Exactly. And that's all I was saying. And I just felt like I wasn't being heard in the way that I needed to be heard. Because, do you think anyone is going to be willing to die for this?
I mean, I'm going to be honest.
Really?
I have this problem a lot.
People are gonna do that?
I have a problem a lot when I talk to
And
leftists where it seems like they call themselves Marxists and they know less about Marxism than I do. And I've tried listening to a bunch from CJ, and every time I listen to him, I truly think he knows like nothing about this, and he just knows the right buzzwords to use and the right like slogans to say, but he doesn't actually understand the philosophy in and of it. I'm not saying he's unintelligent. I'm saying I don't think he actually knows what the philosophy is from like Marxism in and of itself.
Well, like, that's why I think we should keep talking to people like CJ. I don't hate the guy. I think he's very intelligent. I think like overall when I was having this conversation with these people that we like really got in, like we got into it, like principles, we all agreed on each other fully. I just think, again, like the conversation I've been having with you guys is about strategy and how to get people to actually listen to you when you need them to listen to you. Mm-hmm. And I for some reason, again, just the fucking rhetoric is buns. The rhetoric is buns.
Just to circle back, that is why your first prompt up there, it's all men is bad messaging. Like everything we've been talking about is like, it's all too exclusionary and it's just terrible rhetoric. It's terrible messaging. Wait, I mean, I get that the point still stands, but like you could just change up the messaging for people and still talk about stuff.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
Tom,
it's cutting out on my side. I'm sorry. It's for people in chat over and over who keep saying like that all we're doing is just attacking the other side. This hasn't really been attacking. Like we are on the left. A lot of what we're talking about is like rhetorical strategy, how to pull people over, how to appeal to other people, talking about like pragmatism, how to actually benefit the left. Like these are conversations that we have to have. The majority of us, I believe, spend the majority of our time on platforms attacking the right, debating the right, trying to talk about all the horrible things that Trump is doing. But that doesn't mean that we can never have time where we do talk about strategy. And after losing the last election, I think this is one of the most important conversations that we all need to be having, because right now there isn't as much of a conversation about strategy for the left and more of a conversation about who's going to win the left to be able to enact their strategy once they win. And if that's what we're doing, is if we're going to continue to divide over these things between liberals and leftists, we're not going to win another election. We have to be able to get these things done as a group.
I do sadly agree that a lot of our rhetoric on the left is just attacking the right. I think that we need to just have rhetoric that just goes out and doesn't have a particular I feel like in my mind, okay, I'm trying to put you guys in my head for a second, right? Like imagine like a cannonball, right? Not a cannonball, like a cannon and a cannonball, and then there's like a wall, right? And then the wall is like, hey, just give me a second, okay? And then
I know what you.
It's just funny. How I rationalize my views. It's like, and then the wall is like right-wing ideology, right? I feel like when we load up these cannons, we can also be attacking the wall, like specifically, right, and hitting the wall, right? But I also feel like we could also have ourselves a cute little trebuchet, right? That isn't specifically supposed to hit the wall, but to go over it. But it is to be general, right? I feel like too much of our rhetoric is just completely against specific people on the right and not just showing a different side of things, conceptual understanding of things. You know what I mean? I just feel like I don't know what the word is. English is really hard. It's my second language. I don't know what the word is, but it's more like, it's not something vague. I feel like vague has a negative connotation, but like, how do right-wingers do it? I think again, it's like, I think again, it's like when right-wingers show off this comfortable lifestyle. Oh, I'm with my husband. Oh, we have children. We're so happy. I'm Nora Smith. You know what I mean? Like, I think when we have those aesthetics, those are things that are still attacking the right, but it's showing that these aesthetics and these things can still exist on this side without specifically saying anything. You get what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm explaining
Oh
it
yeah,
correctly.
you're explaining it great. I get exactly what you mean.
I don't know. But like, it's, I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. My main issue is that they're saying that we're attacking the left. And again, we're not attacking the left. We are the left. We're all of us up here are on the left. We are criticizing ourselves. We're criticizing our own side. And in order for us to win in the future, again, we do spend the majority of our time attacking the right. But right now, we're more so talking about strategy and how we think things ought to be done.
Yeah.
This conversation's been about just finding common ground.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard anyone attacking the left. I think we can like critique ourselves without it attacking. Like I feel like a lot of you guys see this as like teams, like sports teams. It's not. It's like life or death for people. So I think it is within our best interests.
And I think you genuinely believe that. So I think that we have a widespread issue within our party where they don't actually understand that it's life or death. Like the position I take, it does not make you money to take the unpopular stance. I don't do any of this for money. Like you could either, I was in a perfect position to shield for the RNC. If I went down the total audience capture train, I could have shielded for the DNC. Who knows, whatever. I've taken the most unpopular stance because I do believe it's life or death. And I think that you genuinely believe it's life or death. And that's why you're willing to have these conversations with these people. Whereas like the rest of them are like, no, I don't want to talk. I don't want to converse with anyone. I don't want to build any kind of electoral power.
Well, if it's not their job, then it's not their job.
It's our job. Yes, but they can't sit there when they sit there and try to take us down for doing this. That's when I don't believe that they actually think it's life or death. Because if they did, they'd be like, okay, well, maybe I have traumas from these people, like the right wingers. I can't talk to them. But hey, there's this group who can go talk to them because it is life or death. And I'm glad you said that.
But I think also for you guys, I think you should establish more. I think it's also your responsibility to try to establish more trust. Like I think Mercedes, I don't think you should be telling people that you think you're stupid, right? Because then people are super not going to trust you. You know what I mean? Like why would anyone trust you to talk to a conservative if you just conceded that you don't know what the fuck you're talking? Like no, you know what I mean? I think that's valid. I think that there are some optics that I would say that you guys would need to change before, because again, like I'm gonna be so real with you.
Before you join us,
people can say that Destiny is like awful, but he is capable of having these conversations, right? He is. But like again, like it's more about like your ability to do so. And I think you should, if you genuinely believe that you can do this, you shouldn't posture yourself as like a dumbass.
Wait, but Mercedes
set up and acquiescing to what they're saying. So like when they're in my comment sections calling me a dumbass constantly, I'm like, all right, I'm a dumbass, I'm stupid. But like it's just to get them to get off my back. But I get what you're saying 100%.
Because now you're like conceding, like it's
no, but like, now you're in my live and we're talking.
Yeah, it does make you a lot more approachable if you're not sitting and talking about, like, posturing about how much smarter you are than everybody else. It does make people a lot more approachable. It makes it to where people are a lot more willing to come and talk to you. This is something that, like, lots of days when I'm sitting up here on my stream and I have, like, a chat full of hundreds of, like, conservatives, and I'm sitting here like, which one of you idiots want to come debate me? Let's go. I'll take you right now. Like, nobody ever calls in. But if I'm sitting here like, that's interesting. I don't know if you want to call in and explain that to me, I'm willing to hear you out. I don't, if you had like evidence for that, I've never heard this idea before. I'll have like people just flooding in all of a sudden, like I'm very open to what it is they have to say, and then we get into like a much more in-depth conversation afterwards.
It's because the chance that you'll accept anything is like, again, that slippery slope that people are afraid of, that you might change your stance and become more right-wing, which is understandable. But I think you should just prove that won't happen,
Well, correct. I think it is. We should be open to it, though. I think that is the problem, though, is that people are saying you should never be open to moving right. And I'm saying, well, no, I am open to it. If they turn out to be correct, I would move over there. I just currently don't believe that to be the case. And I'm willing to defend my positions. So,
well, people don't believe in party switches, Tom. Anyway, so like, I think well,
that is so crazy to me because just so you know, in New Zealand, like we just go from, depending on what the country needs in a moment, we kind of can easily vote Labour, which is our like left-wing party, or we vote National because right now we need some fiscal like consideration and they're more like conservative in that area. Sometimes that's what the country needs. Like, it is so normal here to not wrap up our identity in our vote, and our vote swings all the time. We're in the middle and we're just moving all the time, left, right, doesn't matter. No one even talks about it. No one cares. You guys have just wrapped up identity so heavily in politics that, and it makes sense, but it is a little bit to the detriment of like just functionality.
Right, they're like, it's not impossible for there to be like a Republican that's progressive. It's just a fucking name. But someone commented in the chat that they said, you don't attack the right at all, you attack leftists because we don't. I don't think that's what's been happening in this conversation. With
they said they were talking about me and Mantis.
Don't find it.
I
don't think it's necessary to be attacking the right now, because we're not the right. We're not in the right. We attack it by like hearing misinformation and then correcting it, and then that's it. But we cannot infiltrate the right. Like, if we're on the left, we're not going to be able to infiltrate the right because we're not on the right. There's nothing to attack. But when you're in the left, you're going to be around these issues more often. You are going to be talking about leftist issues more often. You're going to be talking about progressivist issues more often. I don't understand why there needs to be like an equal firing towards, the leftists, and then also like, what? I don't understand. Do you think like someone like Martin Luther King wasn't like completely and utterly obsessed with the optics of his own civil rights movement? He was. It's like one of the main things that drove him to fucking insane. He was more focused on how we were perceived than what we were doing to white people.
Yeah, and he talked about liberals too. He talked about the moderate liberal a lot, and like he was talking about the left a lot and how they ought to be as well. Mm-hmm. But also, just to clear it up, they said that they were mostly talking about me and Mantis. And again, I just want to make this, I said it a million times in my videos. I said it a million times on my lives. I was not here to attack the left. I was never here to go after the left. The left was attacking me. And I wasn't going after the left. I was going after specific content creators. I never made a video on one of them if they hadn't made 5 on me already at that point. And so, yes, I was just replying to people, not like leftistism as a whole, but people with specific ideas.
MLK was, I'm not saying that MLK was a part of a particular party. I'm saying that like there was the civil rights movement and then there was white tea people. He was obsessed with how the civil rights movement was behaving the most before
Black people
they even ever attacked
in the civil rights movement.
Exactly. Before they even attacked what the white people were doing. That's like the most important thing. If you don't know what's going on over here, then I don't see how you would even be able to attack what they're doing. It doesn't make any sense. Like, you should have the most criticisms for your side, especially if you're against what's happening on the other side. I don't think that's insane.
It is true that Trump doesn't do much attacking his own side. Even more recently, his post about like getting upset with everybody about the stuff with Epstein is very rare, and that's true. But we perceive ourselves to be morally superior to them. We perceive ourselves to be better than them. And if I'm fighting for a side, I want to be fighting for a side that is morally superior. I don't want to fight for the side that's just as bad as them, that is just as much of an echo chamber, that is just as much willing to lie and steal and slander. I don't want to fight for that side. If we're no different than them, I don't want to be us either. So I want to be on the side that actually critiques themselves, who wants to improve themselves, who wants to get better.
Internal critiques are necessary, but most not in public.
I don't think we're not calling out the left. This hasn't been attacking. Yes, this has not been attacking.
Conservative is going to hear this and be like, the left is eating themselves alive. Like, I don't think any conservative is going to hear this and think that. Like,
we're talking about the fact that we want to work with the left. We're talking, this whole thing has been about the fact that we want to work with the left. This has not been a divisive thing where we're saying we want to separate ourselves. From an ex-conservative standpoint, if I stumbled upon this live, I would have been like, whoa, these people are base. Like, who are these folk? And I would have followed every single last one of you guys. This conversation is exactly the stuff that the right needs to hear. And
exactly. You can't reach
made possible.
Like, yeah,
by motherfucking Tashika.
I think the deeper stuff, like the actual like deep strategy of it all, should be discussed behind closed doors, so we'll be able to like, put it out before they can counter it. I think it's always a battle like that. But like, I just wouldn't see how, like, if I were to put myself in a rational conservative shoes, if this conversation wouldn't at least be a slight breath of fresh air to hear that there aren't, like, that there's, like, you know, genuine conversation going on. And if there's anything that, like, if there's any context that you guys think that we're missing, that we can expand our horizons on, then I think then you should tell us. I think it's wrong to keep us, like, intellectually stunted if you think you have extra information that would make our stance even more, like, even better.
Well, the problem I have with this is even by sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you finish. I didn't really have much to say.
I was gonna say the problem that I have with this is that if you're going to come in and even say that we're wrong for criticizing the left, you're also criticizing the left when you do that. You understand that? Like, if you actually held this position that you don't criticize the left, you wouldn't be coming in and telling us not to do this thing. Well, we're not leftist, but we're Democrat, liberals, like, you know, whatever. We're fighting for Democrats and Democrat positions. And so that is what, again, we're talking mostly about electoralism and electoral strategy, getting somebody who is a Democrat into office. And so, yes, it is about, like, the left side of the aisle.
Guys, how are we feeling about the third party Elon Musk thing? This could be brilliant. He's going to, like...
It's going to be good for Democrats.
I agree it's never going to happen, but I think it's going to be good for Democrats if he's ballsy enough to try it. Because it's going to rip away their votes.
And split the Republican vote, especially with what's going on right now. Ooh!
Oh, it's going to be so good, dude!
If Democrats could just, like, lock in for 3 seconds, okay? I think the move they made where they were like, hey, guys... we're gonna hold a vote for you to release some files, and then every Republican was like, "Nah." That was a great move. That was a
so good
chess move. They didn't have to do that. That was a top tier chess move.
I was surprised. I was hoping they were gonna do that.
If they keep locking in.
Just real quick, guys. We got about 10 minutes left on the clock, and I think we have about $20 left to go. Let me double check. Yes, we have about $20 left to go to hit the goal. If you want to donate, there is a spot on my channel. If you go to my main channel, apparently links don't work in the description here, but if you go to my channel and click on the links, the very bottom link is a thing to donate with. Since YouTube takes 1/3 of every single donation, we have a link that you can click that makes it to where 100% of your donation comes to me and comes to the channel, and you're still able to use you're still able to put a message in it so that other people can hear you. And it'll be read through TTS. And what was the other thing? And I get it immediately. Whereas with YouTube, I have to wait like 2 months to get the money. So consider donating with the Stream Elements link. You can use PayPal or debit or credit card. It's all there.
And then was it Transformers 2, I think? You have Optimus Prime. This is how my brain works. You have Optimus Prime, and then you have Megatron, and then you have what was the Einstein of the fucking Transformer? I keep forgetting his name.
I don't know. I only know isn't there like Bumblebee or something? I don't know anything about these.
It wasn't.
Thank you, Nico, for the $20 dono. Let's get some W Nicos in chat, guys.
But that guy is like he's fighting Megatron, and Megatron's getting fucked up. He getting fucked up, and then one of the humans. I mean, no, he's not fighting Megatron. Fuck.
You're doing really great.
Optimus Prime is fighting the big red Transformer, right? Who he thought was on his side, but betrayed him. And then Megatron in the back, he fucked up, right? And then the human goes up to him, he was like, yo, you gonna let bro bitch you out like that? He's gonna take all your power. And so Megatron's like, nah. And so Megatron runs up, murks the other guy, and is about to murk Optimus Prime. And Optimus Prime's like, nah, rips this shit clean off, right? That's what it's like, where it's like it comes out in an ultimate victory because now they're tearing each other apart. Do you guys see? Mm-hmm. Do you guys see what I'm talking about?
Yes, I see the vision. It's visualized for me now. Like I can see.
I need you guys to watch Transformers 2, and when you see that scene, you will know exactly what I'm talking about. Okay?
I'm locked in.
I love Transformers, by the way. Thank you.
Of course. Great. Wow. I'm like, I feel like I'm on cloud 9 right now. I just.
Oh.
Yeah, you need to be getting in some ops and actually going for it now.
I just am like.
Anyway, so I think also, oh my god, did you guys know that like parts of the Transformers movies were filmed near my house? It's like it was filmed like under the bridge down the street from my house. I was like, oh my god! Oh, sorry.
Wait, did you get to
road
see
trip?
it
We're taking a road trip, field trip to Tashika's house, so you can tour us on the
I was
Transformer.
Of that it's like where like the trains go to carry like products and stuff, and they filmed it under it. They filmed like one of the chase scenes under it. Oh, it was so good. I was kicking my feet.
You're about
so
to get the
so
live taken down
anyway,
for saying Transformer.
It's the movie.
That might be true, actually.
Am I allowed to ask like what state it was or what state that is? I don't want to like.
Yeah, I live in Philly. It was filmed in South Philly, at the university and stuff like that, and I live near there. It's pretty great. Hell yeah.
Okay, I've got to go, guys. I am going to eat. So
Later, Mantis.
Thanks for having me, Mercedes.
Bye,
Thanks
Mantis.
everyone. Thanks, Tashika. Bye.
Bye.
Did I get any merch? I'm actually thinking of buying it's a new hyper obsession for me right now. So I'm thinking of buying because of a what's it called, like a figure, but I want to get one of the expensive ones, and I know a place in New York that has some really good ones, so I'm thinking about going there. It's like $120, but you know, I'll get it. I also want to get one of the I do have a couple figurines. I want to get some more like Inuyasha pop figures as well. Yeah.
Wow.
Anyway.
I'd send you one for your birthday. A pop figure, I don't know what that is, but I'd find it and I'd send it to you. I'm going to I'm going to unironically glaze you forever now, and you'll never be able to escape the Mercedes Tashika glaze.
Oh dear. Well, if you're going to send me anything, if you could send me the Chaos Emeralds, let me put that down right now. Life-sized versions of the Chaos Emeralds, all 7 of them. I have them in my I actually could buy them now. I'm acting like they're like $1,000. They're like maybe like $200 altogether.
Wait, is this a diamond stone thing?
Yeah.
This is what it's pulling up. I'm straight up.
Oh yeah. I love.
What color?
Oh, I want to get all of them. I want all 7 Chaos Emeralds.
Okay. And this is that the?
But I want the life-size versions. Thank you.
When you say life-size, is like, are they? What do they
like
look like?
Big as shit in your hand. I mean, like it needs its own stand. I have some in my what's it called? In my cart on Amazon, and the only reason I haven't bought them yet is because I don't know where I want to put them. I don't know where I want to hang them up. I don't know if I want to like hang them from my ceiling. Oh, maybe I can hang them from my ceiling with the flowers.
What is that from?
Perfect.
What are they from?
Amazon.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
Okay. So they're called Big Chaos
Tashika's
Emeralds.
getting bought out. Let's go.
No, I love Tashika. I'm a big
Tashika
stan.
joins the UFA tour for 7 Chaos Emeralds.
Wait, if I call you a bunch of names, you're gonna buy me stuff too?
Oh my god.
Only Tashika. It's only Tashika. But I will now have an unhealthy obsession.
Oh,
Chaos
that's fucking
Emerald.
funny. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I've been glazing you in private for the past ever since that live. I've just been like, what the hell? Like you rocked my entire world, and I didn't even know what to do about it, and I've just been like mentally short-circuiting ever since. Kyla's doing good. Kyla is, I think she's streaming right now.
Again,
Where
that's what I expected.
YouTube?
I was sitting and watching it the whole time, and that was exactly what I expected from her. I'd said it numerous times, like with my chat, is that there's lots of times where I saw somebody would say something about Tashika, and somebody else, I'm not going to call out any names, but lots of times other people would go, some white person would go up and defend Tashika, and the whole time I would think, that's such a horrible defense. This is so dumb. And then Tashika would come after and be like, nah, fuck that noise. This is what it is. And I'm like, okay, all right, that makes way more sense. Like this is funny. But it would also be that the other white person would pretty consistently be like terrified to disagree with Tashika or or state something different.
Yeah, I don't know why they're so afraid of me. I've just always been like people. Oh please, I've always been like this. Like in real life, people are not. Actually, no, that's a lie. That's a lie.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the. But it's not. I don't think it's because I've done anything specific. I think people just don't know how to talk to Black people, and I also think I'm a very. But I think more than that, like I'm specific on like racial topics, not just in general. But like, I also I can concede that I am a quite intense person, and I think that's a lot for some people.
Well, I think most of us are.
It's okay.
I think most of us are. Like it's kind of part of streaming or being like a character online.
I guess I think a lot of time people feel I don't know if it's like disproportionate because it's the internet, but like that's always kind of how I've been. Like I've always grown up with people being not like afraid of me or having like an aversion, but people. I've just always been intense to people around me. I've even had people come up and be like, they're scared to look me in my eyes. Because they would say my eyes are like demon's eyes, which might be a compliment.
Well, I just, look, you can tell me if I'm like totally getting this wrong, but I know that a lot of times when I would disagree with you or other people, almost every time the first argument that was made when they would come up from white people would be, you're disagreeing with a Black woman right now? Do you realize that? You're disagreeing with a Black woman? And so then lots of times what I would see you on other panels, I would see like a list of white people, and they would be sitting there talking about, yeah, I'm not going to vote for Kamala Harris and support the, colonization and the system and blah, blah, blah. And then you would come in and be like, I want to improve people's lives right now. So even if Kamala isn't like the ideal best thing ever, I still want something better, and that Black people will be much better off with her as president than they will as with Trump. And so I would just rather that, and they like all just don't say anything. And I'm thinking, you guys have all been like totally railing on how horrible it would be to vote for Kamala this whole time. And then Tashika comes in and says the opposite, and not one of y'all are going to say a word. You're just sitting there just dumbfounded the whole time. It was, yeah. So I've seen it over and over.
And I think Tashika, but I think like, okay, so like in all of the previous lives, I think Tashika was like, I don't set up for failure in a way that other people would come in and they would set like a horrific scene, and then like the discourse just wasn't like, I wasn't even open to what anyone had to say because I just like painted everyone on like it, like who incorporated themselves into like leftist spaces to be the same. But then when I was in that live with Kyla and Tashika started cooking against her own side, and like it was just like the logical consistency presented itself, and I said, oh, no, this person's actually based.
Well, just to be clear, it shouldn't. With almost anybody else, it shouldn't have been cooking.
Screaming.
It shouldn't have been cooking. It should have been like the most normal thing to say. And it was just wild that it was ever even like disagreed with, that you should be consistent, like, or have principles. Like that was just, yeah, it was weird.
It was so when you're starved,
it was really bad. Actually, it was actually much worse than I remember it. It was really fucking bad. Holy shit.
No, it was incredible. It was the whole entire house that I was in, like everyone was like freaking out over you. We were like, what the fuck? This is Tashika. And then it was like, especially because all of us are like starved from rationale and we just don't even know what's going on, because the left will be like, the just hypocrisy, it's too much. And then you came in and you like said, no, I'm not going to be a hypocrite.
And it was a bunch of drunk women.
And we just didn't even know what to do. Yeah, and we were all completely, too. So it's good.
Oh, that reminds me. I'm gonna crack open a cold one real quick. Hold on.
Oh, I should do that too. I should actually do that.
Oh, where'd it go? Oh, there it is.
Perfect. I'm gonna grab something. Wow.
Oh,
I heard that.
So I get these. What are they? Cayman Jack? Yeah, they're really good. They taste like melted popsicles. But yeah, I don't know. I think we had a good conversation. I'm very proud that I was able to connect with you guys today. I think we were able to have a good conversation. I think we all got to see a side of each other that can lead to some possible better partnerships in the future.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad you hopped on. I was hoping that I would get a chance to talk to you again, so I'm glad you hopped on.
For sure.
Zizzy's like, join us, Tashika.
Oh, I'm getting messages. Hold on.
Are you in trouble? Normally, actually, when I'm on a panel and somebody's getting messages, normally I'm the one who's in trouble.
You're the one in trouble when somebody else is getting messages?
Yes, that's normally the way it works. Every time I jump on a panel, somebody's like, everybody hold on 1 second, I'm getting some messages, and then they come back and they're like, this guy's getting dropped. I'm like, oh, fuck.
I guess I haven't been around long enough for anybody to hate me that much.
Guys, wait. Tashika, they're gonna try to hold Tashika accountable for this.
Yeah, no, I expected that like 5 minutes in. I thought she's...
No, people aren't mad at me. I'm just I didn't want to say what's going on. Hold on.
I guess I haven't been around long enough for people to hate me that much. If anybody says anything about me, it's gone the next day, so I don't know.
You traded the red hat for the fake woke accent. Congrats. What is a fake woke accent?
What is a woke accent?
I'm sorry. Maybe this is unnecessary to say. I feel like Allison's being really dramatic right now.
Thank God you said it.
I feel like I feel like this is really childish, and
she's
I
been doing lives about me for 2 days now.
Really?
Yeah.
But I don't feel like this.
Yes.
I don't feel like this warrants, like, just me talking to people or them making like a passing joke at you. Z making a passing joke warrants an entire live stream.
Don't take it personally. I've watched her. I've watched her have 3 conversations. One with you and like Mercedes and all of them. One with Mercedes. One with Mantis. And 4, and then one with me. In all 4 of those, she started getting emotional, ended the call, and then went live again crying. In all of them, she did that.
This is what I say. This is why I get so upset, because think you have made so leaps and bounds of progress within this conversation, and I think these people they do not want progress, and I don't understand it, because even if you try to make that progress, they'll write it off as coddling the enemy, even though, again, you hate my guts, I'm going to buy you infinity stones or whatever they're called, and
Jesus.
but it doesn't mean anything,
Well,
so.
yeah, I don't have any personal issues with Allison. I just personally feel like it cheapens the overall conversation. Like, I don't think I just personally don't feel like one comment from Zico and Sanchez should qualify an entire live stream. And is it true that this live stream started out about me?
This live? No,
not this live. Allison's live.
The very
according
first one?
the one from today, Chris said they
were they just talking
opened up the live in response to you. So that's what
I
Chris
didn't
said.
say anything. I genuinely. I'm getting drunk.
Together, we could do it together.
I genuinely just don't see the point in. Like, I feel like if I had the exact same conversation with Allison that I had with you guys, that she would agree just as easily.
Someone tell her to come over here. Someone go grab Allison.
Obviously, I'm just going off of, I have people from my Discord in that live, like, texting me what's going on. So if they're wrong, I'm just going off of that. But it's like, I'm not like upset. Like, I just think it really halts really good progress. And I just feel like some conversations are, cheap in nature. I don't think we need to do all this.
And Stan,
it doesn't need to be like a beef.
And Stan, did Allison say anything about joining us? Do you know if she'll join us? Talk to our queen Tashika over here.
I'm not doing that. Okay, I'm not gonna give the views. Okay, you're welcome.
Allison's not saying anything crazy.
She said she's not gonna do it.
It's the chat. It's the chat that's blowing things out of proportion, not Allison.
No, she's over there, but she said that she's not gonna do it because she's not gonna give you views. So
give me Give me or Mercedes views.
She just said I'm not going to give them the views. So.
Doesn't she have like 12K followers?
I think it's like 17 now.
I think she's got like 19
I don't know.
or something like that, but a lot of them are off videos.
I don't
That's
know.
not what she said. Okay.
They want to dog.
She said
exactly.
1v1.
I'm not doing that.
1v1 who? Is it
I'm not
me
going
versus
on
Allison or
the dog
Tashika?
pile, okay,
No, it's
I'm
probably
valid to
me.
ask the questions I'm asking, and I'm not doing it.
None of us are arguing. Why are we arguing? I don't understand.
I don't understand either, because this whole thing started because I asked her to remove my town from her video. That's literally like what triggered it.
It's fine. It's fine if she doesn't want to be on. I don't care about that. I truly don't care about that child. I just feel like this is allowing for a lot of the good conversation that we had previously to be, and I don't want that. Like, there is good that can come out of the situation. I just don't want for whether it's her or the chat to muddy and cheapen the very good and well-meaning conversation that we had.
Guys,
don't
just
think it's
There's plenty of time.
just to be clear for everybody who
plenty
keeps
of time.
saying
We can
she's
do it
focused on
tomorrow,
the
then, so.
finances, please don't buy that. Like, the finance things have been explained numerous times. If she actually was interested in it, she would have seen this stuff already, but she's like harping on the fact that money went to Z's organization, which has been explained so many fucking times. Like, it was explained in the last two
She'll
events.
never accept it.
Yes,
so
if she
that's part
actually
of the
was worried,
problem.
and she's never even given that explanation. She's never even said, well, this is what Z said, the last two times. She never even says that. She just keeps saying, this is so weird, isn't it? It's crazy, isn't it? I'm just asking questions. I'm not saying anything. But isn't that crazy that this is going here? She literally did the same thing to me, where she made a whole video trying to make me out to be a PDF. And then when we called her out on it, she said, well, no, I made a second video, said, here's the added context that got like 1/10 of the views. And then came on here and was like, no, I put out 2 videos. I put out the context in a separate video. I was never calling you a PDF. I don't think that of you. But also, it's weird, isn't it? Right? Like, I was just asking questions because it was weird. It was like, you're doing the thing, dude. You're doing the thing.
Somebody said in the comments that they want us to like unlock and talk about finances. We literally have, like, our organization doesn't even make any money. Like, we literally, all the money that we make, we spend on the trips around the country. Like, we're not a Charlie Kirk organization. Like, we haven't even raised $1 million yet.
Yeah, and like I'm gonna take it like, for example, like the creators raised not enough money to cover this last tour stop. It ended up costing like $39,000. I think Z, honestly, I mean, for the most part, she ends up like, she just forks for the shit because it's a passion project. She never had to do this in the first place. I'm pretty sure this woman is losing money on funding liberals to just travel across America right now, simply because that's how much she cares about trying to stop Charlie Kirk. And I just don't understand.
Just real quick,
I don't feel like this needs.
The main answer that they're looking for is that every event is not funded by the money that's coming in at the time. The money that's coming in at the time funds the next event. And so the event that they just had was funded by the one. Yes, and so the event that they just had was funded by the one with Dean and Parker. The one with Dean and Parker was funded by an event before that with, I think, Bernie Sanders or something like that. But these are all like, so the money goes to her organizations, and then that later funds the next event. That is the answer that she's looking for. That is the explanation that's been given every time. And that's why, like, it's weird that, like, she hasn't even mentioned that in any of her. Yeah,
I think. Well, all I've said, and I think I said that in the previous live stream with like Kyla, when all Kyla said was, "Hey, like, if you've."
Okay, let's go see. Let's see what she says.
We were supposed to be holding people accountable.
Yeah, no.
We did the finances the first time. Well, so and I updated it because the month of May looked really weird. Okay, and so I found more stuff.
Okay, never mind.
You've just sent a bunch of shit towards her for no reason, and I feel like that's just unnecessary. I think I just don't see how this wouldn't make you look super bad as a person if you get a letter back from the IRS or whatever, and it's like, yeah, there's no fraud here. What are you gonna do? Like, you're just gonna redact all your most popular videos? Like, what are we gonna do? Like, I just think that I do understand what like people like Kyla mean when it's like, oh, this is like really irresponsible and can cause some like serious unnecessary harm. Even if you believe that like Z is like a terrible person or whatever, I don't think that means you need to like accuse her of a federal crime.
Yeah, I appreciate that, because it honestly, there's a way to grift in this, and it is not through a PAC against Charlie Kirk. It's through like a PAC or like one of those like huge organizations that will literally just funnel as much money as you want like into anything, right? But we're not going to sell out like that. Like, we really want to take on Charlie Kirk. And the Republicans, by the way, I can't say much, but will and perhaps even maybe are like suing us. So there's also that aspect too of like, we got to have some money in reserves, because they're going to do everything they can to drain us and take us down.
Yep.
But yeah, this is, again, I mean, just this has been my whole experience with her. I understand other people, like, I've been friends with her, and I'm not saying this about her entire character, but my entire experience with her has been, when I found out who she was, I found out that she had been 2 weeks into every single live stream being just about me and making up shit about me, that she had numerous videos where she was obviously putting out a very blatant message about me being a racist or being a PDF or being this, that, and the other. But then every time she was confronted on it, she would say, no, I wasn't saying that. I was just saying that these videos were weird. That's all I said. It's just that it's weird. It's just strange. That's all. It's just a little weird. You're literally doing the just asking questions thing. That's all you're doing. You're just trying to imply something without actually putting your backbone behind it and standing on it, so that when we challenge you, you don't have anything to back it up. You're gonna just immediately be like, oh no, I wasn't even saying that. That's crazy. That's what you got from it. Oh, so weird. But then still keep implying it anyway. So that has been every single interaction I've had with her, and it's been kind of frustrating.
Wow. I mean,
it's an unfortunate thing. I just find this to be really unfortunate. You know, I think there's a genuine conversation that can be had. I just don't know if they're receptive. I'm sorry, just quick question. Can Allison not get in trouble for this?
I mean,
like, people could sue her, if that's what you mean. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. 100%.
That's what I was telling her in the live. Like, can Z, like, if it comes down to
trail behind fraud. Yeah, the trail is huge. I mean, like, the case that Z could make against Allison is ridiculous, because I mean, there's only like 20 to 30 plus
about,
videos.
Like, a whole case where she has to like pay out a bunch of money to Z. I just mean, like, would you even have enough money to like incur the court cost itself? Like, I just don't think that's something you want to deal with.
Yeah.
I just don't think it's worth it. It's better just wait for a second, so you're not like, so she can't sue you at all.
Exactly. Put in the IRS request and then wait for a response. And if something comes of it, then go ahead, and it's not defamation. But if something doesn't come from it, and you've spent, the past, 4 months now, like, crying on this tour and then accusing Z of all of these crimes, that's fucked.
Proving damages, though, would be super hard in that. It'd be really hard.
I don't think we'd have problems. I don't think we'd have problems proving damages.
I was referring to.
But I don't even think we'd have problems proving that.
Would be too much.
Yeah, the court costs too. But like, when we look at like donations, like if you saw like a decrease in donations because of like videos like this or something like that, I don't know. But regardless, like Tashika said, even the court costs would be,
most of the time it's not worth it. I've gone through it a couple of times. It's rarely worth it.
I think we should be operating. I'm sorry. I'm drunk. I'm bad at social cues. I'm sorry. I'm just saying, should we just also be operating with the full information in mind, just to keep, like, even if we think that Z's a terrible person, I just don't think we should Marie Antoinette her. I don't think that makes any sense. I don't know if you guys understand what I mean when I say Marie Antoinette. Give context, chat. When Marie Antoinette was executed, before she was
The
executed,
guillotine.
they would like accuse her of a bunch of terrible things that she did not actually commit, simply because she was going to be unalived anyway. And they were like, oh, she had sexual relationships with her son. And before, you know, she was executed, she was like, yo, that's wild. And they did it anyway. But that's why I call it like Marie Antoinette. I don't know. I don't fucking know.
Makes sense.
I think she'll come
Like,
around.
even
I
if you
think
don't
she would
like
be
someone,
willing.
that doesn't mean you need to like lie.
I think she'd be willing to come around, but I think these conversations need to continue happening.
Yeah, I think she'd be willing to come around if Tashika led the charge, because I mean, she's told me like she really respects Tashika. So I feel like this is what I say. Like, if we can just make Tashika the face of like the leftist community, and you can just be like the communicator or something. I mean, leaps and downs could be had here if we had a rational representative, and that is, she's on the panel right now. Where's that? Yikes!
I don't know. I'd be willing. I don't know what the conversation would be per se. I don't know what I would have to ask what the disagreement is specifically, because I don't think I've done anything egregious up here. But maybe I can talk to her.
I mean even just like the whole entire, like, so do you in these like left-wing spaces, I know there was like some, you know, dumb drama with like Dean and Parker initially, but like, are you well received in left-wing spaces, or do they try to tell you your opinion isn't valid, or like how that your opinion isn't valid?
It's definitely, well, to be fair, like, I have to be really serious. The issues that I have with Dean and Parker, it's definitely like not dumb and small. That's actually like a huge issue that I have with these spaces, is the complete and utter downplaying of my experiences with them, and how much it has deeply traumatized me. I still have to get treatment. And it has completely reshaped the way in which I interact with these two. Like, it's not, and it's really not an easy story to tell. I can't tell the story without like a teeth chattering panic attack, genuinely. I don't even like looking at their faces, because I do genuinely get like flashbacks, you know? So I know you didn't do it on purpose. I just don't appreciate when people boil it down to just TikTok beef. That hurts me. But I'm not well received. I mean, like, I don't know how I would determine well received, but like in certain spaces, in those spaces, I'm not like well received. But in my space, obviously I am. Because I have responses to things that people don't like, and I don't have all the same, like, I don't have any issue punching down, you know what I mean? Like, I just, these are just not things that I value. And I just don't, you know, I've never really fit in. It's not really a goal that I have per se.
For the person who said you did it to yourself, I'm sorry, but I'm banning you.
Oh,
I'm sorry. You ain't gonna do that to our queen. Oh, fuck no.
I don't think I'm mean to people without reason. I think I'm just a very intense person. And a lot of the way that I speak comes off as rude, because I do speak in a very authoritative accent. That's just, if you speak to anyone in my family, we all speak the exact same way. It's genuinely just how I talk. Ask anyone around me. When you get me in that zone, I speak in a very authoritative manner, as well as like, I am also wear my emotions on my sleeve. And so when people do or say things that upset me, I am very open when I am upset. And when I am enraged by something, people typically know when I'm enraged. And I don't really, you know, you call people ugly old, exactly, 100%. Oh, hell yes. I just said this. I have no issue punching down. If during a conversation I'm realizing that this person, there's no use getting through to this person, there's also I don't know if you're being sarcastic. There's also like an entertainment aspect to my live streams as well. If I realize that there's no longer a good conversation for us to have, I'm just gonna clown the shit out of you. I'm just
and I think you punch down with like a bunch of people who are hypersensitive to it. But like I don't know if you've noticed with me, sometimes you'll punch down at me all the time, and I'm just like, Tashika, because I see yes. Well, and it's because I understand that's the person you are, and I just accept you regardless because I think that you are extremely valid in your points, and then I think that you have like a great perspective on things, and I think that you like actually want to have productive conversation. So you could punch down on me all day long, and I think you're so much more productive than that. Like I'm not going to sit there and discredit and throw Tashika out because I've realized really quickly that you have a lot of credit behind the things that you say, and I think that people are just too sensitive and they can't handle the fury of Tashika. So
yeah, I think people on this app are just like everyone treats everything like it's the worst thing known to man. And I kind of fell into that myself, where I was like treating everything like it was super serious, but then I kind of realized, like, I think the biggest thing was when I made friends that weren't on TikTok, who had real 9-to-5s in the real world, living real lives. And it's like looking out a window, like even though like I have windows in my room, but being able to see how normal people who are not always online navigate through certain issues, it is not the same as the way that we navigate them here. It's just not. And so I think that has really changed my perspective on how to like handle certain situations. But like, you know, it really is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I've talked to a lot of people, and this is the first time I've talked to someone who like I considered an op, and then they came in and I was like, I mean, again, since the last live, I have been a Tashika stan. I've been going into your debates, and I've been like, our queen Tashika, and I'm like, I don't know if you've seen that, but no, it's just because I genuinely respect the fact that you're consistent and that you come in. I believe that you're 100% good faith. I think that you come to try to provide actual value in conversations, and it's just rare.
People just don't like that I'm mean. Sorry though. I
love it. I love it.
I can't stop being mean. It's kind of like a reflex.
It's okay.
I try to be nicer over time, try to calm down a little bit. But yeah, like it's okay. It's the whole thing. But yeah, but that's just how I am, and I like that about myself. I like that I'm pretty fast. So yeah.
Cosmic Mama said fake, not mean. Nah, Tashika's a real one.
I gotta say, after a couple margaritas, you turn a lot nicer, though. That's kind of weird.
Damn. Yeah, pour me a couple fingers of rye. It's all right.
Even more so if you've had a couple margaritas too.
I know. I didn't think I was gonna be getting tipsy with Tashika, but
I think the time. Maybe that's what we need to do. Maybe we just need to get a full room, get everyone.
Literally, someone you can have a beer with.
Like,
yeah.
Yeah, and be like, okay, guys, let's be serious for 3 seconds.
Z said, let's do Vegas together. For sure.
Hey, Tashika, there's your podcast, Tipsy with Tashika.
Tashika, would you do like, okay, would you do like a Sean Mike Kelly debate podcast, like for
who is Sean Mike Kelly?
He's like I think he's some podcaster. He has like 12 million followers on Instagram. Can we take you with us?
I don't know who that is either.
So like me and Z are set to do this podcast with him. He reached out to me in January and then reached out to me again, and now it's gonna be like me and Z. But like would you come with us to it? It would be you, me, and Z.
Maybe I know his face. I'm not good with names.
Sean, go to Instagram. That's where he's at. Like Instagram, it is Sean Mike Kelly.
Well, just there's a bunch of people in chat like going off about like people being mean and crap. Like everybody that you guys like, all the content creators, they're all probably mean sometimes. They're all probably mean to people. I'm mean to people sometimes too. And so it's based on like your own perceptions sometimes, based on the people that you like. If somebody's mean to them, then you obviously will think of that person differently. But for people like me, or even Mantis is like mean to lots of people and very like, you know, crass sometimes. And because we are mean to people lots of times, we also know that sometimes we come in too hot, and the fact that other people are mean to us lots of times means like we're willing to totally look at it as like as just part of the game, because that's what I think all of us are doing that from time to time. And there will probably be times in the future where Tashika and I are mean to each other again. It's just it just doesn't the meanness in and of itself isn't everything.
Yeah, and I'd argue it's just like,
if you're like 15, how old is this person?
No, I think he's a lot older than that. I think.
How is he? Does he have like? Is it a guy with curly hair? He looks like a child.
Yeah. I know. I think he's like 25 or 26.
What was his name again?
25. He's older than me? That's crazy.
Sean Mike Kelly. I'm just saying, like, because when I find people, and UFA will tell you this extensively, because I've like been doing like hella collabs with people who are either joined the tour or like.
Oh.
Yeah, when I find someone who I believe their voice, or they should have like a massive platform, I extensively reach out any kind of growth that I can. And that's why, like, because someone in the chat was just like, to Tashika on that podcast, what? But like, I come from the perspective of this.
Yeah, I'm down.
In this, I have realized that, lo and behold, someone who should have I'm not saying you don't have a large platform, but someone who should have a massive platform here. And I'm willing, like I said, that's why I instantly threw out my Instagram, because when I find people who actually want to like build bridges and communicate productively, oh fuck, I'll use every resource I have to build you up, simply because it's so needed. And it's just, I think the wrong people are getting massive platforms for no reason, where people like you get like ostracized, and it's completely unfair.
Yeah, Destiny and Myron Gaines were just on that guy's show recently. He has a very different name on YouTube.
Yeah, I would do a podcast. I think, I don't know, like on this space, my intentions have never really been I don't. It's never really been to like center the audience. It's more to improve, to get to the top where I want to be. I don't really want like an audience that idolizes me. And again, they still, like, some of them still do that. And that, oh my god, and that kind of, that comes with the job.
You can't get away from parasociality.
Yeah.
I'm 100% parasocial now.
I've always tried to set my sights to, you know, the people who I want to be around, and not just like the audience. And I feel like if that's the case, then like I'll just find the right audience. I feel like I love the people that I've built with so far. Genuinely, I know people. There are people in my audience who have been there since I've like went by like Baby Bop. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like I do want to set my sights higher, and you know, and go a little bit beyond, you know, just like, I don't know, I'm too drunk to say a full fucking sentence right now.
Well, I mean, in the message that you wrote about that I was reading, I think the first time we met, you say a bunch of times in that how proud you are of your community, how much you like of what like you built, and the people that follow you, the people that were in your Discord, and all of that in your going away from TikTok message. So you do seem to like your community a lot.
I do a lot. I think we've worked really, really, really well, and I think a lot of us have all grown together. Like we've all grown together. Like I've been able to have some really, really good conversations with people in my community. I give out my number to my supporters sometimes. Like that's how like close we begin to be a lot of the time. Like a lot of them have become a lot of my really close friends.
I've talked about, I was just talking about this the other day. It's actually mind blowing to me when I get canceled and I lose like a lot of my supporters. I'm actually like upset about it. Like people that I know that don't like me anymore. Like, I'm kind of upset about it, but I've talked to like other people. Like, I remember having a conversation with Hunter Avalone when he switched from being very conservative to very liberal. And I asked him, I was like, so you lost like your whole audience and regained a whole new audience. And he's like, yeah. And I was like, is there anybody that you were like upset about leaving or not liking you anymore? He's like, no. And I was like, not even like a mod, not even like, you know, somebody who was like a big part of your community. He's like, no, there was nobody. I was like, that, bro, I cannot, you've been doing this for like a decade. I can't imagine you not having a single fucking person.
School, I would watch Hunter Avalone so much, like religiously in high school.
Yeah, I've done I've done a number of things with him. When his wife was going through that whole scandal, she was on my show a couple of times talking about it.
Was it last year or 2 years ago?
Yeah.
When are they still together?
No, that was part of the whole thing, is that they were getting a divorce, and then when they were getting a divorce, the guy who was talking to her was afraid that they were going to out him, so he outed everything first, and then while everything was blowing up, one day she just jumped on my show, because I have like an open call-in show where people who are like content creators are allowed to just jump right on. So she just jumped on, and all of a sudden I had thousands and thousands of people watching who were all there to hear what she had to say. And it was and then Andrew Wilson jumped on and kind of grilled her a little bit, but yeah.
I was talking about his new girlfriend when.
Oh no, not the one when they got shot at. No, this is before that, when his wife.
I didn't watch his content for a while, and then I saw that happened, and I was like, "Oh my god!" Like, that's so.
Yeah, that was like 2 months after his wife at the time apparently started doing OnlyFans, and this was like a huge thing because he always used the fact that even though he was sorry, you're right, okay, sorry. But yes, it was a huge deal because Hunter always made a big deal about in his debates with conservatives about the fact that he had more of a conservative lifestyle than them. And so then when it came out that not only was there an open relationship, that she had this second job on the side, that there were like fivesomes and like peeing and all sorts of other stuff that was going on, that she this became like a huge hypocrisy talking point from all of the right-wingers. So they were all very happy about that.
Someone said Covey is live and she isn't happy about this. What?
Oh please don't target her, please.
No.
As someone, look, I as much as I think that like it's a bad thing to do. First of all, she's already apologized for it. If we're gonna bitch at fucking Tom,
has she?
Huh? Is it good?
She's saying you're friends with Nazis.
If she's already apologized for it, I'm totally unaware. In my chat, she came out and said that like there's nothing wrong with this. So.
Hold on. Hex is just going off saying that she's speaking about you right now for being here. What?
Speaking about who?
You. And saying that you're befriending Nazis. This is just what someone named Fluffy and Hex is saying.
Oh, whatever. I'm just saying. Okay. I don't think it's necessary to go after her. I just want to say, like, I'm gonna be real. Like, as someone on this, I get called the fucking N-word 24/7. I get slurred against, the misogyny, the sexism. There is a level, and that's why I never really listen to people when they talk about how mean I am or how rude I am. If you experience the type of things that I experience all the time when I put myself out there, you would understand the amount of rage that comes out of me. You would, okay? And so if they were having a conversation, like when I was leaving the live, I was talking to Athena, and she was telling me what was happening. I understand why she reacted that way. Well, I'm not gonna fucking shit on her for
just
that.
To be
I'm not
clear,
gonna take her before God.
In what I saw, she kept saying that they called her the N-word with the hard R. In the full video that I have, they don't.
There. It didn't.
Okay, so I said in my video, the one that I put up, that like my issue is that I could learn of some context here that makes this like better or worse, and that would change the framing of this. My issue was that Covey has numerous times clipped things out of context of me and then played them everywhere, gone around every time I was on a panel, jumping on to say, this guy's a Nazi, this guy's a PDF, and then again, using the things that she already learned were out of context, then still used the out of context clips. And so my issue was, you're saying these things in this way to where obviously we could post this out of context, but you keep saying you don't care about context. You don't care about like intent. You don't care about any of those things. You only care about the thing in and of itself. So if that's the case, then this thing in and of itself is just racist. There's no other... Right. There's nothing else to take into consideration.
I don't know. Tashika needs to be getting paid for some communication courses where leftists come and pay her and be like, yeah, teach me how to communicate properly. Because if people are, and I'm gonna say it like, no, but if people are gonna like try to, and I'm not gonna say like cancel you or like if they're gonna try to criticize you for properly communicating, that's beyond me. If I'm just pretend your community decides to like turn against you for this.
Well,
you're always welcome. You're always welcome.
Well, I feel like I can still grow. It's fine, but like, shit. Okay, hold on.
Well, I just want to say, Mojo was there for this once as well. Mojo was there once when I was on his panel, and she jumped on to do the same thing. Okay.
I think
she did
that
it on my panel. She did it on my panel.
Mm-hmm.
I if it is the case that they're taking what you're saying out of context and it's causing you to be framed in like really bad optically, I think it's good for you to call that out. But like, again, like if we care about these things,
yeah, I'm not calling her a racist.
I don't see the point in repeating the behavior. And yeah, I'm just saying, like, yeah, I just don't see the point in repeating the behavior and not posing her mistakes within their full context or her takes within their full context. I think that we should still remain good faith no matter what. Even if, the other side isn't being good.
In the video that I have, the guy says the N-word with a soft A in like a colloquial context. And then she says, oh, you're calling me the N-word, and then starts calling him a sand N-word with the hard R. Then when she came to my chat, she said, he called me the N-word with the hard R. Okay, maybe that happened. In the video, she responds to a soft A and says that, and I grew up in New York. Like where I grew up, literally everybody, whether you're white, black, Latino, Chinese, everybody there says the N-word. Like it is just a community thing. It's what everybody says. And so I can take into consideration even him using the N-word in a way where, especially he's in another society that doesn't have like our same history with black people and slavery, and the way that he uses it is very different. Like there's just so much more to take into consideration with that. And she just doesn't take any of that into consideration. But yeah, you don't have to answer for any of that. I don't want you to, like, I'm just explaining my position. That's all.
Yeah, I think if you want to critique that, then I think you should critique it. I just think we should all remain good faith so that we don't muddy the waters of a good conversation. But as a debater, like, wait, not as a debater, as a black woman, as a black woman, I don't know. I just really, really understand her rage because like I doubt that he's the first person to call her the N-word that day. Every time I go live, I get called the N-word like 200 fucking times a stream. Okay, so I understand how like it's mind breaking sometimes. And then people find it funny in the chat, and you can't block all of them. So and then there's a matter of like, you can get banned for it, and you just feel like there's no one protecting you. You know what I mean? And like, I understand her when she does these things, which is why I don't want people fucking dogpiling on her because she made one fucking mistake.
Yeah, I do too. Again, I in my, like, from my perception, she like just gave reasons for why it was okay for her to do it, and it wasn't racist. And if you look at the comments are all saying this is why it's okay, this is why it's not racist. But that in my actual video, I literally say there could be totally different context that would make this better or worse that I personally would take into consideration. My issue is that she doesn't take these things into consideration, and the hypocrisy in the way she attacks people like me. I show a couple of examples of her attacking 2 other people just within the last 24 hours doing the same thing. And so that was like the whole thing. It was just the hypocrisy angle, not to call her like an actual full-blown racist or anything.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, like it is what it is. I think it's. I surely doubt that the person that she said that to actually gives a shit. You know, like, I think it's something we can definitely move past. When you look at the full picture, I think we can understand everything.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what. I hope everyone's like, everyone in another stream is not super upset about this, because I don't think it needs to be. Liam, why are you following me everywhere?
Yeah, Mercedes, your stream is down on the computer. I even see people in your chat saying, "Fix this. I can't see what's going on." Like,
wait, what?
there's
What?
I have your stream pulled up on my computer as well, and it's just loading. It's.
I mean, I'm here. I can see myself.
Yeah, I see you on my phone.
Delayed.
But like, you can see people in chat saying the stream is broken.
Yeah, mine's working. My PC's working. I don't know. I can see it on the PC.
Someone said
They said you're back.
I'm back and it's fine now.
Let me refresh.
We were breaking the internet over here. I'm sorry.
Do you know how to soft boot?
What is a boot of what?
Yeah,
A soft boot.
Isn't that just a teacup and come back?
No, well, you can actually, if you swipe
people are saying
up,
it's good right now.
It's still on my computer. It's blacked out.
Wait, what is it? It's just blacked out, no sound?
Yeah, so it's let me see. Yeah,
Wait,
no.
Mercedes, are you on your phone or on your PC?
I'm on my phone.
On my computer, it's
Can't you
just
restart the
blacked
live?
out.
Not like end the live, but it restarts the live in the live. Like, it doesn't turn it off.
You can try that in your settings. If you go down to your settings at the bottom right, and then go into there's something inside.
Do I click the more button?
Okay, it's back.
Click the more button, and then go into settings.
We're back. We're back. We're all back.
Wait, I just want to show you where this is. I want to show you where this is, though, if it's in yours. If you click the more button and then you go down to settings, click on settings, it should say there is
Wait, I'm doubling up. That was only for a second, right? Is it still doubling up?
You can swipe halfway up, so you can see all the tabs that are open on your phone, and then you can swipe the app closed, and then when you log back into TikTok and you go back to go live again, it asks you if you want to resume the live, and then you can go straight back into the live from where you left it.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to write that down. I'm a little tipsy, so I don't know.
That's fine. I'll talk to you about it later.
Cool.
I read a comment somewhere and I blacked out. Not blacked.
Do I gotta block them? I would. Whatever.
Liam just does his thing. It's whatever. He's like a little mouse.
Liam can sing, if anybody cares. He came up on my panel and serenaded one of my friends. It was kind of funny and weird, but.
I wonder. I don't know.
Wow.
You okay?
Me?
Yeah.
Overwhelmingly happy. I feel like my heart is full.
Oh dear. Okay. That's never what I want. So
Tashika bullied me into like an extreme serotonin boost.
Ridiculous.
Masochistic a little bit, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, freaked out in here. Chat. I'm thinking. I don't know. I'm wondering if I should speak to Allison and see if maybe we can come to like a resolution. I feel like a lot of this is very, very beneath me. I feel like this childish. Is she showing our messages right now? Hold on.
No.
No, she's not.
I think
she's typing
Allison's
something.
doing a little workup.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I just saw it from a distance in the little thing. I thought it was a Discord message. I was about to be livid. Oh. Okay, never mind. It just looked like a Discord message from the little tiny picture.
Well, if you want to go talk to her, like feel free at any moment if you want to do that. I will be in the
It's just a matter. Well, don't piss her off. I don't think that it does.
We're gonna check in on Covey real quick. Yep. There she goes. Yep, she's doing it again.
and Kobe is going after Tom.
Yeah, she's literally doing it again. She's literally doing it again right
Yes.
now. I just
Same-
checked.
haven't even
Right
said
now,
anything.
she
What-
is
what
doing
is
it
going on
again.
here?
And like playing the
Yes.
clips again. She's doing it again.
Yes.
Okay, so I don't really.
So they're not mad at you. I think they're just mad at Tom and.
But they're but I feel like they wouldn't
I'm
have
sorry,
targeted
I'm
us
sorry.
otherwise unless Tashika was up here. Like I think
really-
the only reason that they're doing this is because Tashika's up here.
I really don't appreciate the way that she's framing the story, in which I said that she sounds like a man, because she did. Like, whenever, like, you guys know, like, when you're trying to explain something to a man, I'm sure Z, your husband's done it at least once, where you're trying to explain this thing to them, they're like, well, I don't know what you want me to do. I don't know what you want me to do. Like,
Obviously, you
that's
understand
like
why a
man
woman would
thing
get
to
offended by
say.
somebody saying that they sound like a man, though. Like, that's.
Oh yes, I 100% would. But like I think that's such an odd thing to harp on, and I feel like it comes off as like she's trying to make it seem like I was insulting her a bunch, and like no, like it doesn't even. I don't appreciate the fact that it doesn't give context to why I said that at all. It's a completely like watered down version of what actually happened.
Welcome to my world.
So maybe I'll try to. Maybe hold on, one nail. Yeah, I think I'll try to speak to her. I think we can come to a resolution. I just don't think that it needs to end on such a cheap note.
Yeah, again, this has been my fight with pretty much all of these people, is they take personal attacks on me, take what I say, water it down to like the dumbest fucking version of it, to where sometimes it's literally the opposite of what I said. And then and then run with a narrative on it, and I'm thinking the whole time, oh, maybe somebody sent them an out of context clip and they just believed it, you know, maybe this, and then I find out no, they clipped it themselves. They're still gonna double down. They're not gonna actually make the claim, but they're gonna back off it. Kobe literally will make the claim, she just won't talk to me about it. She literally, every time we've tried having a conversation, she just literally talks over me the entire time and doesn't allow me to get a word in because she knows she's fucking lying. So yeah, it's very frustrating.
I think I'm gonna go and try to talk to her. I feel like hopefully we'll like get something done.
Are you going to Allison?
Yeah.
Okay, everyone in this chat, if you want to join me in
do not be an asshole.
Do not be an asshole. Yes.
Don't brigade.
Don't say anything. Watch silently. Don't brigade. But
before you go, Tashika, I wanted to be mad at you for saying that she sounded like a man, because I took offense to that, and then you explained it, and I thought, well, shit, I've done exactly that thing.
Yeah. But you see what I mean? It's like the behavior. But
I mean,
yeah,
she
it's
did
just like
do
that
that,
lack
yeah.
of accountability, and just like it's just weird. But yeah, chat, please, like, we're not enemies. We don't need to be enemies. Can we just please like lock in? Okay.
we're just gonna watch. We're gonna watch a master communicator in her element. Are you ready? Ready?
Seriously, guys, if y'all go over there and brigade, like, I will like just ban y'all from my fucking community.
Yeah,
and shit.
I'll freak out. I'll freak out. Like,
it.
we are going. All we're doing is we're watching. It is a peaceful Tashika cook moment. We just sit back and watch Tashika engage in master communication. Are you guys ready? 1, 2, 3, go.
Good luck, Tashika.
Bye, guys. We're going to go do that. We're going to. I think is she live on It's Allison right now?
Yes.
Okay. Everyone, go. Peace be with Tashika. Oh.
All right, I'm gonna check in on Kobe first, cause this fucking bitch. Yeah, she's just scrolling through my shit.
It just takes a little longer to get there.
Yeah. I think it frees them up a little bit, so they're not immediately, kind of on the spot.
Where is this? Oh,
we
it's my
got one
phone.
person requesting up. We got one.
Shut up.
Of course, they're going to come for me because to escape with a black woman, and they're going to come for Allison.
Oh, Allison's not
because
black.
Allison is keeping them in fucking check by checking like their finances.
I appreciate your videos. They have been very helpful. I appreciate you uploading those to YouTube. That's been a huge benefit. Thank you. If somebody's racist, you asked me to prove that she was racist, so stop pinning this on me. You asked me to do this. No, and now you're acting like it's I did not. I didn't even bring it up when you came on. I did not bring it up when you came on. You are lying. I'm not gaslighting you. You're a liar. You asked me to do it. You brought it up, not me. You brought it up.
No, you want to show me so fucking bad.
Anyway.
Of course, my live visibility is restricted. I'm gonna restart, y'all. Who's they? Oh.
Tashika's live or something, or Mercedes said to go to Tashika's live. That's what the DC.
Okay, let me restart, y'all.
Okay.
Oh, hold on.
What a fucking piece of shit, then. All right, let's see what's going on with Allison.
This went on for 3 hours. I mean, it's just so crazy. Anyways, so we have the actual, this is the raw data from the fec.org, okay? You can go look at, or fec.gov, excuse me. You can go look at this yourself. Everyone can go do that. This is all I had questions about. Okay, and I'm not really here to break this down again. I don't give a fuck if Tashika wants to talk to me. I don't give a flying fuck. She could have called me. I mean, that's literally what I said. This is so weird. I'm so disappointed to see this. This is so weird. I didn't imagine this behavior. I mean, it's just weird as fuck. You can go look at this. You can look at the breakdowns. Click on it. You can look at browse receipts. Take a look. It has these filters up here. You can modify them and you export the data. That is what is here. Okay? And now everybody can just read, because I already have videos on it. I'm like, how did you spend over $500,000 and you're in... I don't know, it's like $139,000. That is not earmarked. I don't really get that. Why am I being attacked because I didn't want to call you? Because apparently you want to do it publicly, and I think that's weird.
Aram Sound tipped $15. This is for being there at the Yalta conference of TikTok. L'chaim. In must complain about being the Jew kept off panel. JKWWWWWWWWWWWWW.
Well done. Well done. Thank you, Aaron. Let's fucking go. That keeps us, what is that? $10 from finishing off round 2. W. Aaron's in chat, everybody. Thank you, Aaron. Let's fucking go, dude.
It's just so like, damn, I thought we were adults, you know? We always talk about this, I thought we were adults.
Hey, oh yeah, that's right. I don't think my chats ever pop up from my computer. Can somebody tell me, Mantis or anybody, can y'all tell me if Shiboy Productions chats are popping up in Allison's chat?
Okay, I allowed most of the time. Because I liked what you had to say. You had great moderation in the conversation, but what the fuck? You're gonna tell me pick me's a slur? Grow up! Like... if you guys want context, it's all on the YouTube. Like, please, be fucking for real. Call me a pick me, do it. I mean, it's just like, jeez. Yes, you did, it's on the YouTube! Yes, you totally did! You totally said that! I don't know, Layla, thank you for... I was agreeing with that. Hypocritical on what? Be serious. I got gays for Trump. They're pick-me's. Like, can we grow up for a moment? Like, jeez, man. Like, what? We spent how much time talking about that? When this woman called me the R word 10 fucking times, I wanted to talk about the finances. And what were you doing in your direction? What did you want? To join the tour? Was that your endgame? I mean, man, it's cool, Tashika. but wow. I mean, I just, you know, I had more respect for you.
What the fuck is this? Is it, so are my chats going through? Anybody? Oh, you're banned. Shit.
What is going on? Like, you don't know? Go watch the video. Go watch the YouTube. Go watch you. Go watch you stand on shit by calling pick me a slur and spending how much and then calling me a toxic man?
Ooh.
Because I don't typically mute comments? Like, oh my gosh. Like, grow up. This is the accountability from the left. Like, I'm actually pulling finances from the left. This is accountability from the left. Whatever the fuck you're doing with this is weird. It's so fucking weird. Worry about the real shit. We can't act like that's not what happened. We were just creating a timeline of everything that happened. This was the dumbest shit I've ever seen. What are you doing right now? I was a donor. I want an explanation. Feel free to look at my breakdown videos. I just posted the one about the total received versus spent, earmarked versus unearmarked. I'm not here to break down the finances again. Innocent until proven guilty. You guys want to make the accusation that I'm saying something I'm not, because maybe you are. You sound more guilty than I do. I just made videos asking questions. Look at your response. Look at your response. This is weird. Just
asking questions, guys.
The fuck is wrong with you guys? All of you. I'm gonna need y'all to watch the full video on YouTube. See what led to Tashika having to agree with the Unfuck America tour. I was used as the reason for this live happening tonight. I'm the reason.
Dude, Nicole's in there asking if she's okay again. Are you okay? Are you okay?
Like, grow up. You chose this.
Are you alright?
You chose this. I mean, you know, I just need you to go.
Pick me isn't a slur, it's unkindness. So it's based on how you use it. Pick me can be a slur. So the idea that, like, women trying to get in with men for some sort of benefit is how people use pick me for women. But if you do believe that, like, there's a patriarchy, that we live in a patriarchal system, that, like, women have to go through some of these things in order to get some benefits out of it, it is something to downplay women. It is something that is specifically targeted at women. It's specifically, and so it's about how you use it. It's not that it's always a slur no matter how you use it. It's that depending on how you use it, it can be a slur. And the way that they were using it was definitely, like, a bit off. Now, whether or not you care is a different issue, right? Like, not so Weirdite was like, yeah, I don't really care if they use it, but you guys care about slurs. You guys care about sexist slurs. So if you're going to make a big deal about sexist slurs and call me out for it, you got to moderate this shit too. And she was right. Like, yeah, if they want to be principled, if they don't want to be hypocrites, they got to be consistent on this.
Respectfully, not letting her up to defend herself doesn't look good. Well, and that's a very fair comment. I'm gonna be honest. If you want to understand why I'm gonna need you.
She's gonna cry.
To take a look at my YouTube video and look the first hour and a half. We're fine. Everything's fine. Okay. And then just note, because I'm like, what the fuck is happening right now? What the fuck is happening right now? I'm not letting Kobe raid. Oh my god, what's up, Kobe? I'd let Athena up, yeah. I'm not letting people in from this fucking tour. I'm not adding to your shit. I'm allowed to ask questions. You guys are making accusations that are untrue. Grow up. If you're not guilty, then shut up. Okay, let me do my thing. Damn.
So yeah, Athena is Covey. Those are the same people. So
They
the
always want to
person,
be loud when it's about the money.
the person just a minute ago that we saw, like pulling up videos to lie about me, the person that I was just talking about saying that they keep like framing shit in certain ways, that's Covey. That's Athena. Same person. This is also the other person that I said is always like, this is the other person that I said kept like clipping shit out of context, and then every time she would get confronted on it, she'd be like, I was just asking questions, guys.
And go back to your guys' live. You guys all wanted to come over here and raid me. I never said, like, I will talk to you guys one-on-one, but Tashika, I'm talking about the fucking tour, unless you're a part of it now.
Yeah, she had like 100 people watching earlier. Now she's at like 350. So she's she gets like overwhelmed.
Just go start your own live. Yeah, thank you guys. Well, after doing an Athena raid, welcome in. Welcome in.
Hey, Allison.
What's up, Kobe?
Are you okay?
It's a time.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, I just...
Sorry, let me turn this down. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at that. Good. Okay.
Oh, period. Thank you, thank you.
This is Kobe.
I just... Tell me why I get sent messages, that I think you were brought up as well. And I was brought up too, to justify their racism for some reason, because they keep trying to scapegoat me.
I didn't watch most of the live. I haven't even seen the clip yet. I literally was driving home and I was like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, that's what I know. So wow,
fucking coke, dude.
Wild.
Fucking coke.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah, it's interesting that Mercedes keeps bringing up my clip where I crashed out after being racially abused for 30 to 40 minutes, called a monkey a slave. People made monkey noises, called me an N-word with the hard ER, made fun of my skin tone and my skin color, and racially abused me. And they bring that clip up. Mercedes Chandler, who looks like they haven't taken a shower in 6 fucking months, okay? Who wears the same ass, like, army camo, ugly ass camouflage clothes and cap since the time she was born. I'm pretty sure this person was born out of the fucking womb with that ugly ass camo cap, right? So the fact that they have to fix their ugly ass, dry ass, thin-lipped face to try to bring me up to justify the fact that they're friends with 2 neo-Yazis, to me is crazy. The fact that they're friends with a guy called Tom Foolery who told a black woman, you're my black little sister. You need to toughen up, bro, because I'm your big brother.
It was a black
and
man.
How he regularly talks about saying the N-word on lives and in private as well. The person who said that when a white man is speaking, black women need to shut up and listen, right? The same guy who sat on live trying to justify corn that is made specifically for P3DOs by saying that it's okay to bring a woman who's like 18 years old and dress her up as a 13-year-old to quench the thirst of P3DOs. The same man who sat there telling a black woman he knows more about racism than she
She's
does.
just fucking lying. Well, some of this I
sitting
did
there
say.
with another woman who also, Mantis from like New Zealand or whatever, wherever she's from, who also regularly says the N-word, who also regularly says the R slur. As a matter of fact, just a month ago, she went on a panel full of just black people on a black woman's live and said the N-word twice on that panel.
No, she didn't.
And Mercedes has to bring me up out of fucking context where I'm being racially abused so she can justify the fact that she's friends with these two neo-Yazis. But of course it's okay, you know, because every single time if she just brings up her token wife or token partner or just has a black face on the screen, for some reason she's not racist anymore, right?
Literally
Girly
none of
pop.
that happened,
Just
dude.
because you've been inside a black person does not mean that you're not fucking racist.
Inside.
Slave masters had black children. Biological children. So just because you somehow fell in love with a black person or a partner, whatever the hell they are, and you've been inside them, doesn't mean that you're not racist. Just because every single time
What just happened?
told her, why are you friends with a person who says the N-word? They literally just turned on their cam and they had their black partner there. Literally. They just had their black partner there. I'm confused as to why you think you can bring like my name up in your filthy ass mouth and think you can use me and scapegoat me, a black woman who you brought up a clip where I was in a very vulnerable moment and I was literally crying on that live. I was literally crying on that live because I was so triggered. So you decide to bring me up to justify two neo-Yazis that you're friends with. And also, remember that clip where they were happy to meet older millennial?
Yeah, of course I do. Yeah.
You know, the same man who said he would throw he would throw like people with disabilities over a cliff. The same man who said he's pro-colonialism because he thinks it's good. The same man who said that black women are just angry and masculine and aggressive and yada yada yada, and that's why people don't date them. That's the man that you are happy to see. These people are not moderates. They're not liberals. These people are literally freaking MAGA conservatives. Like, these people are fascists. Like, genuinely, these people are conservatives at this point.
They're literally
They have to be, and they came after you because you went after their finances, by the way.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm well aware. Because all of this started from a live I had. This is the reason Tashika's even on that live. The reason for any of this is because I asked about the finances. They said they were going to talk to me about the finances. One of the people on the tour just decided to call me the R word 10 times, then the live got discontinued. I started my own. I don't know, she said something, I called her a pick-me. And
it's Copy.
Kyla and Mercedes, they
Mantis.
were cool after that night.
C-O-P-E-Y.
I don't know, there's so much. That's why I'm creating a timeline right now. It's just, this is a wild series of events that I can't believe it's just pick me led to this. I don't even know. Sorry, I'm not gonna be the best at explaining myself right now. I'm gonna be absolutely honest. But it's just been a weird time.
Yeah, 100%. 100%, it is a weird time. I think like, and the fact that they're trying to grasp onto another black woman, this is what's sick, right? They're trying to, in order to justify the things that they've said and done, and continue to say and do, they're trying to pin one black woman against another black woman. And I'm not going to even entertain that at all. I'm not going to entertain that at all. Like, I understand that people are trying to do that. They're trying to bring up like another black woman and all those different things. And because Mercedes, like when Mercedes is not using her partner as a human shield,
I said Copy is the woman who needs to sit down and listen.
To try to weaponize them against black women, because instead of sitting down and deconstructing from the fact that she was the chapter leader of gays against groomers, the fact that she sat down and reposted stuff that dehumanized George Floyd, the fact that she sat down and is friends with people who say the most horrendous ish, she just likes to use black people as human shields. She uses people as human shields so much so you would mistake her for the IDF, right? But anyways,
I see. I don't know a lot. I don't know.
So is
I'm pretty,
Tashika
like,
one of
this
the
is all
leaders
that
in their
really
group?
shocked me in the last, like, this has been a thing, like, 3
I don't know what you mean. Like, do you not know who Tashika is, or what? What are you asking?
So I'm learning. There's a Reddit out there that I did not know about it before. People have asked if I was born before. No, I don't know what anybody's talking about. I don't know anything about anybody. What I looked into is public records.
Wait, a Reddit about what? I'm confused.
There's a Reddit about. I don't know if I want. I don't even know if I want to say this publicly. I don't know. I can DM it to you because I'm not trying to add to that.
Who does it involve?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but
just DM it to me.
Yeah, I'll show it to you.
Yeah, people are
Reddit is public.
commenting
Yeah, but I don't
Reddit
really
is public.
agree with what it is.
Oh, DM it to me on Discord. That's where I can see.
Okay, for sure. Do I have you on Discord? I don't know. But if you want to add me, it's just my username. It's Allison.
Thank you, Jeff, for the $2 dono. Let's go. $8. Excuse me. $8 from the goal.
I'm not trying to spread the word for fucking anything. It's literally just the recent videos, and I watched everything with AG.
So yeah, if you guys don't remember, like, Tashika was the person a while ago who I was initially fighting with. She was the person who blew up the Unfuck America tour. She was one of the black women who was on the initial panel. She was the woman who came onto my show because I was calling her out for saying that she hates white people and she wants them all to die. And then Allison, this person right here, came on to be like, Tom, you realize that when you talk about black women this way, this is what makes them have these problems with white men, and the fact that you would even be willing to say any of these things. And I can't believe you just said Negro, and this is so offensive. That was Allison right here. But then Tashika jumped on right afterwards and was like, yeah, I do want white people to die, so fuck you. And I was like, well, no, I mean, this is racist. She's like, hold on, shut the fuck up. I was like, no, this is my show. You shut the fuck up. And I kicked her off. And that was the only time we ever spoke. So, but yeah, she's like, after listening to her a lot more after that, I realized, like, she's just kind of, like, provocative. She says provocative and edgy shit. Like, it is what it is. It's not that deep.
It's not letting me. Oh, you're already friends. I'm already friends with you.
Oh, okay, we are. Okay. Can you send me a message?
Let me send you a message.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Is that Tashika has, like, a hardcore snark Reddit thing, so.
And so but not that you have to, like, look at that now, but.
Oh, yeah, no, I know this exists, but also, like, I don't want to.
For sure,
yeah.
I'm not trying to.
I know this exists. Yeah.
Fuck. Hold on.
For, like, why this led to what it is.
Oh, okay. So yeah. So I know that exists, but also I don't want to focus on.
For sure.
The white tea people who are trying to justify themselves.
There's not. I mean, from my understanding, there's not just white tea people in there. The comments are making this clear.
Okay. Yeah. No. I don't.
I mean, and I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just like, and so, but 100%. That's why I don't want to make it public. I don't want to take off.
Yeah. I don't want to take the heat off of. Yeah. I don't want to take the heat off of the fact that Mercedes Chandler is a freaking conservative pretending to be. Mercedes Chandler is a conservative pretending to be on the left, and the fact that they're friends with two neo-Yazis. They started this mess, and now they're trying to bring up a black person to try to again use another black person as a human shield. That's the crazy thing. They're trying to use another black person as a human shield.
I'm not white, I'm brown.
But anyways, that's what I'm going to say. Let's not focus on the fact that they're trying to use a black person as a human shield. Let's focus on the fact that these people, all themselves, they say the R slur, they say the N word. Tom is another neo-Yahtzee who on a live literally did the Yahtzee march, says the N-word with the hard ER, says the N-word, publicly talks about saying the N-word, defends dating or jokes about minors, and at the same time, literally on a live, I can show you the video where he's explaining why he's okay with what's it called? Why he's okay with not child corn, but corn that is specifically made for
Allison also posted this video.
It's weird.
Yeah.
She says it's weird.
He specifically states that I am the one who took this out of context, though, and this is what I said. No, I mean, this is like exactly what you said, Tom. Like, this is what you said.
Yeah.
So
the people in the chat who keep mentioning Tashika and all that stuff, I just need people to stop at this point, because you are trying to use another black woman or scapegoat her as a human shield. Yet again, this is literally what Mercedes Chandler does. When she isn't too busy using her partner, now she's trying to grasp onto or gravitate to another black person, right? So, yeah, I don't know. Just wanted to say that. But please do continue. Sorry.
Oh, no. You're totally good. And thank you for saying that. Yeah, there's a lot to this situation. It's just been a weird time. Because I can't even explain. No, I mean, so that live the other night was a lot. Like, when I tell you, like, I was called like an abusive man. Like, there was a lot of things that I don't think reflects me. My community knows this, but like, I keep feeling I have to like explain myself again. When all the proof is out there, you know what I'm saying? And I don't have to do that, right? But when I tell you guys, like, all I was doing, I was looking at the finances. Did I want answers? Yes, I still do. Z can go make a video with another spreadsheet. Okay? And just address the videos I made. I hope I'm wrong. But it's like, my intentions and what has happened is just like so... It was just a lot the other day. I don't know. And yeah, Tashika was someone I respected. I mean, and I still do. I mean, she hasn't, but it's just like, I'm just kind of disappointed in what's happening.
Bring back white superiority.
But yeah, like I said, that's a very...
Why can't white people just be superior if they want to be superior?
Damn, we played Minecraft together. You know, it's like, you know, and like,
if you're capable of being superior, just be fucking superior. What the fuck?
Saying, like, I don't know, it was just so wild. And I'm not able to convey myself the best right now. I'm gonna be absolutely honest. This is not when I operate the best. People think I just want, like, no, I actually like doing my lives and, like, when I do my debates, that's when I'm most confident. You're seeing me at a state where I'm not confident right now. I'm confident in my claims, I'm just not confident. Like, I just don't like what's happening. The situation just feels very slimy to me. It's just, that's that. I hope I explained myself okay. But
just asking
yeah,
questions
I mean,
isn't a fucking claim.
Are out there, you guys. You guys can go see the wild claims I'm making and go prove me wrong. It's totally fine. Like, you're totally welcome to disagree. Just asking questions to public files, you know? I mean, I don't know. Follow your gut instinct. My gut instinct is that I'm fine. But I also don't like the second attention.
Wait, yeah. Can I just address the chat? I'm so sorry. I don't know why people are jumping to drag Tashika when they have literal white people who say that they're neo-Yahtzees and say the N-word. And instead of focusing on them, you are focusing on another black person.
Allison is dragging Tashika.
Like, this is the issue that I have. The issue that I have is the people in the chat continue focusing on Tashika because you guys want to see a black person get degraded, but you don't focus on the fact that Mercedes Chandler is a racist who literally uses their partner as a human shield to justify their racism. The fact that Tom Foolery is a racist, flat out, full-blown racist. The fact that Mantis is a full-blown racist. But when whitey people are being called out for it, the fact that the chat is trying to focus on a black woman instead of focusing on the fact that these three racist people are not being held accountable, that they can go around pinning black people against black people, to me is actually sick.
I added Covey and told her to sit
That
down,
black
shut up, and
veterans,
listen.
like, again, you're like, I don't know why that person, that's Mercedes's partner, by the way. Girl, get some therapy. Genuinely, go get therapy. Okay, have some self-esteem. And stop being used as a human shield. I don't understand why their partner is not woman enough to defend themselves, and they have to send like a black person to do that. But Allison, like, listen, I don't think it's
I'm
bad.
upset. I just want to be clear.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
upset
upset.
about Tashika because we're friends. Like we were friends, you know. And this will definitely. That is like why I like, and that is just. I don't spend a lot of time with people's lives, and that's just someone, you know. Like I'm just kind of like, damn, like that's someone I wanted to get to know better, and now I don't. But that doesn't mean like she's still like, I mean, I still respect the fuck out of her. It's not her, you guys. It's her. That's my concerns.
I mean, you could let Tashika up and have this conversation
Yes.
with them.
I could, but I
Yes.
wanted to have this conversation privately, and we already discussed it privately, and that's how I've been wanting to keep it. And when they ended the live and came over here and tried to do it publicly, like, I don't want to do that. You know, because I thought, like, I might get emotional.
She called
I
her
don't
out
really feel
publicly.
comfortable doing that on live. You know, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I don't feel comfortable. I don't even know if I feel comfortable having the conversation anymore. Like, I mean, I just don't even know if I care to do it anymore. So, I mean, I just think we can just cut to, like, it's fine. I'm allowed to talk about the tour, and I'm allowed to talk about finances.
My chats aren't popping up anymore.
And I'm allowed, like, I could talk about what happened on my live. We already had the conversation. Anything after, like, this is an analysis. All of it's public. It's all on my YouTube. You could all go watch it.
Yeah, not all stereotypes are racist. It's like there's harmful stereotypes. There's a difference between stereotypes that are like real and that exist versus stereotypes that paint a broad brush in a fallacious manner that are harmful. There's different. Just saying like stereotypes are real, it doesn't. That's a bad faith way of framing it.
And it's okay. I mean, not everybody like. If we want to have this privately and then talk about it and then talk about it after, whether it goes good or bad, that's totally fine. But that's like how the conversation. This is what should have happened. I don't want to do this publicly. And it's gonna be about the tour.
What does word YN means used by black people?
Let's talk about the finances. Go watch my videos, you guys, you know?
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna drop so you can continue talking about what like your videos and stuff. What I'm gonna say is before I drop though, fuck you, Mercedes.
Ooh.
Stop bringing up my fucking name when I'm not there, because you desperately. The fact that Mercedes literally came up on a fake account in my Discord server. Imagine how pathetic that is, that you came up on a fake account in my Discord server.
Dude, she doesn't stop lying, bro.
That Mercedes wants to talk to you. Come to her live. Come to her live. Pretending to be somebody else. Fuck you, Mantis, for being a neo-Yahtzee. And fuck you, Tom, for also being a neo-Yahtzee. Just wanted to say that. And the black partner, bro, get some therapy done. I don't know why you're being used willingly as a human shield instead of, I don't know, letting your partner be woman enough to fight her own battles. But Mercedes likes to act tough with her camo cap, but is not woman enough to actually fight her own battles. That's the crazy thing. But to Allison, to you, yeah, I'm sorry. Like
Yeah,
I'm gonna
just call
watch
them all
the rest of the
racist.
videos that you made with regards to the finances. I haven't been kept up. I haven't kept up on it. I do personally think that you still should talk to this person, in my opinion. And I also do want to say that like Reddit tends to lie a lot. Like if you go to like
No, I'm
Reddit,
just saying. I'm just saying the clip context is there. That's all.
yeah. So it tends to lie a lot because they tried to do a Reddit on me too, and when they were corrected, they deleted the Reddit, right? So Reddit tends to lie a lot, and especially does go after like Black creators on TikTok. That's all I wanted to say.
100%. 100%.
Yeah. But exactly. So I am gonna go back in the chat to see what else you have to say.
They banned the word
Actually,
copy.
you know what? If we could, let's just make it a watch party real quick. Let me just run the receipts real quick. I'll just show you guys the videos. We'll just do a little watch party. It's not a biggie.
Yeah, they banned the word copy in the chat. That's why none of my chats were popping up.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Covey just literally lies with impunity. And this is what Tashika was calling out. This is exactly what Tashika was calling out. This is her problem, is these people continue to lie with impunity. They do not care. I don't know, like Allison wasn't the one who was saying those things. It was mainly Covey. And that is what I was calling her out for. Again, I wasn't calling her out for being a racist or anything like that. I'm calling her out for being a lying piece of shit. And I'm calling her out for being a fucking hypocrite. That's what I'm calling her out for. It's not none of this like racist crap or anything like that, because I was very clear in my video that I'm not calling her out for that. I'm calling her out for hypocrisy, that there's context that can come into that there's context that can totally change what was said, make it better or worse.
Do white people lie beyond food stamps? Who's racist then?
I literally have no idea what the fuck that means, Eshwar. I don't know what fucking straw man you're arguing against. I have no fucking idea what the fuck you're talking about, dude. If you want to call in, you can call in. If you guys disagree with me on something, you can disagree, but you're not I've literally no idea what you're talking about.
Strange was pranayama strategies. There was $13,000 that went to just this organization alone, and I decided to look at their website. When actually visiting their website, there's really nothing else you can do other than scroll on this homepage with this quote. Next, we have the Color 4 LLC, who received $6,182 for flight reimbursements. When looking into the state of California's LLC information, we see that this type of business is a full-service video production company. I'm gonna guess they're not that involved with flight reimbursements. Next one for me to raise some flags was Sunrise Political Solutions Incorporated with $1,775 spent. Looking at their
this is
website
literally the
also
thing that I
raised some
already
major
explained.
alarm bells, as if you hit on the contact button, it just sends you to an email, and if you click on the clients tab, we have National Ground Game Pack at the top. We next have APH Consulting LLC receiving $6,000
at the bottom of the
general consulting
at the top of the
when
bottom.
I tried to look up even an address to this business,
I have no idea either. Okay.
Anything. Lastly, and I know this one's not shocking, we have Soul Strategies LLC, which has received a considerable amount. It is also owned by the one and only Z. Cohen Sanchez. Just in May 2025 alone, Soul Strategies LLC has received 82.42% of the total spending. Just the month of May, Soul Strategies has received $127,945.50. In total, Soul Strategies has received $299,846.20, and they received that amount starting March 13th. I'm all for supporting grassroots-led organizations, but this is just not one of those. I'd be really curious to see if the donors actually know where their money is going. The Unfuck America tour just... Okay. So, have questions.
I want to
and part
formally
two.
apologize for my breakdowns of the national ground game spending because I seem to miss a really dire part of it,
That
which
was
is how they got their money. Before we get into
That was spending,
it,
this is
contrary to
receiving.
popular belief, I hope that I am wrong and that there is something to explain what I'm about to share. This is the total amount raised by National Ground Game from January 1st of 2025 to May 31st of 2025. In total, they report that they have raised $596,450.57. So then I downloaded the total raised and now I'm really confused. There's two important terms to understand: earmarked and unearmarked transactions. On the left-hand side, we have the unearmarked transactions that National Ground Game has
There's not a
received.
claim, I'm
This is
asking
PAC money
questions.
that National Ground Game is allowed to keep. On the right-hand side, we have earmarked contributions. That means these funds must be forwarded to something specific. So in total, National Ground Game took over $15 million, but 99% of that was earmarked. Those earmarked transactions 100% come from Act Blue as well. Legally, they should only have $139,000. And once again, just clarifying that this is through the end of May. We don't have anything for June or July yet. So if we go back to what National Ground Game has spent in total, this is where it gets weird. This pivot table is all transactions
Hello?
they have spent going up to May 31st.
Yo.
And the Stitch video has a better...
Hi.
What's up?
Are you watching that still?
Yeah. What's up? Hello? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I was just gonna say, there's a ton of shit that Kobe, every time I hear that Kobe bitch get on a panel and talk about us, she adds so much more to, like, the things that we've apparently done. What is happening?
Yep. She literally just makes it up. I think every time I hear her talk, she has new shit. Brand new shit every single time. Every time she talks, it's new shit that she's just pulling out of her ass. It's so fucking weird. It's so strange, dude.
The way that it's like total fucking lies. It's just lies. Like, she's doing the thing, unfortunately, that like everyone hates lefties for, and she keeps doing it, and then she wondered, like, nobody fucking likes this shit except for their little hug box. Everyone else is, this is going to drive someone like Tashika further and further away, surely, because that is just fucking revolting behavior. I'm actually, whenever I hear Kobe speak, I diagnose that bitch. She has a diagnosable personality disorder. Like, she is a fucking sociopathic, dude. There is something genuinely wrong with this chick. The way she goes around on panels and has that disgusting, like, soft, cringy, like, voice where she just slanders people and lies about them and spins narratives, and then everyone, like, claps for her and she jumps off again. Like, it is one of the most disgusting things I've ever heard. Also, like, why would she remove Tashika's agency like that? Like, Mercedes is just using all these black women as human shields. Like, no, none of these black women have agency.
Well,
like,
it's really weird
fucked
that,
is that?
so Kovi's, it's funny because Kovi had no fucking idea what she was walking into, and so she's sitting there saying, like, and I'm really upset with the chat for putting blame on Tashika, a black woman, having no fucking clue that it's been Allison who's been talking shit about Tashika the whole fucking time, and that it's Allison who's been calling out Tashika, and she's sitting there getting mad at the chat for this when it's Allison, the person that she's sitting up there talking to, doing this.
Yeah, it's actually so cringe. You can tell that she doesn't give a fuck about Allison either. Like, she's like, oh, sorry, I haven't kept up with, like, anything to do with you, because all she does is suck Good Trouble's cock. Like, she just orbits, like, people with the most viewers and rants and raves about race all the time. She's just a race baiter. Like, genuinely, that's all this chick does. It's fucking disgusting.
This
like,
is
I
funny.
understand she's probably
A guy in
full of
chat
rage,
just said,
like-
Nazis don't exist. Keep watching CNN.
Yeah.
That's
I don't know.
funny.
It's just so pathetic. I was hoping that I didn't realize that Mercedes was just gonna, like, end the panel and raid into Allison's. Like, that was never gonna be successful. But
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if she was gonna talk to Tashika, then yeah, that would have been interesting to watch. But yeah, if she's not gonna talk to Tashika, then it kind of sucks.
they never do. These people just like to talk shit on everyone, and then whenever they're confronted, they don't actually let anyone have a, like, even if they get on a panel with you, like Covey will get on a panel in front of you or whatever, but then they'll just mute you and they will talk over you and they won't let you actually respond to anything they're saying, and then they'll just boot you from panels. They're just children, really. Like, it's so weak, dude. It's so pathetic. Also, STV was in the chat. He's like not up on the law. Everyone was running around from this like cringe lefty community on TikTok, and they were calling me the Aryan Queen because someone in Tom's like vertical chat said it, like not from the community, just like a random. You know how there's like mega people. Yeah, there's like mega idiots in the chat in the vertical chat who always say silly things. They said that once. They said that, and their community went running around saying, "Oh my God, she's the Aryan Queen." And so I was like, yes, I am.
They said
I'm the
everyone
Aryan
calls
Queen.
her the Aryan Queen. That's what they kept saying. Everyone calls her the Aryan Queen. And so then she started calling herself that. And then they were like, oh, see?
It's a meme.
Yeah. Like, it was to like make fun of them
so
for
now,
like for taking it seriously. Like, yeah, so everybody just started calling her the Aryan Queen, and now they go run around and go, look, she calls herself the Aryan Queen.
yeah, so now I'm like painted as, so now everyone actually does say the Queen, and it's like funny because we're laughing at their expense, but they legit, they're this fucking retarded. They think that I'm an actual legitimate, like, American History X fucking Nazi. That's what they think. Which is the dumbest fucking shit in the fucking world. And it's because they go around and they clip stuff and they grab, you know what they're like. Philly, I know you're on the chat. You know what these people are like. They run and they grab the worst things you've ever done and they put it all together and they frame every, like, shitty thing that's ever happened and they make you out to be, like, just this worst version of yourself. The same way that I could easily just take that sand N-word thing that Covey did and run around and just say that this is who she is. That's all she is a racist fucking piece of shit. Like, but it's just dishonest. Like, it's just so fucking dishonest.
Yep. And so, yeah, it's annoying when, like, every time they keep, like, taking clips of us out of context or quotes out of context and shit like that, and then run around to run with a narrative. Yet, you get something of her saying shit, way worse shit than anything that we've said, even out of context. In context, she said way worse shit, and then she'll still be like, yeah, but they said mean things to me first, and it's, as a black woman, it's hard, you know. It's just like, okay, dude, like, we get it. Yes, we get it. That's the fucking point, is that, like, you need to take context into consideration. That's the whole fucking point. But instead of her actually, like, being honest and engaging with that idea, she just still keeps fucking crying and then weaponizing her fucking German Aryan nationalism.
She's probably one of the most disgusting people I've ever come up, because, you know, it's not like one of those people who are just, you know, Tashika says nasty things, but she's like, I understand where Tashika's coming from, and she's more honest, and she's just straight up, and she's not, like, fucking around. She just stands on her shit. Whereas Covey is, like, very, very sneaky, manipulative. Like, she's like that fucking sus chick in the back of the class who like puts on a kind voice while she's stabbing a voodoo doll and your heart is fucking exploding.
Yes, just that's completely malicious. It's completely malicious.
Yeah, very, very malicious.
I'm assuming she got made to look stupid at some point. I'm assuming that's what happened. Is like I don't know, maybe she jumped on one of my lives or something and looked really dumb, and then now she's got like a hard on afterwards. I'm assuming that's what happened, because the way that she does this is like the only time I ever see people be like this malicious is when they take things very, very personally, like a JSTLK like Queeman sort of thing, where like they just take it, they take your existence very personally.
Yeah, I honestly think that Covey is, you know, Tashika, I have a conversation with you about, like, why Tashika has said the things she said and how she comes across and, like, her demeanor and stuff. And I remember I was saying to you, like, sorry, Tashika, if you're listening, which she's probably not, but I have talked about you. And I just said, like, I get it. Like, she probably has been attacked and she's had racist comments and she's probably put up a wall and a like defense system where this is like what you do. With Kobe, yeah, I think maybe she's like, maybe some racist kind of shit. I don't know.
Nah,
I don't
she's
get that
just
vibe from Kobe.
hysterical,
I don't
dude.
think like, I don't get this like, oh, she's been racially attacked so much in her life
You
that
don't.
she's
Yes,
full of
you don't
rage.
get that
I
she's
don't
mad.
feel that from
Exactly.
Kobe.
Exactly. You don't get like
I feel like
rage or
this
anything.
sadistic, like highly. Yeah, she thinks she's better than everyone. She's gone to school. She's got a degree or whatever. She's like academic, and she is just like wanting to fucking control everyone and everything. And yeah, it's not the same as Tashika's rage over being like actually genuinely fucked over.
Mhm.
It's like this fucking malicious gross thing. Ugh, yuck. Ooh, she makes me feel sick whenever I hear her speak.
Yep. Yep. This is.
I hope Tashika fucking doesn't put up with that shit, because
Yeah.
she was just fully infantilized on that panel. Fully infantilized.
Yeah, well, it's not even just like the infantilization, but on top of that, like she's again, like she's actually talked a ton of times about like being morally consistent, having principles, like shit like that. Like she is she actually like stands on something, and so that the way that these two act is just not, that's just not something that like Tashika does, and so it's really weird.
Nah. Yeah, it's gross. Who would think that a friendly panel would friendly panel's gonna melt down the
Yeah.
left yet again.
Yeah, who
I'm
knew
I'm
on
looking forward to the
TikTok?
fallout from a friendly panel.
Yeah, who knew leftists could ruin something like that? Who could have seen
Yeah,
it
wow,
coming?
what a surprise.
Yeah, so crazy.
Yep. All right, well, I'm tuning out if this this stuff just irritates me so much, because I'm thinking these are meant to be adults, and it just irritates me watching people just be so gross, just be so dishonest.
Yep. Well, and especially when you're like the target of it. Like, did she say that you went onto a panel and called a bunch of black women the hard R N-word? Like, is that what she just said?
Yeah,
she just said you did that
I
like a
don't know.
couple
She's
months ago or
adding-
something. Yes, she just makes up new
Yeah,
shit
she's
every
saying
fucking
that I'm-
time.
Yeah, she just said, like, even this whole, like, I've called a black person the hard E, like, the ER is how she, like, says it all the time.
Yep.
Which is just total fucking bullshit. Like, you can grab things I've said in Discords to fucking someone like Smith or whatever, and like, take that and run off with it. Even though that's been well and truly, like, debunked, like, dissected, finished, even between me and Smith it was finished, like, everything is just taken, and she just. But to be fair, I'm not actually up here like caring about what she says about me. I don't actually give a fuck like what these people think about me.
It's just weird that
personally.
people
It's just
listen to them.
It's just the way she moves and the way people like enable this. That the
Mhm.
psychology of it all literally explodes my brain, and I'm like. Because I've seen this shit happen since school days, since high school, when there's those kids, those like bitches at school who
Mhm.
do this sort of thing, and people like get wrapped up in it, and I was always standing there like, bro, what? Don't know. This is like gross behavior. But just some people are dumb, I guess. Some people like this stuff. Yeah.
I gotta run to the restroom. Would you mind sticking around and talking to chat for a minute?
Okay.
Do you want me
Hi,
to
chat.
Do you want me to give you a cam or something while I'm gone?
Like what?
I said, do you want me to give you a camera while I'm gone?
Sure.
Alright, you're on the screen.
Oh, yeah,
Whenever
it
you
is the
pull it up.
drama, guys. No, I don't have a camera. You know I don't have a camera.
Oh my goodness, why the fuck did you just say sure? I thought you were on your phone. Okay, alright, I'll be
I
back.
thought you said you were gonna put your camera up, so I know when you're getting back. You know I don't have a fucking camera. Why would you even ask if I have a camera?
I just said. What did I just say? You repeat it back to me. The answer that I gave
I
the
don't know
last time
what
you
your
said.
question means.
You just asked me a minute ago, why would I say that if you don't have a camera? And I just said, because I thought you were on your phone.
No, I'm not. I'm using my microphone. It's sad that you can't tell a difference. It doesn't sound that bad.
I don't know. All right, I'll be back.
Okay. Tom is weird. Yeah, sorry about like getting in on the drama. It's just so frustrating. I hate TikTok so much. I should have told Mercedes on that panel. This is why I don't go on TikTok anymore, because it's just so gross, man. These people are so gross. It's 6:20 at night on a Saturday here. So, not gonna lie, I'm pretty much gonna get into bed because it's cold. It's winter here as well. No, Mercedes and Z are two different people. Oh my gosh, Sasuke, really? Pajamas, but also gross, dude. Alright, who's ready for a lesson from your Aryan queen? I think that genetically, I'm totally kidding. I'm so kidding. Can you imagine? Does someone clip that? Although I did hear today on Destiny stream, Vegan Gains was basically pro eugenics. He was saying he thinks eugenics are good. That was so funny, dude. What a dork. Wait, what there's so much Mantis law, but oh, do we have to? Mantis law. Mantis law is, I came into this space and I would get frustrated listening to people talking about like red pill stuff, dating stuff, like men and women, the dichotomy and all of that crap. And I think I was watching, I'd been watching Destiny for a while. I was watching Tom, but I was watching this guy called Speakeasy, Escape with Speakeasy or Speakeasy or whatever, and he would frustrate the fuck out of me. And so I would be in his chat always disagreeing with all the retarded red pill shit that he would say, and then I would jump up on his panels and argue, and he would get angry and we would have lots of fights. And then yeah, that's kind of where I started jumping up on panels. And then I was around I was in adjacent communities to Tom's, jumping up on their panels because I thought that Tom had like a more polished, professional and like more connected and popular stream. So I never wanted to jump up on Tom's panels because he seemed too like put together. And they had intellectual convos and stuff, and I was too nervous. But yeah, that's how I met Tom. And then I started jumping up on Tom's panels and stuff. Am I just a troublemaker? I think most people would say I'm a troublemaker. I never actually intended on, like, just causing shit everywhere. But the point of debate spaces is to, like, largely disagree. So I am a disagreeable person. So whenever I kind of enjoy watching content that I disagree with, so I can jump up and like discuss the disagreements. So yeah, like I used to get really annoyed when people would say, why are you, like, she's so disagreeable, she's so this, she's so that. But I'm like, yeah, but this is a debate sphere. Isn't this like the perfect place for someone like me? Because where else am I going to go? But yeah, I'm also pretty aggressive. My most controversial take? I mean, I'm obviously like okay with slurs. That's why people do say that I'm like a shitty person, because I've used slurs in different communities, I think slurs are funny. But But yeah, obviously they're still bad, and I wouldn't encourage people using them. It's just like in some online communities, it's just the way we communicate, and it's funny. I probably have some trans ideas that people don't like. I'm not a TERF or anything, but trans people online really piss me off. I think that like a lot of them are mentally ill, and they used to like put it all on us and make us feel bad for just being like cis women or whatever. And I used to get really fucking pissed off with it, but I'm less so like caring about that stuff now. Joe Romero is correct. I don't even go here, and I'm definitely not wearing pink. And Huey, yes, it is kind of like a, maybe it is a down under thing. The slur thing, maybe. We use a lot of swear words here. There's more spicy lore, but I'm not going to share it because I don't want to go into it. I was around for a lot of the Tom drama, and I got a I got a reputation because I was pretty much the only person defending Tom, and I would be all over the place, like defending him or like calling out people who are lying, and it was pretty much just me and Tom versus everybody. And so, yeah, there was a lot of shit that went down where I was not happy. And also I'm a absolute fucking retard, like addict. So the last like 2 years, not any, like I haven't had a drink since this whole year or anything. Like I'm not in the midst of an active addiction right now, but I have in my time online. I'm an recovering alcoholic, so in my time online, whenever I've been through like fucking drama and stressful harassment and stuff, oh yeah, I've like relapsed, and there's footage out there of me relapsing that's really fucking embarrassing. Yeah, so that's another little piece about me. Technically, yeah, Scabby, you're right, I'm always an addict, but I don't know what to, when you're not in active addiction, I don't really know what to call myself, like a recovering addict, I guess. Yeah, I don't like, I do, that is one thing recovered, yeah, but I guess you have to keep doing it every day for the rest of your life, so. I think I don't really like, that is the one thing that does piss me off, is the way that it's like okay, people feel like it's okay to shame people for that stuff, because to be fair, the times where I have relapsed the hardest was when I was being like hella shamed for being an alcoholic, and people were like telling you to go drink. It actually works sometimes where you go and fucking drink, because if people are going to treat you like you're drinking when you're not, then like the mentality of an addict is to just be like, well, fuck you, then I'll just go drink because you keep telling me that I'm an addict and I'm a drunk anyway, so why should I be sober for this shit? And yeah, so that's why that is one thing that actually does trigger me. But when you say that it triggers you, then you get the fucking retards come out and they'll actually try and use it against you when you're in your like most vulnerable moments. So, but yeah, I don't like it. If I see people shaming people for addiction, I just think that's gross. I think you should shame people for something as serious as addiction. That's fucking so gross. Jose, pretty true. But see, I'm not like one of the, like, there's people in chat who are like, oh, I'm having a drink, blah, blah, blah. That stuff doesn't bother me. I'll be like, yeah, cool, have one for me since I can't drink. But I'm not going to, like, tell other people what to do. I'm clean and sober, XX. I don't do any drug. I haven't actually done drugs for ages. Like, I don't do anything. I never had an issue with drugs, but I used to do a lot of drugs for funsies, but I never had like an addiction or anything. It was always alcohol. That was like the one I used to use as a bit of a crutch. Jeez, how long is this P? Has he been back? Is he just like on camera laughing at me or something? Yeah, Bucky, I do. I do fight with Tom. Tom, I've got to stop doing that, eh? Oh, Joe said, why does Tom's show seem to get people who are fucked up constantly? I'm drinking beer right now. It's because it's the late night DJing hours. Most people who's staying up this late are either like don't sleep properly or do drugs or drink beer or whatever. Because they don't have things to do during the day. Oh my gosh, comment so true. Tashika seemed really moved by being accepted, and it seemed like feeling belonging left her wanting to really open up. I totally agree with you. I think she kind of said on that panel that she was really exhausted, and I'm like, yeah, it should. These conversations and like having to navigate the space that she's in is exhausting. Like even the fact that she's just getting ripped apart right now on a panel just for like hanging out with a bunch of people who are agreeing on a few like points. It's just yeah, it's exhausting. I feel bad for her, and I feel like Tashika's the kind of person who just yeah really needs to be just wants to be accepted and belong somewhere, and like I understand why she is the way she is, and it is really I think I said in the chat like she's the kind of chick who just needs like more compliments and hugs, even though it's probably the thing she fucking hates and cringes at. Do you know what I mean? Has anyone in chat been to New Zealand? It's way too far away, eh? I've been to America. I've been to shut up, Don. I've been to America. I've been to what is it? California, like Santa Rosa, San Francisco, and then in LA and stuff. Um, Zach, shut up. I've been to Old Zealand. Wait, is that a place? I know Zealand is real. Uh oh. Okay, I got it, Tom. No, I swear, Old Zealand. Vandred, I was being serious. I know Zealand is a place, but what if Zach was right and Old Zealand's a place? Were you actually a skewed... Oh, look at your name. A skewed Jew. You were an extra in Lord of the Rings? That's so badass. Did I like LA? I went when I was in high school with the school band because I played saxophone when I was in high school. So the concert band, we did a trip over to LA and we played against a ton of other high schools in America in a competition. Yes, nerd, ha, shut up. And yeah, same, alto sax. And so the trip was kind of like a school trip. So I didn't really get to see LA properly. It was just schools and some touristy spots. I went to like Knott's Berry Farm and the theme parks. Oh, dude, it was so annoying. We went to yeah, it was amazing. It took me months to raise the money. I literally sold. Do you guys have sausage sizzles? We call them sausage sizzles here, where kids do like fundraisers to go and do things. So they go to like the hardware store and outside they'll sell sausages and hot dogs. I literally sold sausages and Werther's original toffees to get over to America. I did that for months and months. Um, But yeah, so the trip was a little bit like a kid's trip. But at Knott's Berry Farm, I was in high school, I guess. I was so, compared to Americans, I was so skinny that they wouldn't let me go on like half of the rides. I waited in line to get on so many rides, and I'd get to the very front, and then I would sit in, and the seatbelt wouldn't tighten enough for me as like a 15-year-old. So I wasn't allowed to go on the rides. It was so depressing. And also, I didn't like the food in America. I don't really like the food in America. You guys have shit food. Except some Mexican food was good. Tom played the triangle. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I think it was just compared to Americans, maybe. I don't know. I know I was small, but that small, it was so sad. All right, do you think Tom's just like, I bet you he's just gone to play the Brain It On. I bet you he's just on his phone in the other room and he's playing Brain It On and he's up to like level 240 or whatever and he's just sitting there. He's either playing it and that's just what he'd rather be doing. So this is how it goes. Or he's looking up the answers because he's a big fat cheater. I'll say it. Yeah, it's pay for ire. Wait, Logic's... Can I? No, but Tom can from his phone if you go in the waiting room. Tom, can you pull Logic's in if he goes in the waiting room? Yeah, the only thing I ate was when I was in America because I didn't like the food over there so much. I used to iron all of the band's shirts, and in exchange for ironing, I made them buy me Pop-Tarts, and all I was eating was Pop-Tarts the whole time. I remember that. Pop-Tarts are so delicious. Yeah, get Logic's in here. What does he think? Yes.
Okay. So
what's up?
My audio. That's why I had to jump out TikTok. See.
Yeah, what was that?
Wait, see right now. What's that bullshit? Hold on.
You sound good now.
You not hearing the echo?
No, I'm not hearing anything.
I'm hearing my fucking self. Okay, that's why. I'm listening to the stream. I'm stupid. Okay, because I'm just doing new shit. I'm trying to figure out the TikTok. I'm trying to figure out the TikTok debate shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to start doing that. And when I was doing in my audio, I ain't get my audio together, so I was getting a bunch of echo and all that shit. That's why I wasn't talking when y'all was in there.
Oh, that's annoying.
Yeah, exactly.
But when you did talk at the end, it wasn't like the best mic or anything, but I could still hear you fine. Sometimes it's easy to just do it on your phone. Like,
yeah, but I was I'm trying to have the stream, the TikTok live on my stream, but the audio from my phone, and that just wasn't computing well.
Yeah, it's complicated.
Yeah, so that was my issue.
Yep.
But I didn't want to disrupt your your critiques of American food and whatnot.
I'm just talking shit.
You just talking
that was
to
when I
keep
was a
them
kid,
not
though.
from being bored.
Yeah, I'm just stopping them from being bored because Tom's not around.
Yeah, Tom.
What did you
Tom,
think?
I'm gonna need a tutorial because I was trying to figure it out and I just could not do it in real time. So I'm gonna need your help. I see him.
It's actually so complicated. Like
Yeah.
to get Tom to the point where he can be heard everywhere and it's not like sounding like too shit and stuff has been such a process. Yeah, obviously Destiny doesn't even want to be bothered figuring it out, so he like never goes on TikTok.
Cause like that's why what you didn't see. I asked Erudite, I was like, how do you get your stream on the screen while talking at the same time? And she says use a burner. I'm like, okay, yeah. So I made a second account to put it on screen so it doesn't interrupt me being on my real account on the phone. And that was fine. But then it was the echoing and feedback issue. And I have a Rodecaster. I don't know if you know what that is, but basically it's like a podcast station interface where I can mute and play certain channels to where my phone can be heard, but not my soundboard and shit like that. And it just wasn't working. And I was like, fuck.
I swear to God, TikTok purposely makes it hard.
Yeah, I'm like, just let me get on the fucking computer, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. But so I don't want you to have to give a repeat of what happened. So did Tashika couldn't get converted? What the fuck is going on?
Yeah,
it felt like
if you have a Rodecaster, you should be able to do it because on Roadcasters have like an ability to connect your Bluetooth audio to it, right?
Right, and that's what I was doing with my phone.
Okay, so once you do that, then you need to connect earbuds to, or like what connect. You use headphones, right? So connect your headphones to your computer, have the Bluetooth audio come into your computer, and then make that your make that source so that you hear it, so that it has the output for you and the audience. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Monitor
the
on
phone. The phone.
So yes, the Bluetooth that's going in. Yes, you make it so that it's monitor and output, so that way you hear it through your computer, not through the phone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's so fucking
But I
difficult.
can't do that same thing with my headphones from my computer. Like you said, earbuds. But I guess that's why you usually use your earbuds.
Well, no, I mean,
because you do that even for your Google stuff.
No, I'm saying you can use your headphones, whatever you have on. That's what I was saying. It's you use headphones, so you can just use those. But yeah, you have to, whatever you have, it doesn't matter if it's earbuds or headphones. That part's not relevant. It's just that, yeah. And then I use the little clip-on mics, and I connect that to my phone. So then I'm using the clip-on mic for my phone, and then
I bought one of those too.
Yeah, and then just play it through there. Or sometimes I'll literally just pull up the stream, screen share their stream, and then just do all of it through the phone. I'll just mute myself on the computer and then just play their audio through their stream and just totally just stream snipe them so that it makes it easier. Yeah.
Yeah, I might do that. Just set a scene in my OBS to just be the phone audio. Yeah. That makes sense.
Well, I mean, that wouldn't even be phone audio. I'm saying in this case, if you would just literally do like a
you said stream snipe. Yeah.
Yeah, so you would just do a display capture of their entire stream. That's that.
Got you. Yeah, that seems easy. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So y'all converted to Tashika?
No, I mean, again, I've said a bunch of times, I've said for a while, like, there's so many times that I've run into her on other panels just watching where she just is based. And there's even been a bunch of times where they fucking banned me from the chat because they're like, oh, Tom's sarcastically saying Tashika's based, so we're gonna, and then they banned me for it.
But he's just being
honest.
honest.
And I'm like being straight up serious. Like, she's actually being fucking based as fuck. And I've like argued with Chad about it numerous times. Like, no, guys, seriously. Like, she actually is somebody who's principled. Like, a lot of these leftists, like, most of what I'm arguing with them on isn't like some sort of like principle that's wrong or something like that. It's their moral inconsistency that I'm arguing with. Whereas, like, yeah, she actually cares about the principles. She actually cares about the moral consistency. She actually does things that make sense. She was, I said numerous times during that panel, they're like, she argued with a bunch of, there was a bunch of white people who were talking about the fact that they weren't going to vote for Kamala because she wasn't going to free Palestine, and she wasn't, like she wasn't pro-black enough, and she was pretty much a Republican. And Tashika jumps on, and they're all like hating on anybody who voted for Kamala, and Tashika jumps on and is like, yeah, I don't know, I'm just not willing to let black people suffer for the next 4 years just because she's not a perfect candidate and she's not going to do 100% of the things that I want done. I'm still going to go vote for her because she just is the better option and the lesser of two evils. And all of them just completely shut up. They all just, not one of them said a fucking word. They're all just like, oh, huh, interesting. And just literally didn't say fucking shit to her after they had just been sitting there just ripping on anybody who voted for the last like 30 minutes. It was so fucking funny.
Damn. Yeah. Hey, that's a reality check for the cause yeah, I was looking, I'm like, everybody's talking about like Tashika, she's based. And I'm like, I agreed when I like the erudite situation. I was like, okay, she's principled. Kudos, you know. But it seemed like, I guess everything else was it was getting clouded in all the other bullshit that everybody else cared for. And you know, she was part of the community with like I think her name Allison, right? Like, I guess they cool and shit.
It wasn't really clouded. Again, my first interaction with her was when I was saying, like, you know, some of the people who were on the panel with Z are actually racist, and people are like, who was racist? And I was like, Tashika. And so then Allison jumps on and she's like, why are you calling Tashika racist? And she's like, give me one example of her being racist. So I'm like, okay, here's Tashika, where it says, I hate all white people. I want all white people to die. And she like, and so then Tashika jumps on and she's like, yeah, fuck that. Like, I do want them to die. Fuck them. Like, blah, blah, blah. And so I just kick her off. And like, obviously after that, that was the whole, everybody's like perception of her is just this like one thing. And then and so then I kept seeing her in more and more places and getting like a better picture of like who she was and what she stands for, and started to change my perception on who she was. But without other people ever being there, it was always hard for me to like get this across to people. So I remember people like Trib and others like arguing with me like, nah, fuck her. And I'm like, nah, I'm serious. Like, she's not that bad. Like, she's not like these other fucks. And they and until this, they like, none of them actually ever saw it. So it wasn't easy to get across.
Okay.
Hold on, let me check. Okay. I want to see if Allison ever talked to Tashika. Let's see. Let me pull up her live real quick.
I have beef. I have beef.
All right, hold on one second. Let me.
I got you.
Unmute this real quick and see.
I wonder. These people. This is what the one that was revoked May 1st, 2025. And it's called
There's no way
Our
they're gonna
Sole
talk to her.
Purpose Inc.
Yeah, no. Doesn't sound like they're talking. Okay.
Soul Strategies.
Yeah, she's still.
The problem is they only take on conversations with people when they think that they can win, but I don't think that they can win against Tashika. So I don't think someone like Allison is going to be able to like.
Oh no.
Have a conversation with Tashika.
Well, again, I named
she's
4
incorrect.
conversations where she left and rage quit and then like cried afterwards. So I don't think that she's like ever capable of having a conversation.
I'm not even familiar with everything that transpired, but after seeing that the way that Tashika confronted Allison and how she tucked tail and made a separate stream of like, she would never confront her.
Yeah. Okay, what was your beef?
When we go, why don't we have any more horizontal streams, Tom?
Is this doxing, Tom, that you've got that she's doing on the stream, by the way, just quickly? Like, everyone in chat's being like, is this doxing? Like, she's pulling up addresses and shit.
No. This is I think these are, these are, it says that these are company contacts. So it looks like it's all public information. I don't know. I have no
public
idea.
information shared on a live stream like this, it's a bit dodgy.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Sometimes.
That's a little weird. But I'm saying if it's on your own website, because obviously doxing is when something's public, but it's the white pages that put it out or something like that, right? If it's your own website that's putting it up, it's not, I don't think you can really call it doxing at that point. But it looks.
Doxing is more, to me, it would be more like if she's sharing it on her stream in order to get people to call it to harass whatever, then that would be doxing to me. It's not just the sharing of it; it's the purpose of why you're sharing it that bothers me.
I don't know. I'm correct me if I'm wrong, Tom. You might know better than me, but I still think that's probably wrong to do, but I don't know if it's quote unquote doxing if it's like you said, the public website and you showing it hey y'all.
No, it is doxing.
If you have a problem, that you're saying that is doxing.
Oh,
even
100%.
if it's public, it should be
100%.
Okay.
Because literally,
that's
the problem. Is that that's what I'm saying is that literally everybody's information is probably on some public website somewhere. So that doesn't mean that just because we can find it that makes it any less doxing. The main thing about doxing is that when you go by Logix, right? You don't go by your real name. So even just because I could go find your real name on Facebook and then connect it to your online persona Logix, that is obviously doxing. It doesn't matter that your name was public on Facebook. True. Because Facebook doesn't say this is me, Logix, and then your real name. It's not connecting those two. You did not connect them, and so it's still doxing. So it is about connecting the online persona to the personal persona, and it's about the intent. If you're doing it with some sort of malicious intent to get harassment for the person, to try to embarrass them, to try to make them feel in danger, for any of those reasons, it's about the malicious intent behind it. So you can always get somebody's information from some sort of public website like Yellow Pages or any of those websites that you can sign up for or something like that and put it out there, but it doesn't make it any less doxing.
Okay,
so that's what I think. That's what I think Ellison's doing.
So what my question would be say you legitimately had a documented experience with somebody that legitimately was get out of my store, you hard R N-word, and you record it and you'd be I was at this shop and this is the store manager's information on their website.
Mm-hmm.
Is I'm not saying it's not doxing, but then where does that fall?
That is definitely,
you know what I'm saying? Reporting them to HR. You know what I'm saying? Is that
that's definitely doxing. Telling people where
doxing.
they work. Yes, and this is shit that's really, really normalized on TikTok, which is really weird. And it's also especially weird because most people on TikTok go by their real names. And so there's a lot of danger with the way that people interact on TikTok that people just don't really take into consideration. Did you guys see there was a guy recently at a Coldplay concert? And
that shit is crazy. Oh, it's so funny because I don't know how I feel about that situation.
Yes, it's Boyden or something like that, but there was a Coldplay concert, and so somebody's sitting in the stands recording the big screen. And the big screen, the lead singer of Coldplay stops and he's like, all right, let's take a look at some of our cute couples in the audience. And the first group that they go to is a guy standing behind a woman with his arms around her. And they're both kind of being lovey-dovey. And as soon as they both realize that they're on the big screen, they both immediately drop to the floor and cover their faces and turn around and shit. And it was kind of like a kiss cam. and they and the guy from Coldplay is like, either they're really shy or they're having an affair. And immediately when somebody posted this video on TikTok, immediately the comments were like, that's this guy, he works at this company, I work at that company, she's the receptionist at the company, and he's one of the VPs. And then everybody's like, that this is, oh my goodness, I'm friends with his wife, and this is his wife's name. And just boom, like these people's entire fucking lives were just taken over by TikTok people just wanting to butt into their personal business, wanting to know if they're getting divorced, wanting to know like what was going, just fucking everywhere. You can go look it up. There's hundreds and hundreds of fucking videos. You already know about this?
Yeah, that shit. Yeah, everybody know about that shit.
Yeah, I just happened upon it last night. I'd never seen this or heard of this. I just happened upon it last night, and yeah, it was kind of blown away. But that's like that's the part of like TikTok is that when you're scrolling through, you'll just a lot of times there's somebody who's vague posting, and when they're vague posting, TikTok literally makes this a feature, is that at the bottom you can just kind of click this search button at the bottom that will immediately search whatever the relevant thing is that they're vague posting about. Or you go to the comments, and normally the top comment has like a search link, like something hyperlinked to where you can just click on that and it'll take you to like a search thing, and you just click on it and just start scrolling, and now you're down this fucking rabbit hole of this, all of these different dramas and shit. And it's like, it's really dangerous that even this is like a part of the product on TikTok, to where even if people wanted to vague post about something without like doxing or without taking part in this, they can't, because it will hyperlink it. It will have like all of these extra links for you to just click and search and see everything. And all of the other people who are doxing them will immediately be right there. And so, yes, like there's nothing that you can do. TikTok makes sure that you will get the fucking doxing information.
Yeah. And also, like, you saw with the Dean stuff that happened where he was calling for that guy, to people to use facial recognition software to, like, find him and then call CPS. They didn't consider that doxing. And I'm thinking, like, that's fucking insane.
Nah.
Their idea of doxing
you're like, hey, literally go out and use this software to find out who this person is without them giving you the information.
Yep.
Yeah, like very
That's
clear.
insane.
Like if you can't get any more doxing than that, and they were still denying that was doxing for some fucking literally to cause real world harm to these people, because they thought, because the problem with like the Dean and like Farley,
Dean literally admits to it being doxing in the video.
Yeah, but on his stream later, I saw him deny that it was doxing.
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying the guy in the video says, why are you trying to dox me right now? And Dean says, because you're saying a bunch of really sus shit. Like, he's straight up admitting that he's trying to dox him in the fucking video.
Before you interrupted me rudely.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my God.
Sorry. But, like, the reason that the far lefties, like, it's not that they don't know what they're doing, it's that they have a justification for it. So it's that whole like no bad tactics, only bad targets. Like as long as there's a justification or like what they consider to be like a moral or good reason for this unhinged behavior, then therefore they can do the unhinged behavior. But it's like every other platform, like in YouTube etiquette is just like very anti-doxing. Like even if you think you have a good reason, you should just do it on the you should privately call people if you think there's issues. You still shouldn't do what he did.
Yep.
Yeah, TikTok culture is so different. Like I'm like sitting here like, do I even want to do this shit? It's just like, God.
Well,
damn,
even when people
man.
call into my show with the phone number, like half of them call in on an unknown number because like they don't want to call in with their fucking phone number. They don't want their phone number to be something that I could use against them if I wanted to or something like that, which totally makes sense. But yeah, on TikTok, dude, is just, yes, it's a whole different fucking world out there. It's everything's fair game. Even just taking shit out of context and calling people pedophiles is just totally normal, dude.
Yeah.
So wait,
I've
so
been
you
watching your
said,
streams,
wait,
Logic.
Logix, you said
You're-
that you had a disagreement with me and that you were gonna, you had some.
Oh, I said what's happening? Why we ain't get no horizontal streams?
Oh, I have done like 2 or 3 this week.
I see one.
Yeah, I did them this week.
Dude, how annoying are vertical streams?
Like 9, like on a scale of 1 to 10, they're like a 9. Like,
It's so annoying compared to horizontal.
oh,
but like,
shit.
it is good for getting more eyes on your stuff. But
I know that's why I'm messing with him. Like I know he's probably getting way more traction and subs off the vertical streams. I'm like,
Yeah, it looks like I've
get it,
had
but
3 in the last 6 days.
Really? Every time you go live, I watch for a little bit as much as I can because you stream late and when I work it's
there's
hard.
a lot of verticals on that. There's a lot of verticals on that.
Wait,
stream.
what's
There is, okay, look,
in
it
the
says
last
1,
day?
2, horizontal. And then this is 3 days ago. 3 days ago.
Wait, hover. Look at what's happening. Look what's happening.
Not
when
on
you
this
hover.
one.
They all.
No, look, the ones with these are vertical streams because they have vertical thumbnails on them.
Thumbnail. Okay.
Yes, this one is, so the ones with this thumbnail, these are horizontal streams. And so there's 3 that, and this one was done 6 days ago. And so these are all, and then you can even see down here, horizontal.
Okay, are those still when you do 2 at a time, or you're not doing 2 at a
No,
time?
I never do 2 at a time, no.
Okay, I swear to God, I try to catch you every time I can, and I don't see it.
I've been watching your streams, Logics. I really like your streams a lot. Everyone should sub and go watch. Your timing is a bit off for me, so I sometimes miss them. But whenever you're live and I'm watching, I have to work a lot of the time, or I'm at the gym or whatever because it's early morning. But I'm always like so entertained and listening. It's so good. I really like them.
I really appreciate it. I'm after tonight though. I'm gonna try to get more evening streams because I got way more engagement. I usually do it during the day. That's why you miss it. But yeah, I'm gonna try to do it in the evening more because
there's just a lot more
I had hella
competition
fun
tonight.
It is more competition, but I still got more engagement. Like when I do my evening stream.
No, sorry. Sorry, I meant during the day. I'm sorry. There's a lot more competition during the day.
Really? Because other
yes.
people are like a lot of people not on. So is that why?
Yeah, when I say way more competition during the day, I'm saying that like there's way more streamers during the day. So like you have Destiny, you got Bosch, you got Hassan, you got Pondering Politics, Pisco, like all
and they're probably in the
Hutch.
same realm as those people.
Yeah, so anybody who's looking for political streams, like that's where just the majority of them are gonna be. And so you gotta.
Yeah, I had a lot of engagement tonight. It was different than, and I don't stream during the evening. So yeah, thank y'all so much. Though I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's so good. Plus, you cover really good topics. It's like real super interesting. Not always politics stuff. Like it's sometimes just cultural. I don't know what you call it, but or just sometimes current events, sometimes political. I like it all. It's just good. And then a lot of like you'll do the dipping into the like red pill stuff, which I still like to sometimes watch because I think it's funny as hell.
Oh yeah, I'm never gonna stay off their neck whatsoever.
Yeah, such good quality.
I'm really sorry. I got a horrible fucking stomachache. I don't think I'm gonna make it. I was trying to find some like Tums or something earlier, and I can't find anything. And my stomach is fucking killing me.
Damn, I'm sorry.
Jesus. Yeah, hey,
Well,
I came from a food truck festival, so I understood how you felt. I started stream late because of it.
What's his stream? I just posted the link in chat, Trib.
Well, you can't click links in this chat, but
Oh, that's right.
It's just his name.
Some people have Jose. I'm not opposed to that because I do disagree with Santana on some things. I'm not opposed to that.
ILLOGIX. So
okay, I'll jump off then and let you finish up. But
okay,
good to chat.
Yeah, Tom. If you want.
Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. I gotta. Well, I got 28 minutes left, so I'm gonna try to cover one of the topics that I was planning on covering in the 30 minutes I got left, and maybe if I feel better, I'll stay on, but we'll see.
All right, bro. I'll talk to you.
All right, later, guys. Thanks. What's W's in chat for them helping me out while I had to run to the restroom? W's in chat, everybody. That was very helpful. Mantis jumped on it at a good time. Alright, let's see if she ever... Wait, what is this?
That is Not So Erudite, Destiny's midwit lapdog. And the R-slur is actually really fundamental to Erudite's political beliefs. For some godforsaken reason, she was invited to talk to a bunch of establishment Democrats on strategies to win more votes.
I was invited by the CEO of Progressive Victory. I don't work for Progressive Victory anymore, but he felt that I had something to say. And I told him I'm willing to come, but I'm not willing to, like, treat people with gloves kids. I'm really upset with the Democratic Party.
Gloves kids. Good one, moron.
They're all looking at
Got
all these
'em.
masters, you know, Yale, Harvard, Ivy League people, and said, how do you guys feel about the word retard? And they all...
He called her a moron.
I'm not joking.
No joke. Her entire thesis was that for the Democratic Party to win over more voters, we need more cussing. We need to let people say slurs. We need to stop with cancel culture, and we need to invest more money and energy into streamers. So basically, we need to be being more nice to Destiny and give him money. Now, there's something more.
That is not the entire thesis. This is so fucking brain dead, dude. These people, they always have to engage on just the lowest common denominator. That is all they're capable of engaging with. That's it. They can never engage with a steel man. They can never engage with a real, like, idea. They, does Illogics have permission to post in the creator channel? I don't know. You'll have to ask him. But yeah, it's always a straw man.
More concerning about Erudite, and she has been likened to Ghislaine Maxwell, Destiny's Ghislaine Maxwell. She has a long history of when someone alleges some...
She has been likened to that, you know. Whether or not I agree with it, I'm not going to say. I'm just going to let you know that some people have said that.
Sort of mistreatment or abuse from Destiny, she inserts herself into that situation, befriends that person, and kind of steers them towards taking less severe or drastic action against...
This is such a disgusting thing to say. This person is completely fucking lying. That did not happen. Literally, the victims that he's talking about that she befriended, she was always friends with. They always knew each other. They were always working with each other. Those other people also worked with Progressive Victory and have also worked on Destiny's campaigns and Destiny's canvassing campaigns or Destiny's canvassing events. And the people like Pixie have come out and said people who are calling out Not So Erudite and acting like she did anything wrong are totally incorrect. Not So Erudite is one of the only people who has checked on them, who cared about them, who was making sure that they were okay. Again, Not So Erudite worked in, like, she has a degree in psychology, and so her being one of the people who was reaching out to somebody who was already one of her friends in a time of need just totally makes sense. This is pure bullshit. This is a horribly bad faith actor here who is just trying to use other people's misery, other women's misery, to try to grift off of it. Just making sure that we can go and get somebody else's problem, another woman who does not want to be spoken for in this way, does not want her issues to be used to slander somebody like Not So Erudite. But it's not about victims. It's not about actually helping people. It's about slandering anybody that you don't like. That's it.
Destiny. That has happened very recently, in fact. If you didn't know, Destiny is currently in court to hopefully be held accountable for distributing explicit material that he made with one of his colleagues without her consent. Once again, she got close with the victim and lightly encouraged her to quietly settle with Destiny.
That's not true. That is not true. First off, she did not do that. She did not encourage her to settle. And that person didn't settle. That is the person who's currently suing him. There wasn't even a lawsuit at the time that Not So Erudite was engaging with them. And then Not So Erudite was very clear saying, you can still sue them. If you do, though, I can't keep having contact in this sort of way. I can't communicate information on legal issues. That has to go through a lawyer. That has to be somebody else. You need to get in contact with a lawyer for this sort of information. Not So Erudite has already put out the DMs. So has Pixie. Pixie has put out the DMs to make sure that people like this fuck do not run around lying like this.
She knew about this info and sat on it for months, and then when it did come out, she swept for and defended and stood by Destiny.
100% incorrect. She called Destiny out. She said that this was horrible behavior, and they ended their podcast over this. She ended up getting the podcast, then Destiny got some of the equipment. She had just moved her entire life from another country to move to the United States to start a business venture with Destiny, and ended that business venture over what happened here. Do they still engage? Do they still work together sometimes? Yes. The Unfuck America event is the first time that they've worked together on something since all of that happened. And the way that he is framing this is pure bullshit. He is, at this point, it's hard to believe that he's even just misinformed. It sounds like he is just lying. It sounds like he's just lying.
When pressed on all this, this is what she had to say.
So is your concern entirely the legality versus the morality? Like, is the morality not really a big question for you?
No, I think morality is a really big question. But I'm saying that basically, to some degree, I suppose I'm saying I agree with the law here. I agree with the law drawing a line here saying, like, this is a even more severe action. Both are really bad. The issue is that one of them is, like, criminologically bad, and the other one is, like, you're a fucking piece of shit.
Okay. So you were okay with working with the piece of shit, to be clear?
I was willing to work with somebody who fucked up and then also showed remorse and was, like, willing to try to help the person that he fucked over and correct it. Yes.
Keep in mind at the time that she was business partners with Destiny. She's also on a visa.
So he even says there, at the time, she was business partners with Destiny. So this is kind of adding evidence to what it was that I was saying. He's not just misinformed. He knows that she isn't business partners with Destiny anymore. At least they did. He knows that they ended their podcast over this. And he's still acting as though nothing changed and she was just completely cool with all of this.
Visa from Canada, and her entire life here in America was kind of contingent around this company that she had with Destiny. So very compromised there. She drew kind of this arbitrary line between recording someone without their consent versus distributing material without their consent. But after it came out that there are, I think, credible allegations of him recording people and distributing without their consent, she did cut business ties with Destiny, allegedly. Although she is now working with him more and is still friends with him. Even though Destiny has showed no remorse, he has constantly humiliated doxed and intimidated his victim.
He has not doxed his victim. It is true that yes, once you're in a legal battle with somebody, it's not possible for that person to show remorse. While it is something that I think I would obviously expect of him, and I think that most people would, once he's in a legal battle, you cannot expect him to have any sort of like public statement admitting fault or something like that. One of the things that he talked about was the fact that Destiny was saying, hey, like, I'm willing to like help you pay for a lawyer. I'm willing to help you pay for like law school. I'm willing, because apparently she said that one of her biggest stresses at the time was that she was having to pay for law school while having to deal with all of this. And so he said, like, I'm willing to help take some of that stress off of you. And I want you to know that even though I'm offering this, this is not a replacement for like you suing me. You're still allowed to sue me. You still can take me to court. I'm just offering just to help, just for that only. And so, I kind of lost what he said.
Allegedly. Although she is now working with him more and is still friends with him. Even though Destiny has showed no remorse, he has constantly humiliated, doxed, and intimidated his victim.
Okay, so yeah, so I would say probably there's some sort of intimidation there. I obviously can't disagree with that, but it is also true that a lot of the court filings were just factually incorrect. A lot of the people that surrounded Pixie, and this isn't Pixie's fault, but a lot of the people that surrounded Pixie have put out false information on Destiny. And he also says that there's credible allegations to say that he's recorded people without their information and sent it around. We haven't had any credible evidence for this whatsoever. We've had one person claim this. Nobody has backed that claim up. Nobody has said that they were sent these things. Nobody has said that they've heard the recording. She's like nothing. We've gotten nothing except for just a person who is not a credible person, somebody who has been caught lying tons and tons and tons of times, and even just over the last week just got in trouble for another meltdown that she had where she took everything back afterwards. I'm not saying that she's not telling the truth. I'm saying that we just don't have enough information on this right now. But yeah, he hasn't doxed. He hasn't doxed any of these people, so I don't know where he's getting that from.
He has attempted to dox and threatened to unalive several former friends and orbiters who cut ties with him after this came out. And
one former friend and orbiter. The other person, they were never associated, never talked to each other. And both of those people deserve just about anything that comes their way.
And gave critical coverage to what happened. If you want a detailed breakdown of Destiny's history of sexual assault, of abuse, of general sociopathy, Ryan Beard has a good, long breakdown of his entire history. These are the people that the UNF America tour is getting in bed with.
Yeah, just almost everything that he said here that was actually critical information was just blatantly incorrect and missing context, which the Ryan Beard video, we went over that. That is a fairly like good in-depth video. There's things that I learned from that video, but it misses so much context for what it is he's talking about every single time. Like, if you show me punching somebody and everybody freaks out and they're like, oh my goodness, Tom just assaulted this person, just totally went up and ran up, just fucking punched somebody out of nowhere. But instead it turns out that that person punched me like 10 times first and then I punched them once, and all you show is just me punching them once. You're just a fucking piece of shit. And that's kind of what this guy's doing, and that is what the Ryan Beard video does in some cases. I like, a lot of Ryan Beard's content and don't have like a huge issue with him as a person. Just there was a lot that was missing there.
They're good. They're good.
I'm a time traveler from the year 2025, and I've come here to kill you, Hitler.
Oh, not again. I'm never gonna have enough time to finish these paintings with all of these time travelers trying to kill me.
Well, I'm going to succeed.
Before you pull the trigger, can I just ask why? Why do all of you people want to kill me?
Isn't it obvious? I'm a progressive, a liberal, a fighter for social justice. And you are a fascist who implemented a reign of terror. And while the effects of your policies devastated the world for decades, soon we will be able to take back the White House, and we will be able to use the government to force people to follow our great ideas.
You want to use government power to force your ideas on the populace. Me too! That's fantastic!
What? No. Ugh. You and I have nothing in common. What I'm saying is there are people in our time with dangerous ideas, and we need to silence them.
Silencing those who disagree with you. I do that too!
Interesting.
Oh, wunderbar!
Wunderbar.
Oh, the Nazi movement will not die with me.
Don't give me that! I'm enlightened, and you're as bad as... well, as Hitler. Listen.
Oh no, she's wearing a fucking Planned Parenthood shirt. Wasn't Margaret Sanger a Nazi? Wasn't Margaret Sanger a fucking Nazi? No, Margaret Sanger was not a Nazi. While Margaret Sanger, the founder of Planned Parenthood, is a controversial figure who championed birth control and was associated with the eugenics movement, linking her directly to the Nazi Party is inaccurate. She publicly expressed opposition to the Nazis and even worked to help European refugees escape the regime. Eugenics, Sanger's involvement with the eugenics movement, popular among some segments of American society in the early 20th century, is the main point of connection between her and the problematic ideas of racial fitness. The Nazis also embraced eugenics, reportedly borrowing from American models for their sterilization laws. So yeah, I think from what I understand, Planned Parenthood was initially like one of their goals was to get black people to have abortions at much higher rates for eugenics reasons. Like they wanted the low IQ, uneducated black people to have abortions at really high rates so that they could kind of get rid of them. And it's actually true that black people have abortions at way higher rates than anybody else. I think in 2022, I believe black women had more abortions in New York than they had babies. So it is kind of ironic a lot of times when we look at it afterwards and we're like, oh shit. Margaret Sanger would be proud. Fucking shit.
What I'm trying to say is we are very close to implementing a utopia, as long as we can get rid of some certain undesirable people groups.
Yes, like the Jews.
Yes, like the Jews. Oh.
So in the future, you also do not like the Jews?
Well, no. But we don't believe in segregating all the races like you do. I mean, except for like graduation ceremonies. In dorms. And hiring practices. Oh, and admissions policies. That sort of thing.
I too am a fan of the segregation. I'm sorry, I have to ask, is this a real firearm or is this some kind of toy for fucking...
It's a flare gun. I'm trying not to support America's toxic gun culture.
Wow. So she's like Lauren Southern.
A firm believer in gun control.
Gun control! This was one of my ideas too. Ban them from the undesirables. Yes, look here. Oh, and your shirt. This is no.
They shouldn't have said gun control. They should have said, I'm in favor of having red flag laws where we only take them from specific people that we don't think should have them. And then he can say, yes, I also want to take them from the undesirables. That would have been much better.
Organization founded by Margaret Sanger. Yes?
Wait, you know about Margaret Sanger?
Oh, of course. Oh, she's such a lovely person.
No. She's a fighter for reproductive rights, for women's empowerment,
and the eradication of undesirable populations by means of eugenics. Brilliant lady, very inspiring. I must use some of her ideas in our socialized healthcare system.
Socialized healthcare? That's not your thing. That's our thing.
No, it's very much my thing. Did you know that Nazi means...
Wait, what was it?
Did you know that Nazi socialized health...
Socialized
healthcare? That's not your thing. That's our thing.
No, it's very much my thing. Did you know that Nazi means National Socialist German Workers' Party? Nazi is just more catchy. Nazi.
It's hard to imagine, because I thought about this for a while, and I thought Nazi is like a really catchy word. It's really easy to say. It's like it just kind of rolls off the tongue, Nazi. But it's hard to not look at it as like it just has that stigma to it, to where I keep trying to think. It's hard to think of that word without it being like bad. Like it just looks bad. Like the hard like shapes in it, the Z, like it just looks like a bad word. Like it, even like you can take, I think, the N and the Z and turn it into a fucking swastika. I don't know. I just thought of that. I don't know if that's true, but it just seems fucking bad. I don't know.
Rolls off the tongue.
No.
What's wrong with Z's? I've talked about this a bunch of times, but there's like in iconography, when you look at just letters and the way that they work, there's like stigmas and like feelings emoted from certain letters and certain words. And one of the things that like letters do is that a lot of times there's letters that are used less in the alphabet. And so letters that are used a lot less in the alphabet end up being thought of as almost like taboo, like blacklisted letters. They're kind of like darker and more mysterious and crap like that. So lots of times letters like Z or X, these two letters are very much like the bad letters. So when you think of like darker superhero movies like X-Men, right? They're X. Or you think of Lord Zed with his fucking, his big walker and the Z on top, or Xena, or like there's all of these things. And so even Exxon used that because X's were they catch your eye a lot more, that they ended up using Exxon as a way to like catch people's eyes. But when you think of like, well, when you think of movies, you have like rated G, rated PG, rated PG-13, rated R, and then rated what? What's the last one? This is nutty, Tom. I'm just telling you what it is. I don't know what you think is nutty about it. We're just Z. No, rated X, guys. XXX. Rated X. Yes. So like when you think of like porn is XXX. That's like pornography, XXX. And so yes, like there's a lot of things that are that are just like a bit more. They're called taboo letters, and so they're just thought of as a little bit more taboo. They kind of give like a bit more of like, yeah, a taboo feeling to them. And so Z and X are two of like the most kind of taboo sorts of letters that exist, that kind of give this feeling of like a bad boy or something like that.
This can't be true. This has to be some sort of mistake. We are nothing alike. You're Adolf Hitler, evil right-wing fascist dictator, and I'm a...
XOXO. Well, XOXO are not about the letters. They're about the shapes. It's hugs and kisses. Hugs is an X, so it's a person with their arms out like this to give you a hug. O is a mouth kissing, so it's XO. XO. Hugs and kisses.
feminist restorative justice advocate. And a vegetarian.
You're a vegetarian?
Me too! Okay, I am so confused right now. I came here with a clear goal in mind to kill the most evil man who I've ever lived. Besides Ronald Reagan.
I also hug with my legs spread. Yeah, maybe they should have done YO. Yo.
But now that I'm meeting you in person, you're not at all what I thought you were.
Oh my goodness.
And your painting is actually really good. What do you call it?
I call it Ein Reich ohne Juden.
Wow. I don't know what that means, but it sounds beautiful.
It does, doesn't it?
This reminds me of the Ryan Long video. X is kiss, O is hugs. Really? But it's called hugs and kisses, not kisses and hugs. Are you sure? XOXO is a shorthand term used to express affection, typically meaning hugs and kisses. The X represents a kiss. Oh, that's weird. So then we should call it kisses and hugs, not hugs and kisses. That's weird. Okay. Odd. Yeah, I thought it was the other way around. But yeah, this reminds me of the Ryan Long video. Woke versus racist. You guys remember this video?
When me and Brad first met, I didn't think we'd get along, but turns out we kind of agree on everything. Your racial identity is the most important thing. Everything should be looked at through the lens of race.
Jinx, you owe me a Coke. We both have a lot of opinions about people of color, even though we barely know any.
I say colored people, but as long as we're classifying them, we both think minorities are a united group who think the same and act the same.
And vote the same. You don't want to lose your black card. Sorry, I don't know. I just think we should
roll back discrimination laws so we can hire based on race again. Jinx, now you owe me a Coke. Hey, tell them what you told me yesterday.
White actors should only do voices for white cartoon characters.
I've been saying that for years. Stick to your own.
Us white people, we have so much privilege.
I agree. It is a privilege to be white. Ask him about interracial dating.
All I said is that black men who date white women have internalized racism, and white men that date ethnic women are fetishizing them.
Guys against interracial dating now. Like, am I being pranked? Did Boomer put you up to this?
Ugh, you know that taco place is white-owned?
White people should be making white foods, like Kraft macaroni and cheese, no seasoning, not even salt. It's like he's a mind reader. I mean,
What is Checkmate talking about?
I've been pushing for segregation forever, and my man does what?
I created an improv comedy show exclusively for ethnic people.
Guy segregates comedy on my birthday.
White people need to stop wearing dreadlocks, and they need to stop appropriating black people's music.
Shaved heads and country music, the way God intended.
You know all white people are racist.
I'm listening.
Even if you have a black wife or a black friend group, you're still really racist.
You know, we just kicked a guy out of the organization for having a black girlfriend, but if you can promise me he's still really racist, we'll consider letting him back in. Black people should only shop at black businesses.
I guess the only thing we really disagree about is I think white people are the root of all evil.
But what did I tell you, though? If we can narrow that down to a certain group of tiny-hatted white people, I think we can come to an understanding.
That they would, the racists would not say that Jews are white people. They would not say Jews are white people, so that's, they're a little off there.
Technically, I don't consider Jewish people white.
Neither
because...
do I.
Yeah, okay. All right, there we go. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. That's... Forgot about that part. All right. Yeah. Should have seen that coming. Okay. That was fucking... Neither do I. That was... Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm not feeling better. I'm gonna head out. I will be back on tomorrow. So make sure you guys hit the subscribe button. Double tap the screen for a thumbs up. And make sure you join the Discord. If you go to my channel, there's a list of links right here. And the Discord link is the first one up there. So it's right there at the very beginning. And yeah, make sure you join the Discord. That way you'll always get notifications anytime I go live. Sometimes I go live on TikTok. Sometimes I go live on Twitter. Sometimes I go live on Kick. And so the Discord will always tell you where I'm live and when I'm live, so that you can always jump in chat and enjoy the show. But also in Discord, everybody's in there arguing, talking. When the stream ends here, chat does not end here. We all continue hanging out and having a conversation in chat. So thank you, Kurikin, for the 250 jewels. Appreciate it. The disco ball. And then I don't know if it's
Zach says, feel better. Stay fair. Chat, like the stream. Leave a comment after the stream, etc.
etc. True. Thank you, Zach. Fools 2 for 18 months. That is a loyal fan. Let's get some fucking... I don't know. What are you going to say? Let's just get some W's in chat, everybody. W's in chat. Thank you, Zach, for 18 months of membership. Appreciate it, homie. All right, I'm going to head out. I'll be back on tomorrow. Do me a favor. Hang out for just a minute. Wait for the credits. We're going to honor all of our awesome members, just like Zach. And then if you'll leave a comment after stream, that will help, 1, for me to pop up in your algorithm more often. 2, for other people to find this stream more often. Because 3, it will push it in the algorithm so that we can have more people in chat next time. So hang out for just a minute and leave a comment when the stream's over. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools.
They gave $27 million to the George Soros. They gave $27 million to the George Soros Prosecutor Fund. So our own government is funding this left-wing lunatic.
The ability to tax the American public and then effectively get us to pay for being propagandized, for being surveilled, that's the game.
Damn, that's crazy that, like, there would be billionaires that our government would, like, somehow back for their political agendas. Isn't that really strange that that would happen? Right, guys? We're not in favor of that, right, guys? We're not in favor of, like, our government giving, like, billionaires a ton of money and allowing them to use it for their own political agendas, right? We're not in favor of that, right, guys? Right? We're all against that. We can all agree, yeah? That's bad, yeah?
That's such a weird, like, thing to say. She's one of us. She agrees with us politically.
Like, when you reply to... from what I've seen, or from what I've, but yeah, I don't know, dude. Like, if, yeah, I don't know.